This story began deep rainy night in the palace. Even in strong rain, the guards stood steadily at the post, while the meeting of their master with an important guest took place inside the palace. In the room that only one candle was lit, two men were sitting at the table. Some of them were known as Jin Li Ban, the supreme head of the Union of Rare Products. He was the first to break the oppressive silence, saying, "This guy is a real demon." Then Jin showed the bandaged hand and added that he not only took all the property, but also cut off his fingers. However, despite this, the Supreme Chapter assured that he should not underestimate him, and he is able to pay a guest so that he would be wrapped up for him. Then the word was taken by the same guest that was known as the best killer in Jianghu, Ghost. He asked the master, did he have special signs or facial features, or maybe a portrait? However, Gin's answer slightly embarrassed the killer because he said that the attacker was very good. Then the chapter said that their first meeting occurred on a booze. The offender had a good character, charisma, and wit, which were simply exceptional. Despite his 20 years, he knew everything. And there was no such place in the Central Plains, wherever he was. And now, after 2 months of communication, he once, being drunk, demonstrated his fight skills. With these words, Jin ordered the servant to push the screen, behind which a stone slab was hidden with a lightning pattern carved on it. Then the head continued his story, telling that it was nothing more than a special martial art, whether the san is a sword of thunder. From these words and pattern on the plate, Ghost was horrified, because there could be no doubt that these were traces of the sword of thunder, which he had heard only in legends. Nine Li-san is one of the 10 greatest masters of martial arts Jianghu. He disappeared many years ago during the Great Demonic War, and since then he has not appeared, despite the fact that the war ended 20 years ago. Jin admitted that he did not believe at first either, but all doubts were dispelled when he saw a martial arts book that the young man had. He must have killed the owner of the Sword of Thunder and stole his secret technique, which costs even more than 1,000 gold coins. Starting with a swordsman, over whom the threat of life and death hung, and including the 100 best masters of martial arts Jianghu. Even one of the 10 greatest masters, Chon Mu-ak, a sword of demons, hunted him. However, no one returned. Each time Jin Li Ban sent the killers after him, he found him everywhere and not only cut his fingers, but also took his property. And leaving the chapter last time, he said goodbye that he feels just fine, because there is no reason why he should not take everything for himself. After listening to the story of the chapter, the ghost was convinced that he was not lying, but so that some 20-year-old guy defeated himself Chonu Mu-aka, a sword of demons? Meanwhile, Jin Li Ban trembled from phantom pains and stated that that devil simply wanted to relieve him without any problems to the thread. However, immediately picking himself up, the Supreme Head asked the ghost to punish the bastard and called his name, Jack Li Gyun. The meeting came to this to an end, and in the morning the next day the ghost decided to visit the chambers where this Jack Li Gyong used to live. One of the servants who peacefully swept the courtyard had courteously swept the yard to the right house. He said that the young Mr. Chalk was very kind and polite with the servants during his residence here. On the way, the killer remembered how he had previously asked Jack one courtesan. She confusedly admitted that the young master is extremely economical with money, but a real romantic. Even earlier, the ghost ran into Ronan, which he heard about some richer, which cut his fingers with a couple of months ago. And one player in Mahjong with a smile told that this Jack was called a fool that always loses money, because he always puts all his savings on the sons. The latest information that the killer was published is that Chalk took part in the Murim tournament. All these facts indicated that Jack Li Gyan is a very difficult and slippery type. However, this did not answer the main question. Who is he at all? Then the ghost asked the servant, did the young master say anything before leaving? The servant remembered that Mr. Jack was about to find a sensible woman who would take care of him well, to which the killer only sighed annoyingly, and soon they reached the right house in which Chalk stopped, and the servant respectively asked the ghost not to rush. In appearance, Jack's room was unremarkable, and looking around, the killer really did not find anything unusual. However, then his attention was attracted by the map that hung on a bare wall, and approaching and looking closely, the ghost saw a red circle on the map and next to the inscription, to win Hubei. From this name, the killer could not restrain his smile, because he knew that this year there would be 2 Murim tournaments. So now the capture of this bastard is a matter of time. Just in case, the ghost checked the wall behind the map and mockingly asked aloud, why capture Hubei? Why not the whole world at once? However, the next moment, someone behind him answered his question. I dissuaded him from this and ordered him to act in stages. The best killer in Jianghu did not hear how someone crept up to him from the back, and therefore, taken by surprise, he turned sharply and exclaimed, "Who is here?" And the next moment, his scream of pain rang out for the whole lonely house. The ghost came to consciousness due to unfamiliar voices. The first of them asked, "Why did Guyon go to Hubei?" The second replied to him, "But who knows what kind of dark thoughts he has on his mind." Then his vision returned to the ghost, and he saw how someone pours tea into a cup, and after that the third voice was heard. "We should also advance. There is still nothing left." And then the ghost saw the attackers at him. There were 3 of them, a man, an old man, and an old woman, and all 3 sat at a tiny table peacefully, drinking tea. And then the killer felt pain in his shoulder, and turning around, he found in horror that he had been nailed to the wall with a sickle. Meanwhile, the Trinity continued to calmly talk. The old man said that if the old woman intervenes, then the whole world of martial arts is again excited. In response, the old woman grumbled that she was already more than 100 years old, so the laws of this world were in no way. And then she suddenly offered a ghost of tea. She did it so every day and peacefully, as if before had not yet naked this man to the wall. However, the ghost was afraid not only this, but also the terrifying energy that he felt from the old woman. And the killer noticed her second sickle, and then he finally became convinced who she is. She is the one who was called the closest ally of the former heavenly demon. She is the supreme demonic empress, Demonitza with 2 sickles, Yang Denu Yang. Then the ghost noticed a symbol on the sheath of the old man, the same that Jack left on a stone slab. There was no doubt. This old man was thereby Nina Lee San, a sword of thunder that went into wanderings. But how could the former great master contact the demoness? Moreover, at the same table, the ghost recognized the demonial sword to be the disgusting Chon Mu Hu. And at that moment the killer realized that they were all at the same time with Chok Li Gion. And shocked by this true one, he quietly asked, "Why didn't they kill him?" Then John replied that they made a promise Li Gun not to kill without his permission. Therefore, instead of the murder, they destroyed the ghost connection with the center of Qi and cut one of the tendons on his leg. Of course, Yang was heard that hired killers were not afraid of death. And what? Behind their teeth they hide poisonous pills. Then the ghost realized that he was offered to voluntarily die in order to avoid the fate worse than death. He realized that as a hired killer, he no longer had a way out, and therefore he saw off a poisonous pill. Her poison began to act instantly, and dying, the ghost admitted that Jack was jealous. After all, he was so lucky to be under the protection of such masters. However, in response to dying words, all 3 masters laughed amicably and assured the ghost that Li Gun did not need their protection at all. And at this time, the same Jack Li Gyong was on the flower field and surrounded by enemies. A detachment of armed warriors blocked the path to him, and one of them self-confidently asked, "Does Jack have a book with secret technology?" However, their commander came forward and told everyone not to lose vigilance, because many masters have already died from his hands. Then he exposed his sword and asked Li Guyon, "Did you think that you could leave whole after you contacted the supreme head of the merchants?" The answer was the blow to him so lightning-otic that the commander simply did not manage to react, and so powerful that the commander threw it at the very end of the detachment. Seeing how their leader collapsed to the ground, many of the fighters panicked. However, there were those who did not succumb to fear. 2 fighters immediately rushed to Li Guyon, trying to avenge the commander. However, to the amazement of the first fighter, Jack calmly blocked his sword with his bare hand, or rather with 2 fingers. And then he simply turned the blade and threw a warrior into the air with him, which put him under a friendly spear. However, while Jack was busy only by 2 fighters, the rest of the warriors surrounded him from all sides and attacked him in a lip. They all believed that from all attacks he could not fight off at once. This was their last mistake. A dozen fighters were killed in a blink of an eye. And not just killed, they were laid and dismembered. And only one person remained standing on his feet in the middle of this nightmare. Jack Li Guyon. He combed his hair with his hand and sighed annoyingly. It seems that Jin Li Ban still did not give up. And then, Jack puzzledly scratched his head and asked himself, was there not enough cut fingers? Anyone who held a sword in their hands during the war of an orthodox faction with a demonic cult died. It was a great war, and no one could have imagined that it lasted for 13 years. It was endless hell, full of tears, pain, and bloodshed. However, one day this long war suddenly ended with an unexpected truce. But even after 20 years, its details remain a secret. For the demonic cult and the orthodox faction decided to remain silent. Time passed and new troops began to appear in Jianghu. However, many families were weakened and declined due to the war. One of these families belonged to Yung Chayan, the second daughter of the leader of the righteous sword clan. The girl was engaged in fencing but still could not understand. Why could she not break through the Kingdom of Seven Stars? Indeed, in order to help the clan to recover, she needs to master the technique of Scarlet Death, which was passed down from generation to generation. However, deciding to finish today with training, Jung put the sword in the scabbard and sighed with annoyance. She still could not improve her training skills, and the girl found it strange. However, the next moment, a familiar voice called out to her, and turning around, Jung saw her older sister, Hugin, with her husband, with back. Cheed suggested that they came to see her training. However, in response, the sister sighed heavily and said that they granted them from the Zanshin clan. Young Mr. Chan in goal deigned to take part in the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. From such news, the girl was able to only exhale the question, what? Among the plain masters of the sword, only 2 tournaments are considered the greatest. The first of them is the Tournament of the Heavenly Dragon, where the Khan put its own honor, the honor of the clan and the life of a warrior. And the second is the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. This is a special event for young masters acting in pairs. And this year both tournaments will be held in June and Hube. For Jung Chayan, they will unite in pairs, like kids. In general, it sounded bad. So with this pervert of Chan and Golem. Therefore, Jung firmly stated that she could not do this. However, then the girl did not restrain herself and raised her voice. She asked, why should she deal with him? In response, the sister calmly asked not to boil and first listen to her. She wanted to explain that the prestige of the clan will increase from participation in the tournament. However, Jung suddenly threw herself, finally shouting to her sister to go to the tournament herself. Legs led to the busy market, where the girl finally dared to take a breath. But then she thought about the consequences of her actions. After all, what if the Zanshin clan hires an insult and decides to take revenge on her clan? Due to the great influence, this can get away with them. People around them lie and hurt each other. And confirmation of this, a quarrel broke out between 2 men. And watching the around those who did around, Jung thought, is it the Jianghu that she had dreamed about for so long? But then someone in the crowd exclaimed, this is the leader of the Alliance Murim. Jung turned around, but the reason for the exclamation was only a theatrical production on the market square. 2 mummers played the scene of the end of the 13-year war. However, Jung did not share the delight of the crowd of spectators, because no one really knows how exactly the Great War ended. But suddenly someone behind her said that he also thought so, as if he had read the girl's thoughts. Jung cautiously turned to the stranger that, crossing his hand on her chest with a knowledgeable look, said, the war ended not so trivial. From such loud words, Jung was slightly stunned and in addition thought, what's wrong with this strange guy? And he suddenly with a smile suggested that she drink together and asked, would she show a good place for this? And then he is here for the first time. However, Jung prudently refused, saying that she has other things. And in parting, she advised the stranger to finish behaving like a fool. However, the stranger annoyingly followed the girl and on the go asked, does she think that Jianghu is good? Jung stopped and turning to the prefix eccentric, answered the question with the question, what do you mean? Then the stranger explained that everyone has long forgotten about past ideals and now Jianghu is just a picture. Then he looked straight into the eyes of Jung and asked, isn't it sorry? From such ignorant words, she squeezed the scabbard of the sword to trembling. But in her thoughts, she decided that it was better not to be nervous. Instead of indignation and righteous anger, she calmly objected, but you still continue to live in Jianghu. By this, she said everything she wanted to say and finished the conversation, silently leaving. However, in her thoughts, she added, Jianghu did not earn such disrespect. Well, Jack Li Gaon remained standing in the middle of the market, looking in amazement with the retreating girl after. But soon it was time for him to go about his business. But now a pleased smile did not leave his lips. Meanwhile, at the Huanyang Hotel, a very noisy and lively atmosphere reigned, which was commonplace for such institutions. Visitors discussed with anticipation what the tournament would be and assumed which of the participants was a candidate for victory. However, all the hot disputes and conversations subsided together when the hotel was visited by Jung Chayen. The views of the visitors immediately riveted to the young swordsman that she examined the room with curiosity. But soon the waiter approached her and asked with a smile, that the young lady brought here alone? In response, Jung smiled politely and said that she just wanted to drink slightly. The waiter is agitated because now there are free tables only in a special room. However, since Lady Jung in his eyes was the property of Hubei, he made her a discount and asked her to follow him. That's just his words were heard by all the visitors, and therefore all the way to the table, Cheyenne felt embarrassed because of curious eyes. Usually she does not walk on her eatery alone, but at first the proposal from the Zanchin clan, then that eccentric. But as soon as the girl was to remember the devil, he was already waiting for her at a table in a special room. Jack greeted the familiar with a smile and said that if he knew about such an imminent meeting, he would just go with her. In response, Jung only sighed annoyingly and thought, what's wrong with today? There was nowhere to go, and therefore the girl simply reconciled and took a place at the next table. But Jack's table was completely forced by dishes and dishes, which is why Jung thought in surprise, did he starve all day? Meanwhile, Jack tore off his leg from fried chicken and asked the girl how to apply for a tournament and at what time. From such questions, Jung began to worry and asked in response, you do not plan to participate seriously? However, Jack assured that of course he plans, because beautiful girls participate in the tournament, and they usually fall on his face. Then he continued the meal, but did not stop talking. Li Gyong told that he was traveling from 10 years old, and wherever he went, the girls are always linked to him. Jung awkwardly listened to his story and could not help but notice that now he was behaving differently than before. And Jack continued to speak and suddenly stated that in the end, he realized who the most beautiful woman in everything Jung-hoo. Then he raised his glass, and in his thoughts presenting Sakura's flowers before his eyes, he said with a smile, this is my mother. Jung was sincerely amazed at such an answer, but Jack immediately glanced at her and strictly asked, do you not like the fact that she is aging? The girl was at a loss and bursting with shame with a blush, began to hastily apologize and panic with her hands. Jack accepted her apology, and returning to the meal, admitted that he was still a little worried before the upcoming event, and therefore eats a lot. Jung suggested that he was worried about the tournament, but Jack objected with a smile. No, I will win on him. And then he confidently stated that he was planning to capture all Hubei, which was why Jung stared at him amazed, and Jack calmly continued, saying that he had too many worries and in such cases he has an appetite. Then Jung dared to ask, the victory in the tournament and the capture of Hubei, is it too ambitious? However, before Jack managed to answer, the doors opened into the room, and an unexpected guest said behind them, it seems I heard a familiar voice. Jung was also a sign of the guest's voice, like his appearance, and therefore her eyes widened with fear. After all, the same Chanin Gol, a master of the sword from the Zanchin clan, who said with a smile, approached her. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, Lady Jung. Following him, 2 more men and 1 girl entered the room. Chan turned to his companions and offered them to drink here too. Chan's companion was his younger sister in the mind. Having examined the room, slyly asked her brother, is it worth it? However, Ian ignored her question, not taking his eyes off Jung, from whom he suddenly asked, how did she happen? But the girl said nothing and answered only with a very gloomy look. Now she so wanted to hit him, but she had to hold on. Meanwhile, Chan finally drew attention to Jack that he continued to fiddle peacefully at his table. However then, to the surprise of all those present, Chan ran his hand under the kimono and headed for the table of Jack. And the next moment 5 gold coins fell into his plate with a dish. Jack froze, and then Chan politely explained to him that this is payment. And when Jack looked up at him, Chan arrogantly said, as you finish eating, valley from here. However, in response, Jack looked thoughtfully at the coins in his food, and then said that this would not be enough. Chan was taken aback by such impudence, but Jack calmly explained that he was not brought yet by all the ordered food, so these coins were definitely not enough. Then the vat leaned closer and muttered to get out while he was still kind. However, then he noticed a couple of swords behind Jack, and with a sly smile suggested that he was so arrogant because he was also a swordsman. Then Chan wanted to consider swords closer and even split into praise, saying with a grin that the weapon looked impressive and menacingly. But when he grabbed the handle of a black sword without demand, in order to raise it, he almost threw his back. Chan was numb with shock, sincerely not understanding. Why is this blade so heavy? However, if he simply retreats before all those present, then there will be no humiliation for him worse. Then Chan decided that he would raise this sword, even if you have to use internal energy for this. He strained every muscle in the body, put all his strength, even sent his chi to the blade, and as a result, was able to tear off the sword from the floor. And then, Chan turned to Jack and all smeared and out of breath, with a stretched smile asked, do you use it to train muscles? 2 bodyguards behind him immediately burst out with ill-wing applause and assent. But Jack, without the slightest labor, took his sword from Chan's hands and also easily thrown on his shoulder, replied, no, he is not for training. The bodyguards instantly stood up for their young master, starting to say that the sword is a training. This is obvious. However, Jack was also calmly trying to prove the opposite, that only Chan was more angry. He asked menacingly, "Are you mocking me?" And at the same moment a blue aura of ki declared his right hand. But the next moment, Jack got up between him and Jack that she blocked the swordsman and reminded where he was. From such insolence, Chan's bodyguards stunned, while his sister did not even lead an eyebrow. But Chan himself only snorted and laughed at the courage of the girl. However, then he slyly asked Young, "She looks at him so dusty because he is interesting to her?" And the next moment, without waiting for an answer, he brazenly and roughly grabbed the girl by the wrist. And then Chan, with a very unkind smile, suggested that since they would join the tournament together anyway, it would be nice to get to know each other better before. However, in response, Young pulled out his hand and his slippery grip and stated that she had already decided to participate with some others. Chan frowned displeasedly and sternly asked, "Why?" And then, taking a shiver in his hand and gathering all the will into a fist, Young replied that to force her to participate using the influence of the clan. Sorry, and shamefully. For Chan, her words were like a whip, but he immediately pulled himself together and reasonably asked, who would she go with then? And now Young was not there anything to answer, and therefore she hesitated, panicky, thinking what to say. However, the way out of the bad position suddenly found Jack in the person that he suddenly stated, "She was participating with me." Everyone immediately turned his surprised glances to him, and only Chan hissed quietly, "What?" Then his sister decided to intervene in the conversation, asking Jack, "Does he know who speaks to it all?" Jack replied that he did not know, but also asked in Eno, "Does she know who he is?" In response, she only snorted and said with a smile, "It is obvious that no." Then Jack shared with her wisdom, telling that people react to unknown in two ways. Either I do not take seriously, or are afraid. But she, in Under, does both. She does not count with him, because she does not know, and at the same time hopes that he is frightened by her brother. Jack asked, "Does she find it quite contradictory?" To which In was blown up. She smiled, and playfully replied that she did not know. However, then Chan reminded himself, telling Jack that that gut was not thin. In response, Jack explained with a smile that he just eats well. Because they say, who eats well, he says well. From the next portion of wisdom, Chan clutched his hand at the table, and with such force that he began to crack. Then Jack warned Chan to be more careful, and then he would overturn his food. And Chan really wanted to do just that. He wanted to succumb to a provocation and arrange a fight, but instead he, as a master of the sword of the Zanshin clan, decided to keep his face. Therefore, Chan proudly left, saying goodbye to Jack and Young that in this case they would meet in the tournament. His sister left the room of the latter, but finally she looked at Jack and said to him, "I will see each other." On this, the conflict finally ended, and only Young and Jack remained in the room again. But the girl did not feel like a winner. She looked at the table from which Jan broke off a piece in an impulse of anger and realized that now she had big problems. And given the character of Chan and Gul, Jack is also now in danger. And all this through her fault. However, Jack completely did not share the alarms of Young and calmly offered to really participate in the tournament together. But now he will have to change his plans. Young was surprised because he didn't plan to participate in the tournament initially. But Jack explained to her what that is why it was necessary to change. And then Young uncertainly asked, "Really speaking of participation, he meant the Tournament of the Heavenly Dragon." Jack carefully replied that it was, but then Young asked again, why possessing such amazing skills he just stood, and did not ask Chan a good thrashing. And this time, Jack simply stated that he was not fighting with a meal. However, Young took such an answer as an excuse. But then Jack was serious, and added that at least not Chan and Gol, the reason standing behind the decay of Jianghu. And then Young realized that if he said it with such a serious look, it seems he tells the truth. Meanwhile, Chan wandered through the market square, accompanied by his bodyguards, which they desperately tried to cheer him up. One of them assured that Lady Young obviously tried to cause jealousy among the young master. Otherwise, why should she go to the tournament with that ridiculous guy? However, Chan did not consider Jack a ridiculous at all, because that black sword is not one of those that can be so easy to hold in his hands. And this arrogant girl, how dare she rejecting his proposal? And then, at this very moment, Changol swore to himself, which would force them to pay for what happened today. Meanwhile, a family council was held in the house of the Righteous Sword Clan. Vartan complained to her mother, as her youngest daughter, without hesitation, rejected the offer of young Mr. Chan. She also heard that because of this, Chan was upset and made riots in the brothel. However, despite the reproaches of the eldest daughter, Ansuz was still worried about Young, because the rumors of Chan were not at all good. In addition, Jung is still young and cannot be forced to sacrifice her for the sake of the family. But Hvartan objected to her mother's arguments, because now Chan can harm her sister. The head of the righteous sword clan, Li Chu, remained silent. He blamed himself for the fact that his wife and children have to suffer because of his weakness. After all, he would also have the power of Scarlet Death. His clan would also have power. Meanwhile, Hvartan said that in any case, they need to find Cheyenne to begin with. However, she did not have to look for her sister, because she herself returned home, and Suze told the daughter that they were all worried about her. But noticing the guest with her, she asked, "Who is it with you?" In response, Ren awkwardly admitted that this is the one with whom she would participate in the Tournament of the Dragon in Phoenix. About such news, and mother, father, and sister exclaimed amicably, "What?" Then Jack Li Gyong confidently stepped forward and, performing Bao Tsuan, respectfully introduced himself. Well, after greeting, he suddenly became interested in one porcelain vase and asked Li Chu, "Is this porcelain from the province of Fujian?" Then Jack asked, "How much did the family pay for this vase?" To which Chu admitted, 150 nannies. Then Jack with knowledge assured everyone that if he were nearby, the family would have to pay only 120 nannies. Li Chu awkwardly returned the conversation in the previous channel, asking the youngest daughter, will she really participate in pairs with Mr. Jack? But his eldest daughter had a more skeptical opinion about all this venture. Looking at Ren with Jack, she wondered, how can her sister generally participate in a tournament with such an eccentric? Therefore, Hvartan pulled a polite smile on her face and, as if out of pure curiosity, asked, "What clan does Mr. Jack belong to?" And then Jack honestly replied that he did not have a clan, but his parents were selling fruits next to the gates of Yumen. And again, the whole family was amazed at the answer. But now Ren also joined their amazement. Li Chu again tried to change his awkward subject and asked Jack what kind of swords on his back. The head of the clan suggested that Jack could own both blades. That's just such skill is inherent only to third-rate bandits. And alas, the last Nadezhda Li Chu died at that very moment when Jack calmly answered, "Yes, I mastered both swords." However, then he stared at Li Chu's eyes and added that he was quite exceptional in many things and comes from a very strong kind. Once again, Chu was amazed at the answer and asked incorrectly, "Did Jack learn martial arts from parents who sell fruits?" In response, he embarrassedly scratched his head and admitted that it was. But then he asked the family, "Are they going to have dinner?" Meanwhile, Hvartan approached her sister reddened with shame and whispered in her ear so that in the morning she apologized to the young Mr. Chan in the morning. That's how this heavy and eventful day came to an end and gave way to a quiet night. And the tired and depressed Ren was sad through the garden, thinking about Jack. After all, she brought him to her house in case Chan in Gold tries to take revenge on him. But what is she doing now? But soon it turned out that night the girl was not alone, because Jack met on the way. Ren suggested that he could not sleep and was right. Jack admitted that he could not sleep in unfamiliar places. Moreover, he needs to do something that night. Then Ren asked, "What exactly?" In response, Jack clenched his fist tightly and said with a grin, "I will send several bad guys into the next world." However, Ren took his words as a joke, but only, why then is he so serious? The girl thought, did Jack joke about fruit shop? And I decided to find out, asking him about her parents. Ren already knew that his mother was very beautiful, but what is his father? Jack became silent from the question and thought, looking at the water lilies in the pond. But then he still replied that his father was trying to deal with everything, observing the rules, and this is good. But he also imposes them on him. Jack looked up at the night sky and admitted that his parents were against him to be in Jianghu, especially the father. Ren in her thoughts sympathized with Jack, because since his parents are not part of Jianghu, they must be worried about their son. However, then Jack added that his parents are worried about Jianghu, and it seems Ren began to understand why. In any case, her parents also worry about her. However, now that the case has gone so far, Ren completely drooped from these thoughts that she did not hide from Jack's gaze. Therefore, he decided to cheer the girl, saying that he was hungry again, because there were only vegetables for dinner. The joke acted. Ren could not restrain laughter, and then Jack added with a smile, "Will they serve meat tomorrow?" But laughing, the girl asked him not to speak stupid things and leave this place after breakfast. Then Jack carefully looked at Ren's face, as if trying to catch something in him. But then, with the previous cunning, he asked her a question. "Are you worried about me?" In response, Ren instantly burst into a blush and cried out, "Nonsense of a dog!" What Jack laughed at, and then she turned around and headed for the house, finally growing that she was worried only for those whom Jack would meet in the future. For a while, Jack looked after her, even when the girl was already hiding in the house, and his lips again did not leave a smile. Much later, a full moon rose over the lonely palace, known as the Black Market. The entrance to the palace was guarded by 4 guards that, sitting by the fire, shared tanks with each other about their exploits. The first of them, which was with a beard, told his comrades how one guy was shaking with a sword in his hands, trying to avenge his dad. How could a guard close her eyes? He had no choice but to send his son to his father. In response to the story, the other 3 guards erupted with a loud laugh. The second of them, who was with his tail on his head, supplemented the story with a grin, saying that the poor fellow was saved from the fate of the orphan. But the next moment, from behind the trees, Jack came out to the fire and all the guards were in a quest. The one with the tail strictly asked, "Does Jack know where to come and where to be at all?" Then Jack calmly replied that this place is known as a black market. The guard grinned and asked, "You still came knowing this?" The world pounded as I look. Here now even the jerks are rumbling. However, in response, Jack warned the guard that if the word jerk sounds from his mouth again, he would die. The guard instantly jumped to his feet and, grabbing the sword, said that he was too muffled with Jack because he was a jerk. And the next moment he cried out, "You have no manner at all," and rushed with the sword at Jack. But Jack evaded the attack, just slightly deflecting his head, while not leading an eyebrow. And then he hit the guard in the chest with the edge of his palm. Yes, he didn't even hit, but simply touched. However, the guard froze on the spot, which is why his comrade with a beard shouted angrily, "What? Now the kids are beaten?" But in response, the guard fell dead to the ground, and Jack borrowed his sword. The remaining 3 guards were stunned from what they saw. And in the rained silence, Jack told them that this time it is extremely important for him. After all, today he takes the first steps into the future, and therefore he has no choice but to strengthen his determination. But when Jack finished saying, the trinity of the guards jumped to their feet and, grabbing the weapon, cried out, "What kind of nonsense he carries!" And then Jack explained, "This means that even those whom I usually release will have to be killed today." And at the same moment, in the blink of an eye, he lay 3 guards with one wave of a sword. And going to the palace, he also acted with every guard who dared to block his path. And soon the whole palace, known in Jonghu as a black market, was reddened with blood. There was only one room left that the guards defended, especially Yarrow, and to which Jack kept his way all this time. And behind her doors, the swordsman was waiting for the owner of this palace in the company of his retinue. At the very end of the hall, a very fat man was sitting on the throne, surrounded by care and affection of 5 beautiful ladies and 1 hunchback. Jack passed through the whole hall to the owner of the palace. But along the way he caught a strange aroma. However, Jack did not give a look, and instead of greeting, he said to the owner with a smile, "What a pleasant atmosphere you have here." In response, the owner of this palace, which was known as a gluttonous emperor, drank sake from a glass and forcefully lowered her to the armrest of the throne. Then he looked at Jack from top to bottom and asked whose head he appeared, since he raised such a noise. And then Jack answered with a smile, "Behind the head of the most dear person in this room." However, the leader of the black market did not take the threat seriously, but only laughed at it. After all, how dares the museum to desire to buy his life? Therefore, the leader mockingly asked, "Does such a young man have so much money in general?" Then Jack directly asked, "How much?" And in response, the leader triumphantly stated, 500,000 nannies. But what was his surprise when Jack poured from the bag to the floor of the same 500,000, and after he looked with a sly grin at the gluttonous emperor and clarified, "Then hand?" The leader thought that Jack was only chatting, but he really had money. And it seems that in his bag lies an even larger amount. In this case, the leader asked, "What if he raises the price?" Jack replied that then he would be upset. Then the leader asked that if he just kills him and takes this money, and the expected Jack replied that he would be even more upset. Then the voracious emperor imperiously waved his hand and stated that in this case he would upset him a little. And the next moment Jack surrounded the 5 maids. The leader grinned quite and in his thoughts stuck, because Jack got caught as soon as he went into this room. Now he has fallen under the influence of illusory dance of bliss. This is the pinnacle of witchcraft paralyzing the human mind. And in evidence, Jack did not react in any way when one of the maids pulled out a sharp stiletto heated from her hair, and the next moment she hit Jack, aiming exactly in her neck. But to the surprise of the maid, he was able to easily block her hand and pick up the hairpin. And until everyone understood how he managed to free himself from the charms, Jack himself told the maid that she was dancing well, but not so much as to kill him. And with these words, he threw a hairpin, and as if an arrow flew over the leader's head and plunged into the wall lamp. And as soon as he split, as all the maids seemed to come from a deep trance, the girl who intended to kill Jack a minute earlier. Now she said in amazement that the spell had been shot. Then Jack pointed to the voracious emperor and asked the maids, "At least one of them remains here because they like him?" The girls hesitated with an answer, but Jack was not needed. He understood everything in the expression of their faces and the allotted views. Then Jack ordered the maids to leave and not to worry about the consequences, but not one of the girls dared to leave the hall. They were all dragged here by force, and now they were afraid to leave right in sight of their master. Then Jack told the girls that they still need to get courage and leave now, so that then they could live well. His words were able to inspire the maids, but they amused the leader. And having laughed, the gluttonous emperor promised the maids that he would let them go, but only after he cuts off their limbs. The girls were horrified by his words, for they knew that the leader was telling the truth. However, Jack was not impressed by his threat. He completely turned to the leader and with a very bloodthirsty smile said that in this case, he was shining him alive. And at the same moment the gluttonous emperor felt the thirst for blood emanating from Jack. However, from his numbness, the maid's voice pulled him out that Jack thanked Jack for his liberation and for money on behalf of the other girls. She promised that they would all gain courage and would not forget his kindness. In response, Jack told the girls that with money, they will be able to start everything from scratch and wish them a happy life. Meanwhile, the humpback near the leader noticed how he trembled with anger. Just think. The great gluttonous emperor froze in place due to the thirst for the murder of this jerk. And now he could only watch the captives leave him. But the next moment, the rings and bracelets on his hand crumbled due to tense muscles. The gluttonous emperor rose from the throne and the boardwalk immediately cracked under his feet. And then he hung over Jack and stated that he would kill him with the help of his special martial art. Then Jack, with a grin, assured that he would have to withstand a lot of beatings to become even more. In response to impudence, the leader brought down a fist with all his strength, but he managed to bounce. Then the leader waved his palm with a charged key, trying to decapitate the enemy, but Jack spanned the attack. And besides, he still managed to endow the gluttonous emperor with a mocking grin, which was why he was furious even more. He tried to crush Jack with his foot, but he again slipped away. Then the leader screamed so that Jack continued to run away, because soon he would wipe him into powder. However, Jack was not going to run away anywhere, and to the surprise of the leader, jumped already to the ceiling. And the next moment, Jack said that he hates such bastards, and crashed his foot into the leader's face. The blow was so powerful that the fat leader threw it into the wall as a dart. The collision knocked out of it the whole spirit, but the gluttonous emperor has not yet surrendered. Having got out of the wall, he charged his hand with a colossal cluster of ki and growled violently, "Son of a bitch!" But Jack was not impressed. He raised a pebble from the floor, and with contempt asked the leader that he, the ugly creature, did, holding those women in hostages. And the next moment, without waiting for an answer, Jack threw a pebble with such monstrous force that he tore his hand to the leader. He screamed in pain and collapsed on one knee. However, even through the pain, the gluttonous emperor was forced to admit that the jerk is a real master. But in this case, the leader decided to show him all his skills. And having released the stream of all his chi, the voracious emperor shouted, "Do you think that everything will be so easy?" And then Jack answered him, rushing to the attack so swiftly that the leader did not have time to react. And the next moment, Jack brought down a blow on him, in which he put all his chi. She was so destructive that she pierced the voracious emperor through and pierced the wall behind him. The defeated leader grunted blood and collapsed helplessly to the floor. And Jack triumphantly exulted over him and said, "I paid for your life, so I take you." In response, the leader croaked, "Where does he plan to pick him up, at death?" However, Jack replied that he was mistaken, and pointing to the hunchback, he explained, "I turned to him, not to you." The leader of the horse laughed and asked, "What can this worthless?" Moreover, it would not be difficult for Jack to pick him up. So why? And then Jack replied, "Because I needed a reason to kill you." Then the leader looked at the broken guards and said that Jack was worse than him. In response, Jack did not argue, but said that good people never fall into his traps. And then the voracious emperor said his last words. "It is impossible for someone to exist in Jianghu." And when he gave up the spirit, Jack turned to the Gorban. "So we met. The owner of the estate is enough." From these words, the hunchback shuddered and stared incorrectly at Jack. Then he turned around and asked with a smile, "Or I have enough to call you Mulchol in order to hear the answer." And then the former patriarch of the ghostly estate of Mount Tai. Enough for the answer that he had not been called so for a long time. Jack admitted that he did not expect to find a genius of art of formation and construction technology in such a place. Because of this, it took him a lot of time to find the former patriarch. And then Jack asked, was it really so difficult for him to recover from the case? and from these words he grabbed the past. In the ghostly estate of Mount Tai, anyone in Jianghu knows that this place is known for their techniques for building mechanisms. Dark Mu Chol possessed an outstanding talent and had a wonderful family, at least until his daughter touched an incomplete invention, and having lost his family due to an accident, he began to blame his stupidity. In the punishment, Mi Chol mutilated himself, turning into a hunchback and went into wanderings. He cried from these bitter memories and through tears quietly asked, how could he forget this? And then Jack said with sympathy that he is a good person who suffered for 10 years and who will suffer all his life and failed to forget the grief from the loss of the family. From these good words he grabbed Jack and thought, what a strange guy. Risking his life, he tried to save him, the man whom he sees for the first time. Before that, no one spoke such words, and therefore he asked Jack, how was he going to use it after the purchase? In response, Jack let out Aura Key and said only 3 words, to capture Jianghu. For a short moment, silence hung over them, but soon he laughed quietly and thought, is it really my new fate? Nevertheless, he accepted her, humbly knelt down and performing Botsuan said, enough. Mu Chol greets his master. And then he raised his eyes and swore that he would devote the rest of his life to the service of Jack Lee Gun. In response, Jack smiled prettily and going up to him, asked him, then let's start? Ku sincerely did not understand the essence of the question. But the next moment Jack grinned ominously, and his hands flashed an aura, like a flame. And then a scream of pain was heard to the entire palace of the black market. And this scream was heard even by observing the ninja palace that hid on the branches of the tree. But soon the scream subsided, which is why the mysterious ninja suggested that the young master was still fighting. However, the true reason for the silence was that enough Mu Chol now stood in full and shockedly examined his healed body. With a trembling voice he asked, how is this possible? After all, once transformed by higher art, one cannot return your former appearance. But then he had enough of his senses, and immediately bowing to Jack, sincerely thanked him. However, in response, Jack said that he should be grateful, because he would use it until the bones are expired. And the next moment, a ninja came out of the shadow that was Jack's guard and named Mu Yong. He was delighted with the successes of his young master, and in response, Jack was delighted with the appearance of an old friend. However, after a joyful greeting, Jack pricked Mu Yan with a request to shave his beard, otherwise the ninja looks old because of her. And after Jack introduced the head of the estate to the head of his guard, and explained that he will continue to give him instructions. Then Jack again turned to the ninja and warned that the plans have changed. Now they will start with the Zanshin clan. Mu Yon was surprised by such news, and therefore he dared to remind you that earlier the master said it was not worth it to bother with the like, and also a sudden fate in the tournament of the dragon and phoenix. Mu Yong sincerely did not understand the purpose of such actions, and therefore asked, why did the master change plans? In response, Jack closed his eyes and calmly said, you never know when a person changes his mind. However, Mu Yon did not suit such an answer, and he objected that frivolous people usually say so. But Jack only grinned at his words and suggested that Mu Yong was simply jealous of his popularity. The guard objected. The fact that a crowd of women runs behind the master does not yet talk about luck and love. This is only indulgence with desires. Marry a good woman is real luck. However, the arguments of a friend did not convince Jack of the opposite, but only strengthened his confidence that Mu Yong really envies. And while a hot debate flared up between Jack and his guard, the forgotten by them was a Mu Chol Hesed awkwardly. The next morning, Li Chu, along with the youngest daughter, Ren, visited the house of the Zanshin clan. However, the guard guarding the entrance strictly stated that the head of the clan and the young master are now absent. Then Li Chu politely asked if they could have found out when the head would return. But alas, this was also not known to the guards. Li Chu began to worry, because they should apologize to the young Mr. Chan before the situation gets out of control. He asked the guards to tell the chapter about their visit and was about to leave. But the next moment the doors of the house opened, and behind them it seemed a man that he was known in Jianghu as a great master of 8 soaring palms, Quan Huki. He was pleasantly surprised by a sudden meeting with the master Li Chu, and admitted that he was heading here at the invitation of the head of the clan. Li Chu greeted the master, and he recalled that the head of the Zanshin clan loves to boast of his strength, inviting skillful masters. But apparently, he is selective in the choice of guests. Meanwhile, the Master Quan proposed to drink together, since they both have free time. Li Chu did not find a reason to refuse the master, especially when he volunteered to pay for a drink. And while they were moving away from the clan's house, Chan watched them with a satisfied smile. The Master Quan led Chu and his daughter to the Viceni Brie wine house. There he is an order from the bile of a bear, which is extremely difficult to get, and treat them with his companions. Li Chu thanked the master for the pleasure of enjoying such a precious drink. However, Quan overshadowed the festive mood slightly, recalling that at the meeting, the head of Zanshin was extremely upset. Li Chu asked the master to put in a word for them if he had the opportunity to introduce himself to which Quan reassured him and assured him that he would do this. In the meantime, the men had a conversation for drinking. Ren pulled away from what was happening and plunged into the memories of this morning. The girl remembered how to cover breakfast on the table. She noticed that Jack had disappeared. Ren asked the maid about him and she told me regret that Mr. Jack had a pact last night. So simple, without saying a word. Resentment woke up from these memories in Ren with anger, and therefore she hastened to eat them. Anyway, this rogue Jack probably already left Ujan, so why should she worry? So a friendly dinner was coming to an end, and Li Chu sincerely thanked the Master Quan for a great time. However, when Li Chu was going to say that next time he would be treated, Master Quan suddenly caught himself. And then he exclaimed the entire winehouse that he forgot about a very urgent business. And at the same moment, he ran out the door, shouting to everyone goodbye that he would still see. And as soon as his fast, moving steps subsided, the man who runs a winehouse with a polite smile handed whether Chu was a score. But looking at him, the man was horrified, since the cost of one bottle of wine was 120 nannies, and the price for the dishes was beyond the reason. But nothing can be done. Li Chu sighed annoyingly, and admitted that now he has little money with him, and therefore, can he pay tomorrow? The manager smiled again and warned that their institution did not accept the payment by installments. However, she cannot close her eyes to the situation, and therefore Li Chihu does not bring money. His daughter can stay here. And as soon as the manager was told, at the same second, Ren surrounded the 4 armed guards. Did Chu immediately defend his daughter and strictly asked, "Are you going to keep my daughter in hostages?" In response, the manager calmly asked to consider it a guarantee. However, then she thought and added that if Li Chu does not have that kind of money, then his daughter could entertain guests. From such a proposal, whether Chu began to guess that this is not a simple winehouse. And besides, he was disturbed by an unusual aura of the local guards. All 4 were either comparable to Li Chu in strength, or even stronger than it. And because of this, due to the awareness of his own weakness, Li Chu with all his might squeezed the scabbard of the sword. He was already preparing for a non-uniform battle, but the next moment, a familiar voice came behind him. So we met again, the chapter, and when everyone turned back, they saw Jack Li Gion. Ren asked in surprise what he forgot here, and in response, Jack smiled at her and explained that he had just come to drink. However, then he took one of the bottles of wine and put it on the counter, in front of the manager. Jack told her that the wine had a strange taste, and then asked, would they mix anything into it? The manager calmly replied that she did not understand what Jack was talking about. Then he examined visitors to the wine house and noticed that important people come here. But are they really selling fake wine? In response to such an accusation, the manager flashed his eyes on Jack and asked him to speak quieter. However, the next moment, Jack's screams were heard for the whole wine house. The wine from the bile of the bear is a fake. And immediately all visitors raised the noise and turned their eyes to the manager. She tried to reassure everyone, saying that it was just a drunken client, and asked not to pay attention to him. But then Jack publicly stated that for all those present he has proof, and then he proposed a control bet. If he proves that the wine is a fake, he will take away the entire revenue of this institution for today. In response, the manager reasonably asked, if he fails? Then Jack grinned and calmly stated that in this case, she could boil a drink from his bile. On this bet, Jack asked all visitors to go out in order to gather at the warehouse in the backyard. The servant always endures wine from there. But Jack asked all the audience, do they find it strange? After all, why store wine in such a distant and hidden place? Yes, besides, they also hung an iron lock on the door. The manager objected, grinning angrily that in this warehouse they keep trade secrets, and in a lone place would not be stored wine. However, Jack ignored her words and broke the castle with his bare hands, easily carried a huge jug. And when he set a vessel in the middle of the backyard, all the audience gathered smashed the smell of alcohol from it. Then Jack took the bowl and scooped up from the jug that very precious wine. At this moment the manager nevertheless lost her face and was horrified from what was happening. After all, if visitors see what in wine, she is the end. She had to stop Jack at all costs, and therefore decided to kill him first, and during the turmoil, pick up the wine. And then, when Jack had already raised a bowl of wine, the controller shot him with a poisoned needle that hid in his mouth. But this is exactly what Jack was expected from her. and therefore, at that very moment, he grabbed a jug with wine. And the next moment, the needle, like an arrow, broke through the jug through, and he smashed to smithereens, and all precious wine from bare bile rushed to visitors like rain. But in this rain there was something alien, something alive, and having taken a closer look, the visitor realized that they were bugs. There were hundreds of them, and all of them fell into shocked people in a hail, which in a panic asked a single question: why is Bugs in the fault? And then Jack raised a full bowl again and asked with a smile, are there any people who wanted to taste the wine from beetles? But there were no expected people. People looked at the bowl with disgust and closed their mouths from nausea. Then Jack asked loudly at all those present, how can he prove the case if no one tries to blame? In response, one man dared to exclaim that he had never heard that the wine was done using such insects. Then Jack approached the daredevil and politely explained that these insects are called painted beetles, because their backs resemble works of art, and they taste exactly like bear bile, especially their bowel movements. They are so similar that no one with the usual sense of taste would not notice the difference. From the mention of the beacon bowel movements of visitors, he was even stronger. But the next moment, someone from the crowd stepped forward and asked the question, how did Jack learn? And when the manager saw exactly who was the author of the issue, she almost lost her speechlessness from shock, because the person who asked the question was the elder John and Moon, the leader of the Southern Peak Alliance. After the Great Demonic War, which lasted 13 years, having suffered significant losses, 9 great clans and 4 great clans shut their doors. Taking advantage of the emptiness that has formed, the 4 large troops established themselves as the strongest players in Jianghu, and among them, the Supreme Family of the Northern Heaven and the Alliance of Southern Peak are the most powerful. Therefore, this one looks like an ordinary old man is one of the strongest people of the current Jianghu, and that is why everyone around him respectfully greeted him. More precisely, everything except Jack, that he remained standing with his head raised. The elder Yang said that these insects are found only in the south, and therefore he was curious how Jack found out about them. In response, he admitted that from early childhood he wandered a lot, and to the elder's question about who he himself was, Jack answered with a smile that he was the eldest son of drifting clouds and current water, the best fruits on the outskirts. At first, such an answer deprived the elder of the speechlessness, but the next moment he broke out with a loud laugh. Jan and Meng suggested that Jack was simply hiding his personality, and therefore no longer began to climb questions. The elder was accompanied by Mac Hui, the commander of the White Tiger Detachment, and he was surprised by the behavior of his master. Let it not show it. After all, who would have thought that the leader of the alliance would be interested in some boy? Therefore, Mac Hui decided to remind the elder Yan about his devotion and volunteered to try the wine. He had enough one sip in order to understand that he had already drank this wine before, which he announced the manager. The words of Mac Hui shocked visitors, because it turns out that they really drank wine from the bowel movements of insects. But then the shock was replaced by anger, from which people in a lobby pounded the manager. She immediately turned to her bodyguards for help, but they did not dare to go against the leaders of the White Tiger and the Southern Alliance. And while a crowd of deceived people raged, Master Li Chu approached Jack. He thanked his savior and said that if not for Jack, then the whole clan Young would be in great trouble. However, to his surprise, Jack clearly did not possess modesty, and therefore asked in response, who, if not he, would make such a marvelous act? Li Chu awkwardly agreed, and then Jack added with a smile that henceforth would look forward to his relationship as a savior. And then he even suggested returning to the Young clan's house, since there were no free rooms left for the tournament in June. Mac Hui watched Jack with a gaze and admitted to the elder that he was an interesting boy. Jan and Meng agreed with the words of his commander, and stated that more than just interesting. From the moment he saw Jack, those sensations in him that were forgotten for a long time surged again. Now, in Yan and Muna, a mixture of trepidation, excitement, despondency, and ambitions was seething. Directly, as on the day when the alliance of the Southern Peak was in his hands. However, the elder admitted that he had no idea why he feels like that. Mac Hui was alert, because the leader of the alliance, whom he knows, is wise enough to see anyone through. However, this time, he has nothing to say. The White Tiger commander looked again at Jack withdrawing and wondered, does this mean that this guy is so special? So the next busy day came to an end and gave way to an alarming night. This night was anxious because of a man that he raced through the forest with all his feet. A man with a mustache was all in blood and scared, but despite the wounds, he could only think about one thing. You need to warn them at all costs. The fate of Jianghu depends on this. But the next moment someone overtook him, which is why the man immediately grabbed the sword. However, the pursuer presented the token and stated that from the Righteous Alliance. There could be no mistakes. It really was an alliance's certificate, which means that this can be trusted for a person. Then a man with a mustache introduced himself as Moon from the supreme family of the Northern Heaven, and warning that there was no time, he immediately went to business. The group is known as the Society of the Flying Swallow, prepares a large conspiracy. Therefore, tournaments need to be cancelled at all costs. In response, the agent reasonably questioned, why does Moon go to the Alliance instead of reporting everything to the higher? Then, Moon admitted that there is a spy among them, so he cannot trust anyone. But the next moment, two pursuers appeared behind Moon. The man immediately shouted to the agent that he would take them away, and he would warn the Alliance. However, before dividing it, the agent asked Moon, where else did this information leak? Moon replied that the first one who heard her, and then goodbye. The agent with an ominous smile said, what a relief. And the next moment, he mercilessly bewitched Moon that he only managed to be surprised at his words. And when the man's head fell to the ground, the agent with a smile informed him that he was mistaken with the name. The Society of the Flying Net will be correct. And as soon as he told this, the girl in a white kimono sank smoothly on the branch of the tree. The agent immediately fell to her knee and greeted the chapter that she asked about the fate of the rest. In response, the agent, without raising his head, reported that the 14th butterfly had already dealt with the rest. From these words, the chapter smiled rather, and said that this year the Dragon and Phoenix tournament would turn around a last nightmare. Meanwhile, Jack and Ren returned home through the forest. Li Chu temporarily left them in order to buy meat for the savior, which is why Jack wondered all the way, how delicious will the treat? Ren asked if Jack always wants to eat, to which he sadly replied that recently he was thinking a lot, hence so hunger. Then the girl awkwardly clarified, does he think about the conquest of Hubei? To which Jack answered, including. However, when Ren asked what else he was thinking about, Jack did not answer, because he sensed something. But Ren did not understand this, and therefore decided that Jack was lonely, because he was alone in a foreign country. And then Cherny decided to sincerely and with a smile to thank him for today's act. And after she shared her guesses that Chan was ordered by Kwan Huguka and the owner of the winehouse to adjust all this, but she was still thinking to go to the tournament with him. Jack smiled and told her that he was so offering to go with him because he would bring the victory to the Young clan. And then Ren turned to Jack and gazed intently into his eyes, stated that it was so. It will be difficult to defeat the tournament, but at least she will put this scoundrel Chan in Golya in place. Jack grinned at such determination and told Ren that she doesn't have to do anything at all. But if she wants so, then let it be so. However, then he puzzled the girl, saying that first they needed to deal with one fool, and pointed to their pursuer, to which, to the surprise of Ren, turned out to be a master of 8 soaring palms, Kwan Huki. He with a grin asked Jack did he grieve Chan in Golya? Then Jack also grinned and answered the question with the question, do Kwan like to make certificates of crazy victims? From the last word, Ren was horrified and stared at Jack in shock. But this was true, and Kavan himself confirmed it, admitting that Chang and Gol hired him to kill only Jack. But now Ren also became a problem. And the next moment, the girl felt Kwan's murderous intention, because of which she was numb in place. Ren to trembling squeezed the scabbard of the sword and thought, will they be able to win together if they are united? But before, the swordswoman did not fight with anyone to death, and therefore she asked Jack, did he have experience in a real battle? However, Ren was stunned out of the subsequent answer, because Jack suddenly hid behind her, and trembling with fear, prayed, please, save. Kwan Huguka is a master of cystic strikes. When he lets the entrance to his skills, it seems that he has 8 hands. For this, he got his nickname. Once he was a hero who dreamed of a better future for Jianghu, but it seemed that only one villains flourished in Jianghu. It was then that he realized that the division into good and bad did not make sense. Therefore he himself became the evil with whom he had previously fought. And now Ren had to resist this evil alone. She knew that the difference between them in experience and skill was simply colossal, and therefore a trembling girl swept over the girl. But then Jack bent to Ren and whispered in his ear so that for a start she exposed the sword. And, oddly enough, his voice reassured the girl and gave her courage. Young is cut from the clan of the Righteous Sword. She would not just tremble with fear, and therefore she resolutely exposed the blade and directed it to her enemy. Kwan Huguka accepted her challenge, occupying a combat rack, and with the same arrogant grin stated that it looked like Ren was not tolerated to die first. And the next moment he simply disappeared. Where the master was a moment earlier, a cloud of dust was now hanging. Quan rushed to the attack so rapidly that it was difficult to keep track of his eyes. However, at the last moment, Ren was able to evade. The swordswoman was amazed at the speed of her opponent. But then she will also apply her movement technique. But the girl stumbled on the root of the tree and crashed into it with her back. And the next moment, then the tree simply exploded from Quan's destructive blow, and again only by a miracle Ren managed to escape from him. Time seemed to slow down her move, allowing her to observe falling chips and realize her horror that everything is not at all like in training. And to look at Quan's smiling face, the girl realized something else now she could die the truth. However, from the numbness, Ren pulled out Jack's voice that he told her not to rely on the movement technique, but to allow her body to follow the sword. And then he shouted that the sword was not moving. First, the blade moves, and the body follows it. Ren listened to the advice of Jack, and decided to completely focus not on Quan, but on her sword. But Quan only laughed at Jack's words and told him that for someone who is hiding behind, he talks a lot. Ren immediately took advantage of the chance, while Kavan was distracted, and took an attack. But, alas, the master only played with her, and easily evaded the blade. Ren gritted her teeth, realizing that if she was pushed back now, she and Jack both will die. Therefore, the swordswoman did not retreat, but went on the offensive, delivering one blow after another. But Quan, with a smile, reflected them all with his bare hands, and between business, asked Ren, "Does she really think that these children's tricks will work on him?" And in evidence of his strength, he immediately threw the swordswoman back only with one hand. From a hard landing, Ren cut her shoulder, and jumping to her feet, she asked the question, what should she do? But suddenly Jack turned to her with the question, doesn't she think nothing is strange? In the technique of owning a sword, Ren has rather heavy movements, so why does it move so neatly and elegant? From these words, the swordswoman felt the cold swept across the back, because now Jack talks about the technique of Scarlet Death, and claims that she trained incorrectly all this time. Ren remembered her father's words that he told her from an early age. The art of fencing. Scarlet Death is distinguished by a variety in the work of the legs. It is built on the flexibility and speed of movements. So this guy Jack can generally know about the Scarlet Death? After all, he begged to save him. However, in response, Jack calmly stated that Ren looks like a water turtle, stuck on land, and this time, Ren could not object, because she has long been feeling not at ease, as if a wall blocked her path. Is it really that Jack said? Scarlet Death is really fast as an arrow, but slow, like a turtle, and fluid, like water. In this situation, Ren was waiting only for death, but even so, she decided that she should try. Cheed waved her sword, hard, but softly, and at the same second, a cliff of hair flew off Quan's head. And then Cheed finally understood what the Scarlet Death should be. However, while the girl was illuminated, Quan indulged in anger. Warm and angry, he immediately brought down a charge key on Ren. The swordsman managed to take him on the blade of the blade, but the blow was so powerful that it was thrown into the air. And there, high in zero gravity, she has lost consciousness. And Quan, distraught with anger, shouted after her, "You will end!" But Ren never fell to the ground. And when the bloody veil was sleeping from Quan's eyes, he realized that he shouted only the void and the night sky. Quan was puzzled by the question, where did the girl go? But the next moment, Jack's voice came from somewhere on top. Quan turned sharply and his head jumped up, saw Jack, literally standing in the air and holding Ren in his arms. From such a spectacle, Kavan wondered perplexedly, isn't that the steps of emptiness? In response, Jack began to gently lower it to the ground and explained to the amazed Kavan that it was a step of the falling flower, from the steps of heavenly thunder. The techniques of his father were rarely revealed, and therefore, it is not surprising that Quan does not know much about them. Then Quan asked about Jack's father, but before answering he went down to the ground and went to the tree, Ren carefully laid. And only then Jack said that his parents fell in love at first sight, but he never believed in this. However, now, looking at Ren, Jack admitted with a smile that he began to understand them a little. Alas, the touching moment interrupted Quan trembling with fear, which he asked, how did the young man be able to take possession of such martial art? The answer was a blow to such a crushing force that Quan lost half of his teeth and broke his jaw. And then Quan broke a tree that was in his way, and collapsed to the ground with a stone. And rising helplessly on her, the great master of 8 soaring palms realized that this youth was at a level that even he could not comprehend. And when Jack began to slowly hang on Quan, he prayed prayer and hoarsely about mercy. However, in response, Jack suddenly asked Quan, "You know why I hate my father?" And not expecting a response, Jack explained that if his father would be here, then he would definitely tell Quan, and this is very annoying. For the wounded and beaten to the half, death of Quan, the words of the swordsman sounded like a crazy nonsense. Therefore, he decided to take advantage of the chance, and the outburst of all the remaining strength rushed. However, Jack did not rush in pursuit, but reached for the handle of a black sword, and continued the story with an ominous smile, telling that, unlike his father, his mother always repeats, "We will never live like that." And tightly squeezing the handle of a black sword, Jack said that even if his father's path is correct, he would live, following his mother's path. And the next moment, a howl, similar to the howl of ghosts, was thrown throughout the night forest, because of which Quan froze on the spot. And turning around, he saw Jack, shrouded in an ominous, demonic aura. And then Jack Li Gyong tore off the bandage from the black sword and revealed the hellish blade of the north. And then he waved this terrible weapon, and evil spirits immediately burst out of his blades that rushed for the victim in pursuit. And the last one thought Quan Huguka was, "What is this?" And the next moment, the spirits in the blink of an eye tore him into pieces. And watching how Quan's remains fall to the ground, Jack, with the same terrible smile, added that his father's principles are very boring, and then it is time to return home. By that time, the night has almost changed the dawn. Jack slowly carried Ren on his back and sang quietly on the move. The wind blows the cliff, on him alone. I stand that the path portends me. I sing about that. Here my song is inaudible to anyone. It is given to hear it only one flower. And having finished singing, Jack asked Ren, "How does she feel?" After all, the girl already woke up, but did not dare to interrupt the singing. She'd immediately embarrassed and asked to lower it to the ground, but Jack objected, because she was injured. Then Ren asked, "How did it end?" To which Jack told that Quan was completely unlucky, because the swordswoman was able to inflict a mortal blow with his eyes closed. Then Jack admitted that he finished off the dying Quan, which was why Ren was horrified and asked, "Was he really dead?" In response, Jack turned to the girl over his shoulder and stated that of course Quan was dead. He was not a vampire to suddenly resurrect. Ren was terrified even more from these words, because she was half a response for Quan's murder. Jack felt how, out of excitement, the girl squeezed his shoulder and therefore reassured her, saying that because of this, it was not necessary to worry, because Kavon earned death. And besides, is it possible to expose the sword without determination to use it is not an insult for the sword itself? From these words, Ren was shameful and realized for himself that Jack might seem carefree, but sometimes he is like a different person. However, the next moment, Jack became the same and suddenly joyfully stated that this was only the beginning. Ren asked in surprise, "What exactly?" And then Jack also joyfully explained that all this, the tournament and the conquest of the world. Meanwhile, the trinity of the great masters was also heading to Ugan, Yang, Nayen, and Chon. The path was not close, and therefore the masters got hold of a wagon. Yang and Nenom remained in her, while Chon was giving up the provisions, and when he returned, the demoness with 2 sickles strictly asked, "Did you buy them?" In response, Chon respectfully presented her with a bowl of hot dumplings. Finally, Yang made it and looked around the district, stated that sometimes a slow journey is also pleasant, and this also evokes the memories of the good old times. Then John asked Chon, did he know what Nian told her when they first met 20 years ago? As soon as I saw Yang, Nian grabbed his sword, dramatically lowered his voice and said, "The supreme demonic empress, if you dare at least step on the shadow of my master, you will die right away." From such a story, Chon choked on a dumplings, and Nain grabbed his head and said in his defense that at that time he was stupid. However, when John finished laughing, Chon asked her, who did Nain in mind by the master? And then Yan Devon, with a grin, replied that she was talking about Li Guyon's father. Nain laughed and said that time flies very quickly. Li Guyon is already participating in the tournament. And when did he only have time to grow like that? But then the Master of the Thunder sighed heavily and added that many children would suffer at the tournament. However, Yang objected, saying that Li Guyon never contacts the children, unless they deserve thrashing. And on this note, the Trinity continued its way. Meanwhile, one such deserving thrashing was dumbfounded by a report he had heard. Chan still asked the servant, "Is Jack really still alive?" And he replied that he saw Jack leaving the house of the Righteous Sword Clan along with the young Madame Cheyenne. Then Chan angrily asked, "What is Kwon Hyuki doing there?" However, the servant said that Kwon had not returned since he left last night. From such news, Chan was again taken aback, because how could this be? Is this Jack Guyon is in order, while Kwon disappeared? And the next moment Chana visited a very frightening conjecture. Did this tramp Jack defeated the master of 8 soaring palms? However, from such stupidity, Chan burst out with a loud laugh and stated that he should be crazy since he thought about such absurdity. And having laughed, he immediately served and added that he had no matter how it was, and he finds out the tournament if it was just luck or skills. The next day began with a solemn salute in honor of the opening of the Dragon and Phoenix tournament, which visited many families from all the regions, and among their flags one could notice the supreme family of the Northern Heaven, the clan of the Southern Sword, and the Kvan family. In addition to the crowd of gathered spectators who arrived at the tournament, guests were met by a formidable guard. But suddenly some girl from the crowd screeched with delight so loudly that the men stood with her had his ears. The reason for such a violent reaction soon appeared in the person of the young Mr. Haga, the heir to the supreme high heaven. And he did not come alone. The young master was accompanied by young Madame Samasa from the famous Sim clan. Young Mr. John Suchan walked behind them, the heir to the alliance of the Southern Peak, and the young Madame Solbekwi, the daughter of the mountain shelter of the Green Tree. And after them followed Chung Churn from the Righteous Sword clan in the company of Jack Lee Guyon, the son of the best fruit merchants on the outskirts. And expected no one in Jun knew no one knew about Lee Guyon. But looking at his equanimity and calm, Ren was amazed, and even began to envy such a thick-skinned one. But Jack himself was completely delighted with what was happening, and told the companion that the supreme family of the Northern Heaven was probably very rich, since he decorated everything well here. However, to his sincere surprise, in response, Ren smiled at him for the first time, and first called Li Gun, and then she told him, "Let's try," and Jack's lips again touched a warm smile. But then one of the organizers of the tournament called all 8 teams to him, and Ren immediately began to rush Jack. The organizer at the entrance to the hall ordered them to simply expect inside and not touch anything. However, being inside the hall, Jack told Ren that they were warned, as if they were waiting for them to touch something. But Ren asked more important questions. Why were they all brought here? And will they not be forced to fight at the first stage? But when the girl was going to share her thoughts with Jack, his gaze suddenly caught on one tablet on the wall, and on the plate itself it was written, "The competition begins from the moment of entering." Cheed asked Jack, "Does this mean that the tournament has already begun as soon as they entered?" However, he only grinned to signs and crossing his hands on his chest said, "Clearly." And then he pointed to the picture under the sign and asked Ren, "Did she find anything strange in the picture?" The girl carefully looked at the canvas on which the battle was depicted, and the next moment she seemed to dawn on her, which was why she exclaimed that the picture depicts 18 fighters, and they all hold 18 traditional weapons of Chinese martial arts. However, Jack stopped Ren, and with a smile explained to her that this was only a trick that attracts attention to the weapons of the fighters. Ren asked, "Does this mean that another secret is hidden in the picture?" And then Jack advised her to look more carefully. Cheed listened to the advice, but did not see anything special except the eyes of the warriors, and then she dawned on her again. The eyes of all the soldiers in the picture were addressed to one thing, which turned out to be a smoker for incense, and just such a smoker was in all participants in sight. Ren remembered that they were ordered not to touch anything. But does this mean that they are disqualified if they disobey? And as soon as she thought about it, at the same second Jack unceremoniously and brazenly grabbed the smoker in front of everyone. And then he quickly examined the exhibit and finding a hidden inscription, showed it to Ren. The girl read the inscription that she said, "The Hall of the Dragon and Phoenix." But what could this mean? However, Jack immediately guessed that they just needed to find this hall in order to go through the test. But when he was about to return the smoker to the place, one of the participants in the tournament suddenly called him out with Ren. That was the young man who very much reminded of the rule not to touch and said that such spit should not be pulled off. Then the dissatisfied young man sternly asked, "Did Jack and Ren think that their actions could adversely affect all other participants?" And then he gave Jack a piercing look and ordered him to put the smoker in his place right now. However, the words of the young man did not impress Jack at all. He only sighed at the same and asked him, "Therefore, such a young guy observes all the rules? After all, the youth should master and rebel against the foundations." In response, the young man again shouted angrily that this was only a miserable excuse for immature children who could not pull themselves together. But behind the righteous speeches of the young man, there was not a thirst for justice, but personal benefit. He quietly squinted at the judges that they calmly watched their skirmish and chopped in thoughts. After all, he is his chance. He will teach a fool a lesson, and will make a good impression on the judges. In addition, it was ordered not to touch anything, but they did not say anything about the exposure of the blades. The younger sister of the young man tried to calm her brother, but he already decided everything for himself. With a self-confident grin, he began to expose the sword and reassured his sister, telling her that he would just teach Jack a little. However, the next moment, Jack was in front of the young man, and putting his palm on the hilt of the sword, returned it to the sheath. The young man with all his might tried to expose the blade again, but his hilt rested on Jack's palm. And then the young man was seriously puzzled by the question. How can Jack be so strong? But then Li Gyong gazed stare at his eyes and advised him not to disgrace with an ominous smile, but to obey his sister. The young man simply numb in place, but not because of Jack's words, but because of his frightening aura. However, his younger sister considered that his brother still restrained herself, and therefore thanked him for that. She put her hand on him that she squeezed the hilt of the sword, and reminded her brother so that he would never expose the sword against the weak. And then she bowed to Jack and asked for forgiveness for their rudeness. In response, Jack did not say anything, only amiably smiled and put the smoker in place. And after that he turned to the exit from the hall and called blood behind him. The girl was sincerely amazed at the fact that right now it happened, but silently proceeded behind Li Gun. However, the guard at the exit warned them that if they leave without permission, they would be disqualified. But to the surprise of all participants in the hall, Jack carefree agreed with such conditions. And before going out, he turned to the young man and said that only because of his sister, he would give him a little advice. If both of them want to go to the second round, they should follow Li Gun. However, in response to the advice, the young man overshadowed and asked, "Did Jack hear what would be disqualified?" But he only laughed at his question and left the hall with Ren, and soon they both stopped in front of the gates to the Dragon and Phoenix Hall. And while Jack opened the heavy door, Ren asked him, what if only they could have guessed? However, a crowd of participants waiting for the doors was a response to the girl more eloquently of any words. From amazement, Ren asked loudly, "How did all these people be able to solve the riddle?" Meanwhile, Jack examined all the gathered participants, and among them found a couple of familiar faces. In the hall of the Dragon and Phoenix there was already a young gentleman to their Hagi, along with Samasa, as well as Jansu-chan with Sol Bekva. Jack grinned and hinted Ren that prestigious clans are not in vain called prestigious. The girl guessed what he was talking about, but still clarified, whispering in the ear, did he mean that they had all a dishonest advantage? Jack explained that prestigious clans warned in advance and, as evidence, he pointed a finger at one Blan. Ren followed his hand and noticed in the crowd of the participants of Chan with her sister, in Kva. Cheed was indignant because how this bastard could show here after what he did. Meanwhile, Chan noticed the girl's gaze on her and suggested that she knew something. She must have met Kwan Huguka, but what happened that night? Then Chan looked at Jack and thought, where did Kavan go? However, in response to the gaze, Jack gave him a very terrible smile. Chan immediately turned away so as not to show the fright, and suggest that perhaps Kwan simply took the money and escaped. But the course of his thoughts was interrupted by inund, or rather the expression of her face and the look, in which the desire was read. Chan followed his sister's gaze and returned to Jack that he only shook his head with a grin. From the realization that his sister is building eyes to this rogue, Chan gritted his teeth and trembled with anger. However, before he managed to tear his sister, gongs ringing rang out throughout the hall, and immediately all the participants together turned his eyes to the man that he had risen to the balcony. It was none other than Bon Sechkan, the head of the Supreme Family of the Northern Heaven and the main coordinator of the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. He looked at all the participants present and publicly announced that all the dragons and phoenixes had gathered together, and therefore he congratulates them on the passage of the first test. And as soon as Shikan was completed, the same moment the hall burst into the joyful exclamations of the participants. Ren also could not hold off joy, and with a smile told Li Gun that he was right. However, the next moment, someone's screams and indignation came from outside the hall, and turning around, Ren and Jack saw the same young man with his younger sister, whose path was blocked by the guard of the hall. And then the young man furiously stated that one of the exam conditions was violated, and there are people in this hall who should be removed from participation. In response to such a demand, Bon Sechkan gave the impudent look with a piercing look and in a cold tone asked, what condition was violated? Then the young man said that they were ordered not to touch anything in the waiting room, and they all followed this rule. And then he pointed to Jack with Ren and stated that those who violated the rule should fail this test. Other participants echoed the loud words of the young men, which also honestly followed the rules. But the next moment, their disgusting exclamations struck Sechkan, imperiously ordering to stop this miserable nagging. And then he asked all offended and dissatisfied, in your opinion, they are engaged in charity in Zhonghu, or a joke for you is a joke for you? Here, in Jianghu, a warrior never knows when he is in danger, and therefore you always need to be on a watchman. But this is exactly what the failed participants failed. They are so careless that they would hardly notice even their own killers. And then Ban Sechkan loudly asked, "Is it really not a shame to all of those who have traveled here all the way and solved the riddle?" But neither the young man with his sister nor the rest of the participants found something to say. Meanwhile, Ren quietly asked Jack, how did he find out that the sensor was the key to the clue, or is it just a coincidence? But in response, Jack objected, saying that there was no such thing as a simple coincidence in Jianghu. And then Cherry realized that this world is much worse, much colder, and much more spoiled than she expected. And Ren also realized that if she had not gone to the tournament with Li Gaian, then, probably, she would also fail. Meanwhile, the young man began to console the crying sister and told her that they had no choice. They would have to return home. But Shkan, who was watching them, quietly grinned for everyone. In his dark thoughts, he told the young man that he would thank the heaven for being left. Because this year the tournament of the Dragon and Phoenix will turn into a real hell. On this, the first stage of the tournament came to an end, and the day was replaced by sunset. The family has decided to celebrate the success of her daughter, having arranged dinner in the garden. And this time Surin joined them, the third daughter of the head of the righteous sword clan, and the younger sister of Ren, which, throughout the dinner, Jack entertained and cheerfully, boasting of his culinary talents. He told the Jung family that his mother was perfect, he could not cook, and therefore he had to learn to cook himself. And Suz with a smile praised Jack, saying that the cook came out of him better than from herself. But Ren was glad for his younger sister, because he finally woke up a good appetite, and she didn't even remember when the last time she saw Serene so cheerful. Indeed, at the age of 7, the disease crushed her. But even the best doctors could not find the cause of the disease. The state of the sister was only worsening, and Ren herself did not know if they would someday find a way to heal her, which was why tears rolled in front of her eyes. Meanwhile, Academy of Sciences of Suz thanked Jack for a wonderful dinner, and Li Chu said that only thanks to him, Ren could go through the first stage of the tournament. In response to praise, Jack said with a smile that they could rely on him in the second round. Such an answer was pleasantly surprised by Cheyenne, because earlier she would have thought that Li Gaian was arrogant again. However, only a fool will not understand that he is an unusual person. Therefore Ren wondered, who is Jack really? Much later, the sunset faded into the deep night, and Jack Li Gaian was in the middle of a flower field. But the next moment, the earth underfoot suddenly trembled, and then completely took off. And soon the beautiful view of the floral field was replaced by a view of the rocks that were buried in a thick fog. And from the sight of such a transformation, Jack enthusiastically praised the work of the master of the mind. He warned that he was going to deactivate the formation and lowered the lever of an unprecedented mechanism. And the next moment, the cliffs turned to the dust that the wind immediately dispelled. And in front of Li Gun, his faithful guard, Mu Yong, and the master grab, he explained that this was the simplest of the 3 formations that they would install on the estate. The mysterious flowers of the 9 palaces. The second formation is called 5 elements and 7 stars, but the third is the formation of the Great King of the Light. The last formation is especially strong. No martial arts master can get out of it unless it knows how to solve it exactly. Jack praised the work of the master, calling it incredible, but in one he was still mistaken. After all, there is a martial art that allows you to destroy absolutely any formation. Li Gaian was surprised by the master, and then Jack assured him that he would ever find out about him. The meeting came to an end, and Jack headed back to the city, listening to Mu Yan on the way that he followed. The guard said that in addition to the 3 formations, the mechanism 7 Stone Way to the Gloomy Reaper will be installed, and the main buildings will be located immediately behind him. In response, Jack stopped and looked at his friend with a smile, said that with this they would take a step closer to the formation of the strongest and most impressive Jianghu. However, then Mu Yong suddenly realized and reported that he found out about the whereabouts of the God of the Wind. Then Jack decided to go after him tomorrow. The ninja with a grin asked his young master, "Where does he get such an interest? Is there really someone to whom the master would like to give him?" In response, Jack advised a friend not to ask questions to which he already knows the answer, to which Mu Yong apologized, but the laugh could not restrain himself. But then the wind rose that the crowns of trees began to sway. Wai Gaian suddenly admitted that he himself did not know why, but his soul was always touched by knightly species. Then Jack slyly looked at his friend and asked, did not happen to him in childhood that he was not in the know? In response, Mu Yong laughed and assured that nothing like this happened, and if it were, then the young master would have got out on his own. However, From the fun words of his friend, Jack suddenly seriously stated that sometimes he hates this. Muyong was immediately confused, trying to explain that he had nothing wrong with, but Jack reassured him, habitually laughing and saying that it was a joke. And then did Gyuna looked at the knight Jiang-hu and asked his guard, "What do you think I can make all these lights with my own?" Then Muyong also looked at the night city and replied that no one except the young master could cope with this in all Jianghu. The morning of the next day began on the lively and noisy market square of Ugun. In the morning, Jack brought Ren here early that he did not stop asking all the way. Where did he lead her? But now, being next to the destination, Li Gyun finally explained to the girl that they were heading to the place where they were selling real weapons. The reason for such a tour was that it did not understand the weapon at all, and therefore Jack decided to show her good examples. And for this purpose, he brought the girl to the shadow weapon shop, which was literally forced by racks with the cold weapons of all kinds of views. And the owner of this weapons was a very harsh appearance. In his presence, Cheer was crushing and in her thoughts stated that this place, like his master, looked frightening. Then Ren looked at Jack that Kunai threw up playfully and thought, because she believed that he was in June for the first time, since he learned about this shadow commander of weapons. Meanwhile, whether Gion turned to the seller, asking, "This is all that he has?" However, before answering, the old man drew his eyes on a couple of swords behind Jack. And only after he, with a grin, replied that the guy like Jack would interest something more unusual. And then the merchant was absent, so that he would soon return with a casket in his hands. The old man said that a special client deserves a special product, and with these words, the casket opened. And then Black and Jack saw a treasure hidden in him, a dagger frosty jade. Ren did not see anything like this in her life, and therefore she could not restrain her delight, and said that the dagger was beautiful. But the next moment the merchant said that he would give him in just 15,000 nan, and at the same second, the girl's delight was replaced by a shock. However, Jack calmly asked, "Will they get anything in addition if they buy a dagger?" Why, Ren was even more stunned. In response, the old man asked, "What does Jack want as a bonus?" Li Gyun admitted that he did not know and asked, "Can they choose something from this room?" The merchant thought, because this guy should know that all the goods here are by no means ordinary, but Jack seemed entertaining to him, and therefore he agreed. And then Li Guyan pointed his finger at the desired object, and with a smile said that in this case he would take this. And when Black and the merchant looked at his choice, both were amazed at what they saw. However, the next moment, the old man smiled pretty much, baking his teeth, and asked the young man. Then in response, the merchant heard Jack Li Gyong, that again surprised him, because he heard such a name for the first time. However, the fact that this young man was able to recognize such a treasure speaks of his extremely unusual origin. Then the merchant wondered, can those swords behind him be those that he thought about? Nevertheless, the old man grinned again and said that it seems that this thing found his master, and then asked Jack, would they see again? In response, he hinted with a smile that since the merchant was so kind, it was quite possible. And then the old man and Jack were stipulated by the deal, laughing in a friendly way, which was why Ren was not at ease of them. And when they left the Ujan market and ended up outside the city by the river, Cheyenne burst into angry indignations about the fact that of all the things that Jack could get dead, he chose dilapidated gloves. And while she called Li Guian with a crazy fool, he calmly washed the same dilapidated gloves in the river. But soon the girl's dissatisfaction was replaced by curiosity, which was why she began to ask Jack, where did he get so much money from? In response to numerous questions, whether Guian ordered Ren to calm down and give him his hand, but the girl objected that she did not need a glove. Then Jack explained that this glove will help her in the development of martial arts, since she was stuck on the 7th star. Cheat in surprise asked how he found out what Jack said with a grin that he knew everything about her. Ren held out uncertainly and asked Li Jack that this would help, and then in response, he tightly squeezed her palm. And then he looked into the girl's eyes with a serious look, and told her no less seriously that even the most ordinary things have their own special energy, and therefore she should wear them with reverence. These words struck the blue, which is why she could only quietly say, good. And then Li Guian carefully put on her hand a glove, looking at which Ren was again surprised, for she turned out to be transparent as glass. And the next moment, a glove on her hand let out a stream of wind that stirred the nearest trees. Cheed was frightened and immediately asked Jack, what kind of strange energy is this? But he did not answer, and the raging wind, to the even greater surprise of the girl, suddenly began to return to the glove on her hand. And then the glove let out a powerful wave of compressed air, and everything around immediately subsided. Ren looked at her hand shocked, on which it was impossible to examine the glove, and in her thoughts stated that it was an unusual thing. And only then Jack spoke again, telling with a smile that this glove called Ren, which means that the girl definitely has potential. And as if in confirmation of this, the hieroglyph suddenly caught fire on the palm of the palm of the palm of his hand, which meant the wind. Then Li Gyong showed his hand, on which the symbol also caught fire, and with a smile told the girl to say hello to the god of the wind. He then explained that if each of them puts on a glove, then they will react when they are close to each other. In response, Ren exclaimed that this could not be, but Jack assured her, which could, since these gloves are made of special material. Moreover, these gloves initially belonged to the king of fistfight, the god of the wind, the greatest master that lived 300 years ago, so this is a treasure that to look for. Then Cheat asked, why did such a treasure were lying in a shopping trader weapon? But in response, Jack only shook his head and downloaded that perhaps the merchant was waiting for the one who could recognize them. He also added that the glove will allow Ren with his bare hands to block Chi's swords, but not now, since the girl's internal energy is still weak for this. However, then Li Gaian noticed that Cheer was lagging behind and for some reason standing still, bowing his head. And then the girl raised an alarming look at him and asked, why does he do all this for her? But in response, Weather Gaian said nothing, but only gave Ren a warm smile. The second stage of the Dragon and Phoenix tournament met his participants with a gloomy sky and pouring rain. Inside, the palace was full of spectators that gathered in the stands around the square arena. Among them there were also Jack and Chin that they decided to observe their opponents. However, to the surprise of the girl, a stone slab stretched across the entire arena, on which traces of someone's legs were forever captured. And then the tournament coordinator approached the stone slab, Bon Sechkan, and publicly announced that this year the second test would be a test of dexterity. The rules are simple. Participants need to go from the edge to the edge of the stove. But there are two conditions. Participants can only step on the traces marked on the stove, and the couple should move synchronously. With back, the husband Eugene whispered that it was easier than he thought. However, his father-in-law, Li Chu, clearly did not agree what his alerted appearance spoke of. Meanwhile, Jian Sushin, the heir to the Southern Peak Alliance, said with a self-confident grin that anyone who practiced martial arts would cope with this. And then he added that it was childish fun, which immediately attracted the general attention of the audience. Bon Sechkan calmly looked at the daring participant, but in his thoughts he wondered, is this the heir to the Southern Peak Alliance? What a pity. Starting from the second stage, prestigious families do not get advantages, and none of the judges is a member of 4 great families. Therefore, is this Jian Suchin plot to pass the test? But Jack Li Gyong was much more reasonable than the opponent, and quietly admitted that this test would be difficult. Ren was amazed at such a revelation, and then Jack explained to her that all the masters have their own individual habits, and this is especially true in relation to the movements of the legs. After all, this happens unconsciously, and if you focus on the traces, you can lose balance. In addition, the couple should move synchronously. Meanwhile, one of the spectators asked, should everything come out while the couple will perform? To which Sechkan stated that the test would be under the supervision of the rest of the participants. Then one of the participants, behind Ren, was surprised, because in this case to those who come later will be easier. To which another participant suggested waiting for someone to pass. Cheat agreed with such an idea and shared it with Jack, saying that it would be easier for them if you first see how others go. However, before Li Gyong managed to answer her, one of the participants rose from his place and stated that he would act first. In response, Jack praised the daredevil with a grin, because there is always a special value to be the first. Meanwhile, the tournament coordinator announced that the young master Hagi volunteered to participate first. And after the announcement, the heir to the supreme family of the Northern Heaven entered the arena with his companion Samasa. One of the spectators suggested that it should be, Hagi is confident in himself, since he wants to be the first. But was it extremely interesting how the first participants would move? But if she looked at Jack at that moment, she would have noticed that his face was not leaving a grin. And then Hagi was the first to enter the stove, and at the same second he was declared a blue aura of chi. And the next moment, he simply disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only a cloud of dust rising. Hagi and Samasa rushed forward with incredible speed. One of the judges watching them stated that Haga's steps were fast and accurate, which the second judge agreed with. But about Samasa, he noticed that the young lady is a little difficult. However, she still kept up with her partner, which could not but impress. And then Hagi finished the test and followed by him. And immediately the audience burst into congratulations to the young master and mistress, to which Jian Sushan snorted irritably. And then Bon Sechkan announced that Hagi and Samace had passed the test, And then Cheadley quietly admitted to Jack that she was worried and asked him, would they cope? In response, Lee Guyon gave the girl the most radiant smile and calmly stated that he was not, and expected from such a direct and honest answer, it was worn out in earnest. However, then Jack reassured the girl, explaining that they could not be able to, which is why Ren was only finally confused. Then Lee Guyon got up and told her that he had to go prepare. Ren asked in surprise whether they should still look at performances, but Jack assured that this would not help them. This test is a test for whether you can work with your feet, so they are waiting for a failure if they try to repeat the movements of other participants. And with these words, Lee Guyon led Chai into the backyard of the estate, where there was not a soul. Jack calmly came out right in the rain and asked Ren to show him the technique of the sword Scarlet Death in order to correct it. After all, the girl will not be able to pass the test, owning technology at the level of the Kingdom of 7 Stars. Blah was once again surprised by Jack's request, because how can one understand the essence of technology when you see it only once? Therefore she asked Lee Guyon, who is he, and whether he was the master of martial arts. And then, in response, Jack turned to the girl and with a sly grin assured that he was good enough to train her. Ren could not say exactly what Gyun had in mind, but exposing her sword, she decided to try. And the next moment, she was cut from the house of the righteous blade to perform a scarlet death in front of Jack, as if performing a dance in the rain. And he carefully followed every step of the girl and the waves of her sword. However, then he suddenly told Ren to stop and repeat the last part of the equipment, but half a breath more slowly. She did as it was ordered, and at the same second the girl was numb from a new, unfamiliar feeling. She just slowed down the movement half in breath, but the wave was felt completely different. Then Jack, with a satisfied smile, told her that everything was fine and ordered to continue, and Chead continued in the same spirit. But now each of her waves was felt in a completely new way, as if the girl first performed this technique. And Lee Guyon continued to point out her mistakes and gave advice. When you need to tighten your hand more, when you need to swing more slowly with a blade. Ren strictly followed every one of them, becoming more and more convinced in practice that every word of Lee Guyon was of great importance. And now the moment of the final part of the technique has come. But at this very moment he was heavily realized that it was completely different from what she had been doing all these years. And when the Scarlet Death was fulfilled, Ren simply froze in place, staring in the void in amazement and wondering, is this the same technique that she knows? And then she looked at Lee Guyon and asked another, but former question, who is he? And Jack, as if nothing had happened, congratulated Ren, and said that her technique had just reached the Kingdom of 8 Stars. In response to such news, she stared incorrectly at him and then exclaimed, for you, martial arts joke or what? Meanwhile, outside the city, on the forest road, Mu Yong also wet in the rain. However, not without reason. The guard Lee Guyon had a task, to meet very important guests from afar. And soon, in the distance, the trinity of travelers appeared that in such a bad weather they kept the way to Ujan. That was Yang Snow Yun, a demoness with 2 sickles. Whether the dignity is found, the sword of thunder, and Chonmu Ak, the sword of demons. When the trinity of the great Mathers approached, Mu Yong respectfully greeted them, to which John only grumbled. They had not seen each other for a long time. Then Mu Yong informed everyone that the young gentleman was now participating in the tournament of the Dragon and Phoenix, and then volunteered to hold the Masters in Huan. Jan accepted the guide but finally stated that the beard is aging, and whether San also added for 5 years at least. Then Yang wondered, why did Gyun even take part in the tournament? To which Nine suggested that he was starting something again. And while the great masters were heading to meet with Lee Guyon, his guard remained standing in the rain, struck by the truth about his beard. Meanwhile, at the tournament of the Dragon and Phoenix, the line came Black and Jack. However, all the spectators were surprised by the fact that both participants for some reason were wet to the thread. But despite this, Jack Lee Gyong, a drifting clouds and current rivers, and Jung is cut from the Righteous Sword Clan, ascended and respectfully introduced themselves. Some spectators were embarrassed by Jack's nickname, while others chuckled quietly, deciding that he did not even have a clan. However, the opinion of the others was not worried. He encouraged Ren, saying that her technique of Scarlet Death reached 9 stars, so now she easily cope. But she was not so sure of this herself, because she never heard someone so quickly increased her level of skill. Meanwhile, Jack went to the stove and asked Ren, did she know what he called their strategy? And then he jumped onto the stove and turning to the girl told her the name. The Dragon and Phoenix shine together. And when Cheer entered the stove after and joined Lee Gun, all the audience that had previously laughed at him immediately lurked his breath. because with what natural simplicity and ease, he overcame the test, just amazed. This was completely different from the rapid and sharp of Haga, and at the same time, Ren and Jack were still managed to talk. The girl enthusiastically admitted that she was dancing. Then Li Gaiyun with a smile told her that the mind comprehends the principles, and the body overcomes their action. This is how the essence of martial arts is known. Chithi wanted to continue the conversation, but the next moment she had already reached the end of the stove and went into the arena. And when Jack joined her, the girl asked in surprise, "Is this really the end?" In response, Gaiyun only smiled cheerfully, and then Ren admitted that she did not even remember how they could go. Jack praised his companion, saying that this was an impressive performance of the dragon and phoenix shining together, and then he was already cutting to him with a cheerful smile, while the coordinator of the tournament announced their success. Well, when the second stage of the tournament came to an end, and the sky over the duck was sifted, Ren met the relatives that they began to praise her and ask about when she only managed to hone her skills. But Li Gyona met the harsh trinity of the great masters, accompanied by Mu Yan. However, despite the strict appearance of Yang Dvan Yong, Jack rushed to her with an open arms and joyfully called her grandmother. That's just Jan did not allow to put herself in a strong arms, injections of retch with a sickle in the forehead. And then she added that it was disgusting. Anyone will now think that he is her native grandson, which is why everyone else burst out with a cheerful laugh. Jack also laughed, and holding his forehead with his palm, told Jan that she was overclocking, because this is their first meeting in a very long time. However, Jan did not buy his nagging and directly asked, what is he going to do by creating such a big problem as a combat faction? And then Li Gyun calmly answered her that he intends to absorb the whole Jianghu. Jan snorted and asked for such a statement. What will he do then with 9 great families, 1 union, as well as the 4 main clans of Jianghu? And in the end, she asked the main question, what about the divine cult? Mu Yan, Nan and Chan too was interested in what the young gentleman would answer this. And then Li Gyun still calmly said that he did not worry about what had not even happened. Such an answer obviously did not disappoint his associates, and Yang sighed doomedly and asked quietly, and to whom did he go? Then Jack turned to his guard and ordered him to accompany the elders, to which he asked, where's the young gentleman going? By the time Li Gyong reached their destination, the sunset had already dropped into the mountains, and then, the accompanying him is black with a very awkward smile from him. Is he joking? However, Jack assured the girl that he was serious and now they will cross the bridge. And then he pointed to the same mentioned bridge over the cliff that in June was known as a bridge of life and death. From such news, Ren was stupefied, but she was able to stutter, for no reason. Then Jack warned that Ren would regret it a lot if he did not go, because the one he is now heading is largely connected with the girl. And in order to prove the reliability of the bridge, he was the first to rise on him and assured Ren that this bridge is like even land. However, the girl exclaimed in fright that there was a bit below. Then Li Gyong turned to her and said that it was precisely such thoughts that the masters distinguish from a beginner, because the master does not see the difference. The plain is, or the bridge over the abyss. From these words, Cheer is shameful and willed in spirit, because she herself knows that she is not a master. However, then Jack encouraged the girl, saying that she has a warehouse of the mind of a real master, and therefore does she think that she should try? And then, let her still be scared. But Cherry realized that Li Gaiyun was right. She just needs to go like along the path, which Ren did, heading towards Jack. The boards creaked under her feet, but the girl brave and reassured herself, saying that everything was better than she expected. However, then Li Gaiyun suddenly realized and with a guilty smile admitted that he had previously forgotten to tell something. A strong wind often blows here, so it should be careful. And as soon as he told him this, a stream of wind fell on the bridge at the same moment. He was so powerful that he stirred up the bridge, and with him, threw a girl into the air. Jack immediately shouted to her that there was no need to be afraid. I need to think about the bridge as a plane. However, it could not imagine the plane. She saw only the abyss in which she falls, and therefore closed her eyes with fear. But Li Gaiyun's eyes suddenly lit up with a scarlet flame, and at the same second he let out a clot of demonic aura towards Ren falling Ren. And the next moment the girl literally froze in the air, as in zero gravity. And then the unknown force smoothly and carefully lowered her onto the bridge. But even after that, Ren did not let go of trembling, and not taking her eyes off the abyss. She realized that she had almost died. She knew that she had to continue to go, but only her legs simply did not obey. But the next moment Li Gyung spoke to her and admitted that when he first saw her, he thought that his heart stopped. And then Jack smiled Ren as he smiled before and said to her, "Come to me because I like you." And then the fear in Cheed was replaced by sincere amazement, and she looked from the abyss to Lee Guyon. Ren told herself that this was impossible, but nevertheless, her legs themselves led the girl towards Jack. And so they finally overcame the motte and stepped on the hard ground again, faced the temple. Only then Ren came to her senses and asked Jack, what did he tell her now? However, he made misunderstanding and slyly specified the girl. What did he tell her like that? And then, having bored with a blush, Cheer asked, did Jack say all this to just distract her from the abyss? But in response, whether Gyung only said that Ren was really smart, as he thought. And when he turned away to the temple, Cheed with all his strength crashed along the bridge's support, and in her thoughts was indignant. How dare he play with other people's feelings? But the next moment someone behind her angrily asked, who waves his fists on the Holy Land? And when Cheer turned around, she saw an angry monk that he told her to stop right now. The girl immediately bowed her head and asked for forgiveness, and only then, Lee Guyon turned to the monk. But what is strange, as soon as the monk was seen by Jack's face, he immediately flinched. And then the monk sharply changed his anger to mercy and saying that the young people are so fun, so hurried away. But then Lee Guyon told the monk after that he had a rather amazing disguise. And the next moment, the monk was numb with fear because Lee Guyon added, you can't deceive my eyes, a freak. The monk had no choice, and therefore not to talk on the street. He invited Jack and Ren to the temple, and there he accepted to lament. How can the Buddha be so indifferent to him? How could he send such a crazy monster here? And then, continuing to lament and pray to the Buddha, the monk began to tear off the mask from his face. And watching this terrible and strange process, Cheerly asked Jack, who is this monk? Then Lee Gyun answered with a smile that this was a fraudster, a charlatan, and a thief, and he also had about 8 useless skills. However, Chi did not count it like that, because this monk is talented as much as 8 different areas. Therefore, she suggested, can a all-artistic handsome man hide under the mask of the monk? But alas, a fluffy insurance person turned out to be her disappointment under the mask. Then Jack went up to him and putting his palm on the top of his head. Ren said that it was his student. Cheed in surprise asked, how did it happen? To which Jack explained that the insurance person lost to him in the dispute, and the loser had to become a student of the winner. Then Ren asked, what did they play? And thinking, Jack told that at first there was a party in Wezi, then fraud, and then a duel. However, in response, the insurance person began to claim that someone told Jack the moves with telepathy, and he also used dirty tricks, and probably used poison. Cherna was surprised from what he heard, because the insurance person is a master in such things. But still, Jack went around him. Meanwhile, Lee Gyun told the insurer that he had come with a request today, to examine one patient. But the insurance person immediately began to object, angrily asked Jack, does he know how many rich he died because he was spitting on them? Then Jack was serious and stated that if he examines the patient, their dispute will be cancelled. And whether Guyon was only finished, the insurance person immediately jumped to his feet and exclaimed that he agreed and was ready for anything, just to break this vile connection once and for all. Then Chutin looked at Jack and finally asked, who exactly is sick? But in response, he only smiled, because why spoil the surprise, when soon the girl will see everything with her own eyes. That's just from his surprise, was rather amazed rather than delighted, because her younger sister, Cernan, turned out to be the most sick person. In addition to her, the room also had a father, mother, and is black with her husband. And the insurance person, which introduced himself to her family as a healer, was currently examining the Suren. But the girl did not react to what was happening around herself, as if plunging into a trance or to anyone. Before that, no one was able to find the cause of the illness, and therefore was black in her thoughts that this time, everything happened. Meanwhile, Lee Guyon asked the insurance person about the state of the girl, which is why he did not hold back the grin, because at least with others they show respect for him. But then he turned to Suren's parents and said with a serious look that this child stung the poisonous bee. This is a rare species called bloody bee. From such a conclusion, whether Chu and Academy of Sciences was synchronously stupefied. However, the insurance person reassured the excited parents, assuring that he would write all the necessary medicines that the girl would need to be given for 15 days. After that, the Suren will need to eat well and exercise in order to increase strength. This should help return her health in a year. When the insurance person finished, silence reigned in the room and only Ren dared to break it, quietly asking, Cern will recover? Lee's voice sobered the Chu, and he immediately fell to his knees in front of the healer in order to express his gratitude on behalf of the whole clan. The insurance person was embarrassed and asked him to rise from his knees, but Cheed was still shocked by the joyful news. Meanwhile, her mother with tears in her eyes thanked Lee Gun and swore that her family would necessarily pay for his kindness. However, Jack with a smile abandoned the words of gratitude and admitted that all this was only because of Black, that he risked his life. From these words, Ren looked into Jack's eyes, and then he added that this was all her merit. From such words, the girl could not restrain her tears, and with them she sincerely thanked Lee Gyeon. And then she covered her face with her palms and gave free rein to her feelings, while her mother joyfully hugged Surin. A little later, outside the house of the clan Jung, Jack respectfully bowed to the insurer and, asking for forgiveness, said that now he was free. The insurance person was awkwardly grinning from this behavior of Jack, but still admitted that that good guy did not get bored with him. However, then the artist became serious and strictly asked Jack. He came to him not only because of a sick child. Lee Gyun admitted that he was so. For the conquest of Jung-Hu, he needed an artist. But the life of that girl was also valuable. From these words, the artist smiled rather, and said that now even the life of one child is important to Jack. But 3 years earlier, when he stated that he dreamed of making Jung-Hu great again, the artist then thought that this was just a baby babble. But it seems, since then, Lee Gyung has matured a little, and therefore the artist asked, did he have the same dream? In response, Jack closed his eyes and said with a smile that she had not changed. And then the artist with all the seriousness said that he would help to carry out it. Lee Gyun also got serious and warned that the artist would have to risk his life, and therefore would he regret his words? But in response, the artisan calmly assured that he would not regret. Then Jack clarified with a grin, even if he has to call him a young master? To which the artist said with a smile that it was better to call the master. And then he asked Lee Gyan what he plans to do further. And then, crossing his hands on his chest, Jack with a smile told him his plan. The next day, the third test of the tournament had to take place on a small island in the eastern lake. By noon, all the remaining participants gathered on the island, that all as one asked the question, what to expect from the test now. Meanwhile, Cheerly admitted to Jack that she did not expect the third stage of the tournament to be held on the island. However, the next moment, John Suchin attracted her attention that he was screaming at one of the curators of the tournament and demanded to call his guard. The curator tried to reassure him, assuring that for the sake of the justice of the test, the head of the Southern Peak Alliance gave his consent, but in response, Jan shouted that his grandfather would never have done him. Meanwhile, Jack, observing this scene, only sighed and said with a grin that this immature idiot had not changed at all. However, unlike him, she began to worry and therefore asked, will they be all right? Then Jack reassured the girl, saying that soldiers from the Supreme Family of Northern Heaven guard the entire island. But then he also added with all his seriously that they should not weaken vigilance, because Jang-Hu and Jiang can cost life. And at this time, an unknown ship was approaching the island, on which the third test of the tournament was about to begin. And in one of his cabins, the maid barely escaped the blow and cried out when the glass broke against the wall behind her. And then the one who was known as Machun, the apostle of lust, angrily kicked the girl. As soon as the maid ran out the door, he fell out of the bed and wondered, where did they find such a mediocre girl? Then Machun called out the servant behind the door and asked how soon they would be in place, to which the servant reported that in 15 minutes. This news pleased the apostle of lust, which is why he licked a rather licked. And after that he asked himself dreamily, are girls from noble families different something? Meanwhile, on the skeleton, the third stage of the Dragon and Phoenix tournament began. An examiner, whose name was A, came to the participants. Holding the flag in his hand, he announced that those who could capture this flag will pass the third test. Among the participants, whispers immediately crawled, because most of them were surprised by the fact that such a figure as Grandmaster M.M. Chun is supervised by this stage. Cheed asked Lee Gyan, if the essence of the test is to capture the flag, does this mean that all of them will have to fight for him? However, to the surprise of the girl, the examiner heard her question and loudly answered that it would not have to be. Then he pointed to the flag of 2 wooden arches and explained to all participants that they needed to go through the left, go around the entire island, and exit through the right arch. In other words, this whole island serves as a third test site, and only the first 4 pairs will pass it that will overcome the entire island and return back. As soon as I finished the tuna, one of the participants jumped up to Churn immediately and asked, did she get that this is a speed test? However, then the girl remembered the manners and introduced herself as Kayangas, from the clan of the purebred king. And her older brother also greeted. But the blue did not have to introduce himself, since Kayanga already knew about her, what gave rise to a reasonable question. Where? Then the Yangas, with a sly smile, admitted that her older brother fell in love with Chernin at first sight, which was why both immediately turned red from embarrassment. The desperate attempts of his brother to justify themselves attracted the attention of the examiner, which strictly shouted to the entire trinity. And when Ren and Yanghe and her brother apologized, Ayu Chun warned all the participants that in order to get the flag, not enough speed, since various mechanical traps were installed throughout the island. From such news, Ka Yanghe was agitated, because she and her brother were not warned about anything like that. Then the examiner reassured the participants, showing them an arrow with a wooden tip, and explaining that such arrows will be used in traps instead of the real ones. If the participants are trapped and will not be able to get out on their own, then you just need to call the instructor that will always be nearby. On this, Chun finished the briefing and wished the participants good luck, and Cheer with Jack began to pass the test. Walking along the path along the shore, the girl noted that they were here alone, or what Gyong explained, a journey through other paths that was not traveled. Then Ren remembered how Jack said that he had traveled from the age of 10, which means he had visited a lot. In response, Jack said that there were almost no places where he was not. Cheedley said sadly that he was very lucky, and at the same time she thought, after all those incredible things that Gyong showed her, he gleaned all this out of his experience. From these thoughts, Ren sighed annoyingly and admitted to Jack that when she was with him, she felt as if only yesterday born. In response, Hyung reassured the girl with a smile, promising that in the future, he would take her to new places. From such a promise, Cheer immediately burst into a blush, because it meant that he would take her with him. However, then Jack suddenly wary and asked Ren, shouldn't the instructors be somewhere nearby? To which the girl answered with consent, but then Lee Gyun stopped and said with all his seriousness that he did not feel any presence around them. Strengthened silence hung over Jack and Cheyenne, while the girl stared at him in surprise. But then Ren turned sharply and hastily continuing the path, uncertainly stated that Jack just scares her and it would be better to hurry them. However, the next moment, she rapidly exposed the sword and reflected their released arrow. That was not alone. The second shell flew the girl in the back, but Jack easily intercepted him with his bare hand. Cheed thanked him for the salvation, because at such a speed, even wooden arrows can be dangerous. However, in Lee Gyun's hand was a real arrow with a steel tip, and the next moment he and Ren heard someone's cry of pain. Lee Gyun immediately rushed to the rescue, finally shouting the black thing to do not lag, and she obediently followed him. Meanwhile, an unknown ship was nailed to the shore of the island, to which 2 instructors had already arrived. One of them asked the other if he was warned of the arrival of the ship, to which the second replied that no one in his right mind would do this during the tournament. But suddenly something flew out of the deck of the ship and fell to the ground behind the instructors. And looking at the unknown shell, the men were horrified because it was the head of their mentor, the instructor of Yuna. And the next moment, someone rose to the deck and said in surprise that the instructor had not ended yet. The men immediately turned to their voice and saw Machun, the apostle of the lust, that all was sprayed by the blood of their comrades. The instructor was horrified from such a sight, but they were even more horrified by Machun's words, which for some time sends his subordinates to cut out all on the island. Then one of the instructors grabbed the sword and ordered the comrade to warn the examiner E.M. Chuna. The second instructor vowed that he would return soon, but at the same second a chain wrapped around his neck. And the next moment, Machun pulled for her with such force that he tore his head to the instructor. His comrade immediately began to shower the apostle with curses, but the chain had already shot down in his direction. And after a second, all the screams subsided. Only then did Machun go down from the deck ashore, and playing the chain playfully, told the decapitated corpses that he was already time for him too, because women were waiting for him. Meanwhile, Li Gion rushed like a wind through a forest to a participant who fell into trouble. And then a crowded group of 8 people appeared ahead, but one of them suddenly exclaimed, "No!" Then Jack stopped, which is why the running after the blue almost did not crash into him. But when the girl looked out from behind his shoulder, she understood the reason. Surrounded by the participants, Ka Yanga was crying over her older brother. At first, Ren thought that he was wounded, but approaching, she found in horror that her brother Yanha had no half of the body. But Li Gaion noticed a bloodied sword that he had stuck into the tree trunk. He deprived the young man of life. Meanwhile, one of the participants backed away and muttered in fright that he had no idea that the test would be like that. He then stated that he was being removed from here and began to desperately call the instructor. But he did not call loudly. No one came. It was black as she could, comforted the murdered grief of the Yanghe and voiced the question that disturbed everyone. "Where is the instructor?" Then she looked at Li Gaion and told him that she needed to return. However, in response, Jack calmly stated that they could not return, because now the whole island has turned into a trap. So those who have set all this definitely expect that the participants will try to escape. So traps are placed everywhere. Cheed realized that if they tried to get off the path, they would die immediately. But then she asked Jack what to do. In response, he looked at the sky hidden by the crowns of trees and said that they had no other choice except to go forward. Ren agreed with such a decision but still asked, "Is there a way to neutralize traps?" In response, Gion said that mechanical traps can always be destroyed because people made them. He then explained that the creator of these mechanisms knows that he could accidentally find himself in his own trap. Therefore, he makes traps so that they can be neutralized. Then Cheerly suggested that they will also be able to break trams. However, Jack objected, regretfully admitting that it would be difficult even for him. Meanwhile, Salt Bucha, who was watching from the side, wondered, does this Jack take too much? However, she was forced to admit that Lee Guyan would be better than this idiot, Jan Sukin, that she was shaking with fear. On this note, the gathered group of participants went further along the test path, and soon they joined them Changol with his sister and Hagi with Samasa. Looking at all of them, she thought that walking along the path, they all somehow turned out to be together. Therefore, she asked Jack that since the paths connected, does this mean that the way out is close? In response, he said, maybe. Then Ren noted that so far, for some reason, they had no longer any traps. But at the same second, Lee Guyan noticed something. The earth under his feet seemed strange to him, and hitting it with a boot, everyone suddenly heard the clang of chains. And the next moment, the earth underfoot is black and Jack opened. The girl closed her eyes with fear and shouted that it was a trap, but then she felt Jack's hand on her back, and opening her eyes, Ren saw that the abyss under her feet had disappeared. Looking at the rest of the participants, Ren found them bogged down in the mud, and therefore she suggested that this trap was installed by curators of the test. However, Lee Gyun did not agree with her, saying that this swamp is not an ordinary trap. And in evidence of his words, all participants who fell into the mud began to cling on the spot. And then Jack explained the alarmed Black that this swamp is called Hell because it was covered with insulating sand. And it is called insulating because this sand breaks off the connection with Ki. And the more a person moves, the deeper it is tightened by the swamp. After clarification, Lee Guyan looked at his own hand and admitted that he also could not collect his chi together. But then he added that the swamp is not everything yet, and at the same second behind the Black, something rose from the dirt. Something huge. In the blink of an eye, a colossal guillotine rose over the Bogadians in a swamp, and the next moment, this terrible mechanism set in motion, and its blade was rapidly hit by helpless people. But fortunately no one was injured, as the blade simply pierced the mud, and then the mechanism slowly and gnashing returned to the original position. But when all the participants were already sighed with relief, the guillotine suddenly again set in motion and unfolded around its axis. And the next moment, one of the participants screamed with horror because now the blade aimed right on him. Chan Ngol, that was bogged down in the mud in the neighborhood, said to his sister, "Is this not her partner?" And then he said that he was not lucky. But as soon as Chan was, so to speak, at the same moment the unfortunate clung to his kimono and prayed for help. From such a vat was stunned, and the doomed participant continued to desperately ask for salvation. Then Chan came to his senses and quickly looked at his sister, ordered the man to let him go alive. Inborn echoed her brother's words, screaming that they would all die so now. And in confirmation of her words, the guillotine blade abruptly fell down. And the next moment, the participant was cut in half. But before that, Chan managed to chop off his unfortunate hand, which remained holding his kimono. Chan was shocked by what happened, but in his head he made excuses. I convinced himself that that man would have died anyway. And besides, he almost pulled him along. However, then Chan noticed at himself the gaze of the heir to the supreme family of the northern heaven, Hagi. Chan expected condemnation, but to his surprise, Haga calmly stated that this was the right act. Then Chan looked at his bloodied sword, and with a grin thought that everything was right. He did everything right. The witness to this scene, Cheed, told Jack that this is already too much. However, then the girl drooped and admitted that she did not know if she would have acted differently if she had been in the place of Chan. Then Lee Gyun told her that having such a sympathetic heart was already worthy of admiration in itself. Now, in the world there is not even this, but as soon as such thoughts begin to appear, you immediately become a fool. Meanwhile, the guillotine again changed its position, which caused the participants a panic. The situation seemed hopeless, but Chiris felt that everything would be resolved if Gion was next to her. Therefore she turned to him and confidently offered to look for a way to help the others. However, to her surprise, Li Guiyan was not in the same place. He simply disappeared. A panic began to creep into the girl's mind. But then Ren suggested that Jack simply decided to call for help first. Otherwise, he would never have disappeared like that suddenly. A huge shadow distracted from anxious thoughts that she covered the girl. And raising his head, Ren saw the guillotine blade, which was already striving to meet her. But the next moment, someone grabbed his hand and sharply pulled down, right into the mud. The girl immediately plunged into the swamp with her head, but she continued to drag her more deeply. And as soon as Ren was asking the question, how deeply she would drag her. As at the same second the swamp was replaced by the thickness of the water. The girl continued to plunge smoothly into her, but now she was able to feel her chi again. And only after this discovery, Cheer realized that he was not alone here. Those who dragged her from the guillotine and brought here, Jack Li Guiyan, that with the former warm smile looked at Ren, as if admiring her. But before the girl had time to be surprised at this, as Jack suddenly pushed her out of the water. And not just pushed it out, but threw it so high that it was rapidly flying over the guillotine. And the next moment, she heard Li Guiyan's voice, as if in her head, which ordered her to cut the mechanism. However, at the moment, Ren was more worried about the fall, from which the girl barely had time to escape, piercing the sword into the guillotine. Cheat immediately caught the smell of blood emanating from the deadly mechanism. And looking at him, she was forced to admit that she could not cope with this. Indeed, given the size of the guillotine, Ren should at least own chi swords, but she had never practiced him before. However, the next moment, the screams below attracted her attention. That was Ka Yangas, who lost her leg and now bleeding, and the other two participants desperately tried to help her. And then Black, to trembling in her hands, squeezed the hilt of the sword and firmly told herself that she should stop this no matter what. And having climbed the top of the guillotine, Ren again heard Jack's voice that she reminded her of what was the difference between a newcomer and a master. Then Cheed closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and pulled away from the screams of people below, focused only on her sword. From the very first day, Ren first picked him up in her hands. She trained without a single day of rest, and therefore, opening her eyes and swinging his sword, Cheerly put all her strength into the upcoming blow. She felt like a glove of the god of wind on her hand to become hot, and chi is seething and growing in the body. And then Cheer waved her sword and cut off the guillotine blade with one blow, as if she was a branch of a tree. And the next moment, the gigantic structure collapsed into the swamp, raising the waves of mud. However, this did not care about the participants who were caught. They were happy that they could survive, and Cheer still could not believe what she succeeded. So the surviving participants, who are wounded and who was crippled, resumed their path. Suddenly one of the participants ran up to Ren and respectfully thanked her for the salvation. After all, it is Black not only destroyed the device, but also helped the participants get out of the swamp. However, from the words of gratitude, Ren became awkward because it was not only her merit. She wanted to tell the truth that in fact Li Guiyan saved everyone, but he put his finger to his lips, hinting that this should remain a secret. Therefore, Cheed was forced to accept gratitude with a stretched smile. And when the man left, Ren asked Jack, why can she not tell her truth? After all, if not for him, then everyone would have died. But in response, Is-gyun only with a tricky smile explained that it was not the time to attract attention. Such an answer did not reassure Black, but only gave rise to even more questions. But the main one, what did Jack plan? However, the girl decided to voice another question. How did everything turn so? Is it a coincidence that someone aimed at the participants of the tournament? Then, in response, Guion reminded her that there are no coincidences in Jianghu. He did not know the exact reason, but he suspected that there was not one person behind this. But an unknown organization was involved, and since this organization dared to go against the supreme family of the Northern Heaven, it is definitely not so simple. Meanwhile, the head of the organization and one of its agents, called the Fourth Butterfly, was in the den of the Society of the Flying Blub, in anticipation. Smalling a fan, the head with a satisfied smile said that their plan should already go full. However, the Fourth Butterfly was clearly dissatisfied with something, and therefore grunted lingeringly back. The head looked at her agent and asked, why does he believe that hiring the Apostle Lust was a mistake? In response, the Fourth Butterfly said that this is not so important, but he was more concerned about the intentions with which the head hired him. For a moment, the chapter thought for a moment, but after she closed her eyes and majestically raising her chin, said that she did not understand what the agent was talking about. And at this time, Li Guiyan and Cheer with a group of surviving participants continued their way, while the day over the island was tending in the evening. But suddenly one of the participants who wandered ahead exclaimed and pointed to the wooden arch in front. It was a finish line of tests, and all the participants rushed to her, leaving Jack with Cheyenne behind. Ren asked Jack, "Is it really all that really ended?" However, in response, he peered into the distance and specified the girl. "Isn't it ahead of their examiner?" And peering in the same direction, Ren was convinced that Jack was right. It really was Ayu Chun. But the great master was hanged on a tree, which made the participants constrained the horror that ran forward. And under that tree, a detachment of armed thugs was waiting for them that they killed all the instructors. From the sight of this picture, one of the participants backed away, but immediately stumbled his back on Li Guyan. He fearlessly stepped forward and said that this was not the end, but only the beginning. And listening to these words, to Li Guyan, the apostle of lust, Machun, turned out to be ominous with a grin. He stood at the head of a detachment of thugs and stated that he was most likely not familiar to many of those present, but he is usually called the demon of debauchery. However, in response, even those participants who have already heard this nickname remained silent. Then Machun added that this nickname appeared not just like that, and laughed loudly with his people. And while the thugs laughed ominously, Cheed quietly asked Li Gun about this demon of debauchery. In response, Jack told her that it was a bastard, notorious in that he had abused a countless number of women and absorbed their yin energy. However, following Li Guyan with the previous carefree smile curled up, how good it is that he is not a woman. That's just among the thugs of Machuna. A representative of the fair sex was also flooded, which she clearly laid her eyes on Jack. Meanwhile, Machun with a grin said that their tenant ordered them to arrange hell here. Then Cheat again asked Jack, "Can the employer be the very organization that he talked about?" In response, Jack suggested that since the organization resorts to such sophistications instead of killing them at once, it is more like revenge than ambition. Meanwhile, Machun began to inspect the participants and, unfortunately, admitted that in one day he could not absorb so much yin qi. And while he was thinking who to choose, Chan invited them to combine his strength in order to get rid of this demon of lust. However, in response, the heir to the supreme family asked, "Is it possible for them to jointly defeat at least the same examiner, EMYUN? Indeed, first of all, this Machun is a master of martial arts, and only then the demon of lust. So entering an open battle with him is simply stupid." But as soon as they told Hagi, only at the same moment Jan Suchin shouted at Machun on the attack. The heir to the alliance of the southern peak on the run asked, "Does the demon know who he contacted?" And immediately he played a lunge with a sword. But to his surprise, Machun with a grin grabbed his hand and abruptly turned, breaking the bone. Jan Suchan immediately grabbed the broken hand and screamed in pain, forgetting about his enemy. But Machun did not forget about him, and the next moment he shut up Jan, grabbing him by the neck. And then the apostle Lust with one hand tore off the young man from the ground and said that they could only yap. But then Machun sharply pulled Jan to him and ordered him to lower his gaze. However, Jan remembered the instructions of his grandfather that he always said, "The main thing is in battle, the spirit." Therefore he looked at Machun from top to bottom and called him a bitch son. In response to the audacity, the apostle Lust gave Yana by a slap in such a force that he burst into blood. However, Machun did not stop at one slap in the face, and then began to severely beat the young man. And his partner, Salt Bukawa, and the rest of the participants could only helplessly observe atrocities. Unable to look at it anymore, Cheer reached for her sword and invited Jack to attack Machun together. However, in response, Li Gyeon covered her hand and assured that the demon of lust was not going to kill Jan. And then Jack added that over time, in the long run, such an experience will become a source of enormous strength for Sushan. Meanwhile, Machen finished the beating of Jan, for the young man simply lost consciousness, and therefore the apostle Lust with a satisfied grin threw him to the ground and said that he had to lower his eyes much earlier. However, it was worth only Jan to collapse to the ground. Salt Bukewa ran to his aid at the same moment to his aid. The fearless girls in front of him struck Machun, but even more he was struck by her beauty, and therefore he asked Bokva a name. And having received his apostle, the rumors remembered the rumors of the first beauty of Chunzin, which means her chi is as pure as the mountain shelter of the green tree, where it came from. But he was not enough for Bechkva, and therefore Machun again began to inspect the crowd of participants, and among all of them, only Jung was able to interest him from the clan of the Righteous Sword. Machen asked the girl's name, but immediately changed his mind, saying that it did not matter. Then he turned to his people and ordered them to take the girls into his cabin, and not to take their eyes off the rest of the participants. However, one of the thugs dared to recall that they should take away all the hostages from the island until no one noticed, for which he immediately paid. Machun pulled him over the gate, like Yana, and intelligibly explained that he would kill anyone who would object a lot. But the next moment, Li Gyun asked the demon of lust to wait, which immediately attracted general attention to himself. Another thug intended to plug the impudent, but Machun stopped him and asked Jack, what did he need? Then Li Gyun, with an innocent look, explained that the black partner is black, and therefore they are together in life and in death. From such a statement, the thugs were slightly confused, and only Machun calmly repeated his question to Jack. What did he want? In response, Hyung smiled at the demon of lust, and stated that if they want to pick up the girl, then they will have to pick him up. From such an ultimatum, Machun called Jack psycho with a grin, but nevertheless ordered his people to take girls with him and partners. In the end, he promised hostages that he would show them something very interesting, and soon brought all four to the cave. And there Machun admitted that he was really lucky today, because he had never seen such beautiful women, and even two at once. Moreover, he noticed that one of the couples is like lovers. Why Guyon smiled, but Chuten clearly did not understand the hint, however. Then Machun approached her close and told her that something similar had already happened earlier, when he took a woman by force in front of her man. But the next moment, the bonfire was the only source of light in the cave, suddenly went out. And then Yang and Buke fell to the ground, at one point in losing consciousness. And then on the face of the demon of lust for the first time reflected confusion, because now he felt how blood is crushing in the veins. He also caught the wind, but where did he come from here? This could not be the girl's hands, so the only suspect was Jack Li Gyun, that he peered out of the void in front of him. But the next moment, when Machun looked at him, Jack looked back and grinned very unkindly to the demon of lust. And at the same moment Machun attacked him with his chain, screaming, "So it's you!" However, to his surprise, Jack's grin became only wider, and then he completely dodged the attack, jumping to the ceiling of the cave. But whether Gyun landed not on the ground, but directly on the chain stretched, like a string, and immediately rushed along it to Machun. And after a moment, Li Gyun struck a bare hand right in the heart of his enemy. However, Machun blocked his hand with a chain, and with a grin stated that it looked like Jack is not an ordinary young man. In response, Hyung also grinned and asked, "Isn't it obvious?" Then Machun broke in earnest and began to destroy everything around with a chain. Meanwhile, she began to drag Jan and Baekwa to a safe place, because due to the riot of Machun, stones began to fall from the ceiling of the cave. And when the demon of lust finally stopped, he realized that Jack simply disappeared. But while Machun wondered where this bastard hid, Jack crept up to him from the back. Only thanks to his instincts, Machun at the last moment managed to evade the vile attack. But Li Gyun still managed to scratch his face. But the answer from the demon of lust followed immediately. At the same second, a chain wrapped around Jack's hand. And the next moment, Machun growled that only women could touch his face, and with all his vigor threw Li Guyon to the ground. However, he performed a somersault in the air, as if pushing him away from him, and landed on a rocky wall. And the next moment, Li Gyun bounced from the wall like an arrow, and at full speed, he kicked Machuna directly into his darling face. Such a blow discouraged the demon of lust, and almost deprived him of consciousness. However, at that very moment he came to his senses and fiercely rushed at Jack. But he calmly blocked, reflected and retorted his every blow. And watching this tense battle was struck by the power of Li Guyon. She knew that he was not a weakness, but not so much. And so Jack passed from defense on the offensive and slashed his hand with his hand over Machun's chest. Looking at a new wound, the demon of lust was forced to admit that he did not expect to meet someone so strong here. But how can this young man be so strong at that age? However, now he should not ask questions, but to focus on Li Gyun that he was going to use the technique of palms. Then Machun also charged his hands on Chi, preparing to take a blow, and thought with a grin that he was definitely handled. And the next moment the palms of both masters collided like their ki, which gave rise to a powerful shockwave. However, Machun was already looking forward to the victory with a new arrogant grin, whether Guyon called a brainless idiot. After all, it does not matter how much he is. Li Gyun is only 20, and Machun had already absorbed countless yin energy. However, contrary to his expectation, Li Guyon still stood on his feet firmly, and did not even think to retreat. Machun was sure that the advantage in the amount of ki on his side. But why then Jack was still holding? And the next moment, Li Gyun let out a wave of ki such power that Machun had to strain to the limit in order to resist his feat. But on this, Jack did not stop and continued to exude the waves of ki, which is why the ceiling of the cave began to crumble. And soon Li Gion and Machuna opened over the heads of the night sky and the moon. And the ceiling of the cave continued to crumble everything, and only by some miracle stones and fragments did not reach the place where the Black with Yan and the Bokva took refuge. This continued until nothing was left of the cave and rocks. And Li Gyun and Machun remained indestructible to stand opposite each other like two stone statues. But when the dust scattered, Li Gion asked Machun, "He harmed so many people for this insignificant power." And the next moment, he showed his power to the demon of lust, shooting ki from his palms with his palms. Machuna threw it into the wall with such force that from the blow he burst into the blood. And then he finally realized that Li Gion's strength is much more than him. And if so, then the demon of lust could only take the hostage. And for this purpose, he threw his chain to the side of Black. However, the Putes never reached the goal. Something cut them out, and when Machun looked up, whether Gion saw that he swung the infernal wedge of the north. But before letting his entrance, Li Gion looked at Cheyenne and asked her to close his eyes. And the next moment, he brought down the whole monstrous power of the sword on Machun. Only by a miracle he managed to avoid death and jumped away from Li Gion as far as he could. However, the hellish blade nevertheless overtook its goal. Machun realized this with horror when he looked at the bloodied stumps instead of his hands. Cheat also watched with horror at the atrocities that Jack Li Gyong is capable of. Machun tried to escape, to which Jack with a grin asked, did he really think he could escape? And at the same second, he again waved his sword, vapor Machun's stomach. But he did not stop there, and the second one followed the first wave, then more and more. Li Gayun, the son of fruit merchants, was now more like a demon than the demon of lust, which he shredded. And then he put all his strength into the last blow, and with one wave of Machuna. And the last thought in Machun's head, already separated from the body, was the question, who is this Giyun? And the same question was now disturbed by the blue, which became an involuntary witness not even of fight, but of execution. Soon the thugs rushed to the noise of the battle, which caught his leader by the decapitated. One of them strictly asked Jack, is it his hand? But he answered only in silence and an indifferent look. Then one of the thugs first rushed to the attack, but at the same second he was halved by the hellish blade of the north. And the next moment, Li Giong burst into the crowd of thugs and arranged what they were going to create with the participants in the tournament, hell on earth. And when the screams of the thugs are averse, only two remains on his feet, Li Gaian and Cheer. She looked at the man that he was surrounded by corpses and wondered, is it really the Gyun she knows? Nevertheless, he was daring to call Jack, but her voice treacherously trembled. And when Li Gaian turned around, Ren saw with horror that his right eye burned with a red flame, like a real demon. However, the next moment the flame disappeared, and Li Gyun with a familiar smile reminded Ren that he had asked her to close her eyes. And then Jack reassured the girl, explaining to her that each time exposing the sword, he was losing control of himself. This weapon belonged to his mother, and so far he is not able to completely master them. However, Li Gun said with all his seriously that, although he carries his father's sword with him, he was going to conquer the world only with the help of his mother's blade. Qilin wanted to ask, why does he wear his father's sword if he is not going to expose him? But still I did not dare to ask this question. But Hyung asked the girl with her former calm, is she okay? And then, looking into his face, she decided that it doesn't matter how he looked. For her, Jack is still Jack. Therefore, she replied, yes. A little later, the liberated participants in the tournament began to thank their savior, to which, to his own surprise, it turned out to be none other than the heir to the Southern Peak Alliance, Yan Sushan. To say that at the moment Yan was confused is to say nothing. After all, when he woke up in a cave, his bloody sword was already in his hand, the corpses of the thugs were lying around, and Bukua was unconscious. In addition, Li Gaian and his partner Cheed told him that they had fallen asleep for a moment, and when they woke up, not only the demon of lust, but his minions were already dead. But oddly enough, their words made sense. After all, this could mean only one thing. Grandfather introduced into his body unsurpassed martial art. Therefore Jan looked at the night sky and, restraining tears, thanked his grandfather and leader of the Alliance of Southern Peak in Men. The rest of the participants began to thank and praise their unexpected savior, but only the salt of the hut kept aside. She thoughtfully watched Li Gaian and cheer, that they decided to retire from everyone off the shore of the lake. Ren admitted that she would never have thought that Jan would take responsibility. But in response, Jack said that he was expecting this from him, because pride and status for such people are all. From such words, Cheer thought, is there really such people? Meanwhile, Li Gyong pointed to the lake and said that their ship was already very close. And then, looking at the ship approaching the island, he He stated that what happened today would bring the wind of change. The next day, in the palace of the Alliance of the Southern Peak, MANHWA reported about what happened on the island to his master, in Mon. Then the captain praised the grandson of his master, saying that he not only destroyed the enemy, but also saved all the participants. However, Mon clearly did not share the optimism of his captain, and therefore, the head of the Southern Peak Alliance confidently stated that it was not Sashan, which is why MANHWA dumbfounded. Then the elder explained that his grandson was not strong enough in order to resist the demon of lust himself. What the captain reasonably asked, who then could it be? In response, Myung hinted that that young man, the son of fruit merchants, also participated in the tournament. At the same time, the elder thought, could this Jack Lee Gyeon really defeat the demon of lust? Let it be unthinkable for the chapter, but he could not get rid of the feeling that Lee Gyeon was connected with this incident. Meanwhile, MANHWA suggested conducting a hidden investigation, but Mon objected, saying that there was no need to call the young man, and therefore so far, they will play in ignorance. MANHWA understood his master and said with a smile that in any case it was a good opportunity to denigrate the reputation of the supreme family of Northern Heaven. However, in response, Mon admitted that he decided to leave this case unattended, because they had not yet dug a rather deep hole in order to bury them all with their heads. In addition, those standing behind the incident on the island, of course, daredevils. And since this happened at the tournament of the Dragon and Phoenix, it is impossible to be sure that something like this is not repeated at the tournament of the Heavenly Dragon. The captain of the White Tigers, MANHWA, silently listened to his master and was more and more amazed at every word. And then Moon smiled ominously and said that let him unknown to him who pulls the strings, but this time they danced together. And at this time, Lee Gyun and Cheed came to the gates of the estate of the New Wind. And when the girl asked Jack what kind of place, he with a smile and simply replied that it was his house. Only Ren thought that she would not surprise her anymore. But Lee Gyeon was superior every time. And when he opened the gate in front of the girl, she opened a view of a beautiful courtyard with a well, groomed garden, and a huge palace. Where did Jack follow and led? And being inside and looking around, Ren still asked, why is the house so huge? In response, Lee Gyun carelessly stated that he had planned to establish a new clan here, which once again surprised the girl. And then he looked at the clear sky and announced that his clan would be called the Azure Heaven. Cheed thought that such a name was just wonderful, and looking at Jack, she could not restrain a warm smile. After inspecting the palace, Lee Gyun decided to show the inner garden, and walking along it, Ren asked, when did the construction begin? Jack replied that a couple of months ago, but the next moment, Chut was noticed in the garden another wall with gates. Then Lee Gyong explained that this was a simple array for sound insulation and headed for the gates. Cheedley reasonably asked, why is he needed? But before answering her question, Jack opened the gate, and then the view of the courtyard and the palace was revealed to the eye at times more than the estate of the New Wind. And only after that, Lee Gyong explained that noise insulation was needed, because the real clan, Côte d'Azur, is still being built. Cheed in amazement looked at the future palace of the clan and wondered, how is it possible that so much space is hiding behind the usual estate? Meanwhile, Jack continued with a smile to explain that the estate of the New Wind is the entrance to the azure sky. The territory itself in shape resembles a pumpkin. The idea is such that the estate of the New Wind will be a cover for the Cast Lazulator Sky clan. Therefore, all workers were brought here with blindfolded eyes. This was necessary for their own safety. Then did Gyun tell that there would be 1,000 people's training room here, which is why he was asking the question, how many clans in Jianghu could accommodate so many people? But then Li Gyun was serious and stated that now Jianghu is under the rule of 4 main clans and he would overthrow all of them. From such words, Chut was speechless, and then, turning to her, Li Gaian added that after he would take their place. The next day, the weather worsened, and clouds thickened over the branch of the supreme family of the Northern Heaven in June. Meanwhile, inside the palace, the head of the clan of the purebred king, Ka Yun-san, angrily hit the table with his fist and stated that they all unconditionally entrusted their children to the supreme family. And after that, the head of the supreme family dares to tell the victims that he was just a pity. In addition to Yun-san and In-moon, the heads of other families and clans Jianghu gathered at the table, and some of them could understand the claims of the organizers of the tournament. After all, Ka Yun-san lost his eldest son, heir and best student, and the youngest daughter lost her foot. Then, in response to the accusations, the head of the supreme family of the Northern Heaven, Yongs, calmly stated that as his father he understands what feelings the family of Yun-san is now experiencing. and then he assured all those present that the clan of the Northern Heaven would be investigated by this incident. However, after these words, Yonce remembered a recent conversation with his main supreme advisor, Pan Nue. He warned that many lost their children, and therefore there were those who could not accept the loss. In response, Chansei said that the traitor was clearly wrapped among them, since the third test of the tournament was prepared in the strictest secret. Then Pan Nue proposed to introduce all the dead participants in weaknesses, so that their death would be disgraced on their own families, and Yan Suchen to make a hero. Yongs liked this idea, and he added with a grin that in this case, those who do not even give up after that will have to face the consequences. And it was precisely with this that Ka Yong-san had to encounter. Zhang still calmly told them that he was aware of responsibility. But this question is also a question, and Jiang Hu. Indeed, even in such a worst situation, most of the participants survived, and there were even those who saved their comrades and dealt with the attackers. In response to such a statement, Yun-san jumped up from his place and asked Zhang's. He would have reasoned the same if his own grandson died? Then the head of the supreme family answered the question. Why does Yun-san continue to refer to his grandson? Does the head of the purebred king want death to him? In this case, maybe Zhang should personally cut the throat of the daughter of Yong-san, so that he finally calmed down. From the threats of Yun-san frowned and was about to continue the dispute, but at that very moment the head of the Southern Pick Alliance, In-mun, the head of the alliance of the Southern Pick, he said that he understood the pain of Yun-san, but not to turn the past, and even more so not to help with an anger business. In the eyes of Yun-san, tears performed, because if the tournament was held by his clan, then he would have already been destroyed for such a miss. And therefore, the head of the clan of the purebred king had no choice but to scream from powerlessness and grief. And let the faces of other chapters reflected sympathy, but in them there was no In-mon. Because, unlike the rest, he knew how many people he trampled and destroyed Ka Yun-san to get to his current position. After all, and the law of the jungle is the basis of everything Jiang Hu. And therefore, looking at the cold-blooded face to the Myongs, In-mun realized that today is the last day when he sees the head of the clan of the purebred king. The next day again pleased John with clear weather, and it was on this day that Li Qiang went into the forest, grabbing a black. On the way, he explained to the girl that bandits who called themselves Mountain Wind were started in this forest. They often require a fee for non-existent protection, and therefore Jack decided to get rid of them. From the last words, Ren visited a bad foreboding, because she remembered how Li Qiang dealt with the thugs on the island. Therefore she asked, what if in fact these bandits are not angry, but became so only because they had no other choice for life? However, in response, Jack crossed his hands on his chest and stated that there were no good bandits. This is nonsense. Good people are always good. At this point, they had already approached the fortress of the Mountain Wind, at the gates of which 2 bandits were on duty. They immediately noticed Jack and Chin that they began to argue among themselves, and decided to capture the girl. One of them attacked Li Qiang from the back, intending to be decapitated with one blow. However, at the same moment, Jack caught his sword by the blade with his bare hand, and the next moment, he drove the hilt of the sword into the face of the robber, and from the blow, he flew to the ground. And observing how this bandit is spit on blood and teeth, Cheer realized what exactly Jack had in mind when he said that he would not kill anyone. The second bandit intended to take revenge on his comrade, but immediately changed his mind when Li Qiang turned to him and gave a terrible smile. And then, in the blink of an eye, he moved behind the robber's back, and before delivering a blow, stated that they only needed to beat them and drive away a little. Soon the fortress of the Mountain Wind was filled with screams and moans of bandits. It was easily defeated by one robber after another, wielding only with her bare hands. Then, in between, did Guillaume ask her, "Does she feel alive now?" The girl thought about the answer, and then Jack reminded her that if she doubts, he would die. And in evidence, one of the bandits crept into the height from behind. But at the same moment she neutralized the enemy, with lightning speed, hitting her hand with an edge of her hand. This happened instinctively, which is why the girl was surprised, but then realized that she had changed a lot. Therefore, she turned to Li Gun and shouted to him that her skill improved significantly. Jack asked with a smile whether she liked it, and immediately imprinted the next bandit in the ground. Then his smile became wider, and Li Gun added with her that this feeling gives strength. But suddenly someone shouted loudly that this was not all, and at the same second he threw a shell into Ren, which turned out to be small, but a full bag that was cut in a blink of an eye. But as soon as she did it, the next moment, a powder white like flour burst out of the bag into the girl's face. Cheat immediately closed her eyes and turned away, but it was too late. And then the one who threw the bag came to Li Gun. It was the leader of the Mountain Wind, which with a grin and macer, said that not everything in this world was decided with the help of martial arts. Then Ren guessed that that powder was poisoned, but the leader corrected her, saying that it was not a simple poison. Then the leader of the leader turned into an ominous grin, and he told that the poison was mixed with aphrodisiacs. Very soon the girl's body will begin to burn with a desire, why she attaches to any man who was nearby, and if this is not done, then blood flows out of all holes on her body. From the words of the leader, the black was frozen, and she turned in horror for help to Li Gun. However, he reassured the girl, telling her not to worry with a bright smile, because there is a man here. The hint of black was extremely clear, and therefore she immediately turned to the leader and exposing the sword, demanded to give the antidote. A little later, the defeated and beaten leader of the Mountain Wind set up 3 bottles in front of Jack and washed. However, only one of them contained an antidote, and in the other 2, a drug that enhances the effect. The leader laughed gloatingly and said that the girl would die with him. However, Li Gyun was a different opinion and suggested simply pouring poison into the leader. Chi did not understand the idea, and then Jack explained that this is how the leader will die before her. But if he wants to live, he himself would say in which of the bottles the antidote. From such an idea, the leader was noticeably nervous, to which Jack told him that he would die anyway, and at least some option. Meanwhile, Cheer was picked up by one of the bottles, but she had not yet dared to do what Jack suggested. The girl understood that in order to survive herself, she must pour poison into another person. But her hands still trembled and did not obey. Then Li Gyun smiled condescendingly and sighing, told Ren that his mother would definitely liked her. Cheed asked why, to what, in response. Jack took the bottle from her and explained that she looked like her father. Then he cut down the leader, dugging him in his jaw, and ordered the blue to do everything he would say now. Cheed obediently followed all the instructions of Li Gyun, and soon she felt the energy of poison evaporated from the body. And then Jack suddenly praised the girl because she did not drink the leader of the robbers. And then he admitted that he liked that Ren cannot force himself to do something similar. Therefore, it should become stronger, because only in this way she can truly protect her good heart. And in conclusion, Hyung added with annoyance that now to be kind and honest old-fashioned. The day above the house of the clan of the Essence of the Palm was replaced at night. However, in the chambers of the head, Chan Desan, the light was still burning, as he called his son and daughter. Daesun told them about one girl from the clan of the Righteous Sword that showed herself well at the tournament, and asked Chan, did he should be in the same team with her? However, instead of Chan, his sister answered, in the mind that laughter could not hold back, and told that Young was not even looking at them. Then he told how her brother retired in front of an insignificant girl, which is why Daesun was angry, and ordered his son not to let some low-grade family look at himself. However, then he waved his hand at his son's misconduct and said that the head of the clan of the purebred king, Ka Yun-san, committed suicide. Chan was amazed at such a news and asked if this was because his daughter had lost his foot, but In was enough of a different opinion, and stated that she probably attached the hand of the supreme family of the northern heaven to this. Chan was dumbfounded from such a statement, but Daesun agreed with the words of his daughter, because the supreme family is quite capable of this. And then he smiled and explained to his children that their clan grew so only because they started only the correct connections and were devoted to the supreme family of the northern heaven. However, these words heard not only the offspring of Chan Dasan, but Li Gaion and Muhon, who was currently on the roof of the palace. He heard along with the speeches of the head of the clan. Jack looked at the night sky and said boredly that it seems to be fun there. Then Mu Yong with a smile assured that all their fun would disappear immediately when they learn about what happened in the bench of ancient swords. And then the guard noticed that his young gentleman had not dressed in a kimono for a long time. In response, Gion grinned and explained that in this case it is impossible to put on what it came to himself, because he is going to pretend to be the owner of the inner hall of the northern heaven. Then Mu Yong respectfully handed him a box and a mask. The guard praised the skill of the young master, calling the mask incredible, but Li Gion objected, saying that it was quite easy for him to repeat such primitive facial features. Let it be so, however. What really scared Mu Yan during the reincarnation of his master into another person is a voice, and even a manner of behavior. All this was impossible to distinguish from their real owner. Meanwhile, Li Gaion took the box in his hand and said that if everything goes smoothly today, then they will be able to create a crack in the relationship of the entity of the palm and the supreme family. Mu Yong asked his master to be careful, but he said with confidence that if in the darkness to put this box in front of a stingy old man, then he would definitely fall into the trap. However, Jack nevertheless admitted that if his mother finds out that he took the box, then he will have big problems. Then Mu Yong decided to calm his young master. assuring that his mother would understand everything. However, in response, Hyung objected with a smile, saying that it was easy to speak Muyong, because his mother had never been pounded, which is why the guard did not restrain laughter. Well, after that, he wished his young master of luck and warned that the real owner of the inner hall was now sleeping, so he would not come that night. Therefore, Lee Guyon boldly reincarnated and soon visited the shop of ancient swords and its manager. Having accepted an unexpected guest in his office, the manager asked what brought the owner of the inner hall to his modest institution. In response, Gyong leaned on the table and leaning closer to the manager, the conspiratorial told him to listen very carefully. After all, what he is going to tell about is no one should ever find out, because they usually take life for this. From such words, the manager immediately tensed and suggested that if it is something so dangerous, then it would definitely bring him a lot of money. And therefore, he excitedly asked Lee Guyon to continue, and then he put the box on the table and stated that he wanted to get rid of this subject. And when he opened the casket and a golden light poured out of it, the manager almost lost her speechlessness from the shock. After all, he just saw the revered artifact of the cult of the heavenly demon, the divine, jade, demon of the Buddha. Lee Gyun calmly assured the manager that his eyes are not deceiving and this is really what he thinks. Then the manager leaned toward the artifact and with a greedy look stated that this was a real treasure. And in his greedy thoughts, he had already began to think about how to hand the transaction without the knowledge of the head of the clan of the essence of the palm, Daesun. But while the manager raised his head over what price to offer for an invaluable treasure, he did not notice how Lee Guyon's face visited a very pleased grin. And then the manager finally decided and proposed Guyon 200,000 nan. However, from such a proposal, the person of the owner of the inner hall grimaced in displeasure. But then, reflecting, he nevertheless agreed, and then the manager's face twisted in a joyful smile. However, in the end, whether Guyon added that he agrees to a deal only if he is paid immediately and in small amounts. At this, the meeting ended, and leaving the shop of ancient swords, Lee Guyon met with Muhon in the garden. The guard praised the work of his young master, to which he tore off his mask, and with a smile declared that it was easy. Then Muyong said that tonight he would penetrate the storage of the shop and take the Jade Buddha. Lee Jun continued to develop his plan, saying that because of this, the clan of the essence of the palm will suffer very much financially, and when the real owner of the inner hall appears, a hype will begin. However, then Lee Guyon grinned and stated that this was not the end, because he wants to slowly deprive them of everything, like a real leech. The next day in the house of the clan Essence of the Palm began with shocking news. The shop of ancient swords was robbed. Her manager appeared with this news to the head, Daesun, and said that all the seals in the storage were destroyed, and all relics and money were stolen. And after the manager admitted that yesterday, just before the theft, there was something strange. The owner of the inner hall of the Supreme Family, Mr. Namid, visited the shop. Daesun reasonably asked why he came to what the manager replied that he had left the figurine of the divine, jade demon of the Buddha. The master entrusted them with such a valuable subject to the manager. And then on the same day everything was stolen. Daesun found such a coincidence very suspicious. In addition, the manager is not so daring to dare to crank this before his eyes, and the owner of the inner hall is not so reckless, which means the Supreme Family of the Northern Heaven deliberately set up this. But why would they suddenly turn away from the clan of the essence of the palm? Daesun did not know the answer to this question, but as soon as he returned to the table, the next moment the servant burst into his office and reported in a panic that the iron storage is empty. For the second time this morning, Daesun raised his voice and angrily asked, "Who could dare to steal so many weapons from them?" The answer to this question in the person of Lee Gyon and Mu Yong at this very time kept the way to the estate of the New Wind. There really turned out to be so many weapons from the iron storage that the wagon had to borrow. Lee Gyun admitted that he did not expect to find such a good weapon in the storage, to which Mu Yong suggested that he should have been delivered to the Supreme Family of the Northern Heaven. Moreover, Hyong left enough evidence that indicates them, so that the head of the clan of the entity of the palm will have big problems. Whether Gyun heard that the Supreme Family of the Northern Heaven would hold the Dragon and Phoenix awarding ceremony, which means that by then, Chan Daesun's suspicions will completely take root. Mu Yong suggested that Mrs. Jung Chayan would choose Phoenix this year, and Jan Suchen's dragon. However, Lee Gyong told that Cheer did not want to accept the award, because he believes that she did not deserve it. Nevertheless, the title of Phoenix will make a huge contribution to the clan of the Righteous Sword. The next day, a ceremony of the winners of the Dragon and Phoenix tournament was held at the palace of the Supreme Family of the Northern Heaven, and at the end of the family, all the saved participants began to congratulate and thank the Blue. But the girl's mood was by no means festive, since she believed that she should not accept all these thanks. But alas, Li Guiyan was not nearby. A few days earlier, he warned Ren that he would remain in the clan of the Azure Heaven. And to the girl's reasonable question, why? He is the answer that he cannot sit on her neck all the time. Then Cheer asked, when did Jack carefully cared such things? However, in response, he only with a smile asked her not to refuse the Phoenix title, because it was she who stopped that trap. Then he suggested that the washing of the prize money, and then eat fried meat on them together. And then the girl happily agreed to such. But then she asked why Li Guiyan joined her at the tournament, because he was not interested. From her question, Jack could not restrain a warm smile, and replied that when they first met, Changol started a dispute with him. And then, even despite the fact that it was black in the shadow of the clan of the essence of the palm, she sided with the stranger. Li Gyong looked at the evening sky and admitted that this was the first time when someone stood up for him. And then he looked directly into the girl's eyes, and with a smile added that for 10 years he wanders around Jianghu. But no one had ever done so. From these words, Li Guiyan was very sorry, and therefore she said quietly that his journey was not at all easy. Then Jack looked at heaven again and reassured the girl, saying that the current Jianghu was different from what he knew before. However, from that day, Cheer has not ceased to ask the question, what happened to Guiyan to survive in his wandering? But suddenly when Cheer was praised for her impressive skills, Chan in goal appeared in the crowd that he asked loudly, was it really about the skills? Ren turned to Chan and also asked, what did he mean? Then Chan explained that it was strange that only Ren could get out of that pain. How did she manage to destroy such a huge device? After all, Chan did not know that the girl was so good in martial arts. In response, Cheed said that she was lucky, but Chan did not believe her words. He was sure that the girl turned some kind of dirty trick and decided to take her to clean water. Therefore, he exposed his sword and said that he would like to take advantage of the chance and ask Chanchin to demonstrate to everyone his amazing combat skills. In response to a challenge, Ren asked Chan, is he really nothing else to do? But he did not think to stop. On the contrary, Chan publicly stated that if she really destroyed that trap on his own, then someone like him certainly did not become a problem for her. And in conclusion, he added oil into the fire, asking Sharen, can she not just explain how he did, or prove his skills? His words had the desired effect. The people gathered around began to whisper and ask questions. How did she do it? And then Chan, with a satisfied grin, asked Sharon, is her clan in conspiracy with those killers? From such vile words, the girl was dumbfounded, and Chan continued everything, saying that she had not just yanking with some suspicious type in front of the tournament. And then, Chere accepted the challenge. She exposed her sword and confidently said that since Chan wanted a duel, he would receive it. Ingol only waited for these words, and therefore immediately rushed to the attack. However, to his surprise, the girl easily dodged his sword, and when Chan turned around, he saw the cut of already swinging for a response blow. She could easily cut his throat or even chop off his head, but instead Ren simply hit the vat on her face with a flat side of the blade. Nevertheless, steel scratched his cheek to the blood, and a blow was shredded like a slap, knocked out a sword from the hand of Chan, and it was worth it to fall to the floor with a ringing. All the witnesses of this fleeting duel held their breath. The silence hung in the hall of the palace only violated the blue that she returned her sword to the scabbard and strictly asked Chan, was he satisfied now? And then, without waiting for an answer, she simply turned around and left, leaving the discouraged Chan behind. Meanwhile, the witnesses of the duel again began to whisper, but now they said with a mockery that Jung Chern was able to end up the heir to the clan of the essence of the palm with one blow. The head of the clan, Dason, also witnessed this shame. Why, he asked angrily in his thoughts, how does Chan dare to lose to this girl in front of so many people? But then he suddenly caught the voice of the head of the supreme family. To them, Chan, who praised Chu for the exceptional talent of his daughter. Then Dason thought, why is the head of the supreme family of the Northern Heavens so dear with the head of the righteous sword clan? He had suspicions, but seeing everything alive, Dason suggested that the head of the Northern Heaven plans to abandon them and conclude an alliance with a righteous sword. It was impossible to just sit back in anticipation of when it happened, and therefore Dason decided that he would get rid of the righteous sword clan that night. And when that very night came, in the estate of the clan of the Azure Heaven under construction, Li Guiyan indulged in the love of the starry sky. His faithful guard, Mu Yong, decided to visit his young master and ask, would he be sleeping because of the change of situation? Li Guiyun answered with a smile that probably, but now he needs to focus on his clan, because so much still needs to be done. However, Mu Yong knew his master well, and therefore guessed that if he had not had all these worries, he would have remained in the clan of the righteous sword. Then Mu Yong still asked, why did not the young master go to the award ceremony in order to support Mrs. Chan? In response, Hyong admitted that his appearance could complicate everything for her, which is why Mu Yong could not hold a smile, because he first saw his master to be so serious in relation to a woman. Therefore, he decided to change the subject, noting that it was unusually quiet tonight. However, Lee Gun had a different opinion about this night, and looking at the moon, he admitted that he had a bad foreboding. And at this time, Chan and Gol called Chun Sona to his office, his agent and a trustee. The reason why Chan called him was in the instructions. To bring Jung Chernin from the clan of the Righteous Sword. Chundream was slightly surprised at such a request, and suggested that his master wants to kill her personally. However, in response, Chan stated that it would not be enough to kill Jota. He would force her to experience pain worse than death. But suddenly his father went into the chambers of Chana, Daisan, which is why the young man was immediately worried. However, contrary to his fears, his father calmly stated that they would get rid of the Righteous Sword clan. Then Daisan turned to Chun Sun and ordered him to follow him. Chun Sli obediently obeyed. But before leaving the chambers, he looked at each other with the vat, making it clear that his assignment would be fulfilled. Soon the house of the Righteous Sword clan plunged into a dream. However, only Cheer could not fall asleep that night because of a disturbing foreboding. She felt an incredible thirst for blood and desire to kill, but did not understand who such terrible feelings could come from. Therefore, he was armed with her sword and hurried to the main gate of the house. And with every step, she more and more felt a dozen unknowns who were waiting for her behind the gates. Ren wanted to warn her family as soon as possible, but the next moment she was attacked by one of the sucked killers. In the last second, the girl managed to evade the enemy blade and without hesitation, instinctively, to hit in response. And the next moment, the killer grabbed his hand by the cut neck and bleeding, frozen on the ground. In the first in life, Chiro took the life of another person. However, she had no time to regret, and therefore Ren ran on to the chambers of her parents, loudly calling them on the run. Meanwhile, in the estate of the clan of the Azure Heaven, Li Gyuna suddenly called out the alarmed Mu Yong. And when he turned around, the guard said that right now they were attacked at the house of the Righteous Sword clan. And from these words, Mu Yong saw for the first time that his master was so badly mastered by fear. And at this time, she was cut with one wave of the sword with 2 assassins. However, there were too many enemies. She was surrounded from all sides, and the clan house declared a fire. Chun Sleep praised the resistance and courage of the girl. But afterwards he asked, how long can she still stay like that? However, Chi did not answer, focusing on the upcoming battle. And then Chundream realized why his young master wants to get her. Chi could not turn out, but heard her older sister trembled behind her, and next to her was her mother, and sunk. The father was wounded when he defended his family, and therefore only she could fight now. Meanwhile, Chun Sleep promised Cheyenne that if she surrendered, he would spare the rest. However, in response, Ren smiled slightly, because at such a moment she remembered Li Gaian's voice. And in her thoughts he asked the question, would she really believe the words of the enemy? Nevertheless, she could barely stand on her feet now, and therefore she looked at the open gate with hope. She hoped that now Hyong would appear there and, as before, would help her at a difficult time. But unfortunately, he was not nearby, and therefore, it was cut with all the forces of the remaining strength to squeeze the hilt of the sword, and told himself that one cannot rely on Li Gian. Her family was at stake, and it was she who should protect her, and therefore cheerily rushed into the attack. But at the same moment, one of the killers disarmed her, knocking a sword out of his hands. However, Chun Song immediately ordered the girl to leave the girl alive, but to get rid of the rest. One of his people immediately rushed to the Academy of Sciences of Suz with Suren, but Chutin blocked the path to him. And the next moment, she stopped the killer's blade with a naked palm on which the symbol of the god of the wind broke out. But at the same second, the girl burst out of her mouth and her legs jammed sharply. Cheyenne fell exhausted and kneeling and could no longer move. And at that moment she remembered Li Gaian's words. He said that she is quite capable of blocking the sword with her bare hands, but now her chi is still too weak for this. Meanwhile, the killer waved his sword, forgetting about the order of his commander. And when he brought down the blade on the blue, she wondered. She could protect her family, be she even a little stronger. But the next moment, before the sword touched the girl, his owner threw into the wall with such monstrous force that the killer turned his neck. And when it was black, her relatives and even the killers turned around. Whether Gyan saw, he immediately closed the girl and asked her, "Is she okay?" And then, barely restraining the tears, Cheer answered that now, yes. Meanwhile, two of the killers tried to avenge the fallen comrade, at the same time attacked Jack. But he responded with a waist with a widened ki and such power that he broke the assassin in half. And when he threw it away from the blow to the side, the second killer ran up to Lee Guyon. But this time, Jack did not start the fists. Instead, stepped on the enemy's leg, breaking it like a dry branch. And when the killer shouted to the ground with screams, Lee Guyon stepped on his head with such force that she burst like a watermelon, and the earth shuddered and went with cracks. At the sight of such a spectacle, even Chun Dream was dumbfounded and wondered. What was it now? Meanwhile, Lee Guyon began to move around the killers with such a speed that Chun Sleep did not have time to keep track of his movements. But the next moment, all his people were killed. They all turned their neck, as if overnight. Chun Sleep guessed that the next attack would be from the back, and therefore immediately hit back. But Jack simply ducked under his wave. And the next moment he crashed Chun Sona and threw it back. His sword was in Jack's hand. He angrily called Chun Sona with a 6 in Golya, and at the same moment stuck a sword in a dangerous proximity to the killer's head. He understood the hint, and immediately admitted that the head of the clan of the Essence of the Palm ordered him to kill everyone in the clan of the Righteous Sword, but to spare only the girl. Then Hyung looked at Chun Sona with a murderous look and reasonably asked, why? And this time, the killer did not hesitate, and prudently told that young Mr. Chan ordered him to personally bring him to him. Then Hyung sat in one knee and asked in a calmer tone, where is Chan to be now? In response, Chun shouted that he was waiting in the northern part of the forest and began to pray for mercy. But the next moment, Lee Guyon ruthlessly cut his throat and said in the end, never ask another to do what he himself was not going to do. That's just behind this execution, as well as the massacre before. All this time was observed by Black with her family. And looking for dozens of killed, the girl with sadness and guilt realized that for her sake, Jack Lee Guyon killed so many people again. Nevertheless, she went up to him and asked, is he in order? In response, Hyung looked in the face of Chaeyeon, and with a smile asked for forgiveness for being late. It was her former Gyun again, and therefore barely restraining the tears of happiness, Ren thanked him for coming. But suddenly, the breathless Mu Yong rushed into the courtyard, and seeing the young gentleman and Mrs. Jung, exhaled in relief. Then he bowed respectfully Black and said that he was glad to see her intact. And when with courtesies it was finished, Lee Guyon ordered his guard to escort all family members to the estate of the New Wind, and entrust their treatment to the artisan. And after Jack ordered Mu Yong to be ready, because today they will end the clan of the Essence of the Palm. As Chun Sleep said, Chan was expecting his agent in the northern part of the forest, but he did not come. Chan was already beginning to threaten the reprisal against Chun's son, when Jack Lee Guyon suddenly appeared from behind a tree. And expectedly, Chan asked him in surprise, where did he come from here? But to even greater surprise, in response to Guyon shouted to the whole forest, so that Chan was rather running away, because the master of martial arts of the Supreme Family is already on the way. Chan did not listen to warnings, but then Jack said that he was at the gates of the Righteous Wind Clan, and saw everything with his own eyes. The master alone interrupted all the mercenaries and took with him the members of the family of a Righteous Sword. But Jack was able to eavesdrop on their conversation and find out that the master was sent by the Supreme Family. And in the end, Lee Guyon told that before his death, one of the mercenaries told where to look for a Chan, and now it sounded like the truth. And therefore Ngol squeezed his fists with anger. But then Lee Guyon advised him to warn his father, and then Chan was wary. And then he looked intently into Jack's face and asked, why does he tell him all this? And then, in response, Lee Guyon calmly explained that the Chan's family is rich, so he wants 1,000 nan for the information he has. The vat irritatedly turned away from Jack, but was forced to admit that he said too suspicious to ignore. And therefore, Chan is threatened by Lee Gon that he will chop off his head if he still tells someone about what he saw, and he retired. But if at that very moment he turned around, he would see how Jack Lee Guyon escorts him with a very cold look. Soon, Chan returned to the palace of the Essence of the Palm, and reported everything to his father. And to say that Daesan was shocked by what he heard means to say nothing. Since there was no news from Chun Son for a long time, he sent a scout, but all that he managed to find was the bodies of mercenaries. Then Chan added that on his own, the clan of the Righteous Sword would definitely not cope, and means Lee Guyon told the truth, and all of them need to leave faster. In-bladed her father. Did the Supreme Family of Northern Heaven not think about crossing the side of the Righteous Sword clan? In response, Daesan said that if this is true, then he is all dead, because he knows too well about the Supreme Family of the Northern Heaven. Therefore, Daesan handed over his children a chest filled with silver pearls and ordered them to go into the shelter. Each of the pearls cost 50,000 nianu. Daesun gathered them all his life and accumulated more than 100. Inwarb, she asked her father why he would not go with them, while her brother looked greedy at the pearls, as if hypnotized by their brilliance. And then Daesun explained to his daughter that he was going to meet with MANHWA in order to unite with the alliance of the Southern Peak against the supreme family of the Northern Heaven. And again, these words were heard not only by the children of the head of the clan of the Essence of the Palm, but to Lee Gaion that he hid on the roof of the palace. Soon, Muyong joined him, which reported on the successful accompaniment of family members of the Righteous Sword to the estate of the New Wind. Li Gyun praised his guard for excellent work and said that now Daesun is driven in a corner, which means he had only one way to survive. Muyong reasoned that if everything went as the young gentleman planned, then in the future it would help overthrow the supreme family of the Northern Heaven. Well, now it will cause a discord between them and the alliance of the Southern Peak. And all this young gentleman literally came up with on the go and even took into account the clan of the Essence of the Palm, although initially it was not in plan. Meanwhile, Did Gyong suddenly asked, what decision will Chan and Gol make in the end? Then Muyong suggested that the young master was going to punish Chan, depending on the path that he would go. However, in response, Hyang, with a fury of restraint, stated that he did not care about Chan's decision, because he would die anyway. The asylum of which Daesun spoke in fact turned out to be an abandoned lonely house that was hidden in the forest. And soon in him came to him Chan, that he carried a chest with pearls on their backs. Having looked at the house, Ina squeamishly stated that she was worse than she represented and asked her brother, what would happen to them if something goes wrong? However, Chan did not answer. Since the departure from the palace of the Essence of the Palm, he did not utter a word that he had already begun to annoy his sister. But the next moment, she suddenly felt 3-point strokes in the back, because of which the girl immediately paralyzed. And then, when the English was completely immobilized, Chan approached her from the back and ordered his father that he took all the pearls to himself. And after he ran out of the shelter and rushed from all his feet into the forest, Chan understood that if his plan to fail, then he would have to avoid the supreme family of the Northern Heaven until the end of his days. But if he has pearls, then you can live with him in a wide leg for the rest of his life. After all, one survivor of 3 is better than no one. However, the next moment his thoughts were interrupted by the voice of Lee Gaion. Chan immediately turned to him and angrily asked, why does he haunt him? But not having received an answer, Chan expelled his sword and told Jack that he had long corrupted his eyes for a long time. And then Lee Gaion answered, driving a fist into the face of Chan. The blow was so strong that Ngolya threw back, and the chest with pearls landed nearby. And now, feeling the taste of his own blood in his mouth, Chan realized with horror that all this time Li Gyun had hid his strength. And when he in a panic reached for the chest, Jack immediately stepped on his hand. And then, hanging over the vat, he let out the aura of Qi and recalled that he was threatened to kill him. But now everything would be different. The instinct told Chan that if he did not get out of here right away, he would die. Well, this time, Ngol decided to listen to him, and tearing his hand from under Jack's feet, he rushed. And running away from all his feet, he decided to return to his father and pray him for forgiveness, because he was never angry if Chan was mistaken somewhere. But the next moment, the nearest tree literally scattered into chips from the monstrous pink Lee Gaion. And after that, he rushed behind the vat in pursuit, and for a moment turning into Gol realized that if he got into, he would die immediately. And as proof, this shell was carried past his head with an arrow. And when he stuck into the trunk of a tree, Chan saw something just a branch. And there were still very, very many such shells of Lee Gaion. Then Chan asked on the run, why does Jack do this? Is it all because of the righteous sword, or did he just fall in love with that miserable girl? And then, Ngol tried to pay off his sister, saying that she was interested in Jack. However, in response, Hyung indifferently stated that Chan's younger sister is exactly like her brother. Only then Ngol realized that he could not pay off, and therefore he decided to use the last trump card. In the sleeve of his kimono, he hid a bottle with extremely strong poison, 1 drop of which is enough to dissolve the flesh. And the next moment, Chan launched the bottle, turning sharply and bursting with poison in Jack. But it was no longer in the same place. Only out of the corner of his eye, he caught the approach of the threat, and managed to bend down in the last second. But the tree was not so lucky behind him. Ngol immediately rushed away from Jack, but he still did not lag behind. And then Chan suddenly realized that this whole chase reminds him of the game of Salka. And as if reading his thoughts, Lee Gaion said that this is a good way to get rid of one scoundrel. However, when he only had to reach out in order to grab Chan's neck, Jack suddenly stopped and allowed him to run away. And after he jumped onto the branch of the tree, where Muyong hid in the neighborhood, and with a satisfied smile said that Chan bought it. Then the guard asked his young master, why did he let go Ngolia? However, in response, Jack did not turn to a friend, but only hinted that there was another, more painful way of depriving life. Muyong was painful to see his master so cruel, but he did not dare to object to him. Instead, he reported that he took a chest with pearls, so that all their financial problems have now been resolved. But in response, whether Gion still did not turn around, only praised the guard for a good job. Meanwhile, Chan and Gol almost reached the shelter, and running out of the trees, he saw a sister at the house with his father. Daesun asked his daughter about what had happened when he was suddenly interrupted by Ying-Gol. He began to pray to his father for help, but Daesun fiercely asked, how could his son throw his younger sister and escape for pearls? Chan immediately began to make excuses, saying that they wanted to kill him, and the pearls were stolen. From excitement, he began to nibble his nails and mutter that he was hunting that master, sent by the Supreme Family. And when Daesun asked whom Chan generally says, he exclaimed, about Jack Lee Gion. Then Daesun's patience came to an end, because it turns out that some jerk was alone with professional killers and took the pearls, and Ngol was able to save him barely. But Chan stated that everything was so, and begged his father to stop Lee Gion. But in response, Daesun reasonably asked that if he was so, why does he not feel like this Guyona nearby? Chan turned around to the forest and realized that his father was right. No one was pursuing him anymore. Then he suggested that Lee Gyong just escaped when he saw Daesun. But when Chan turned to his father, he suddenly put his palm to his heart, and the next moment, Daesun directed his ki through the hand in the heart of his son. From the realization that it was my father who intended to do, in horror, he clasped her mouth with her hand, and at the same moment, Chan began to cough and choke on his own blood. But even dying, he still had the strength to grab his father by the hand and ask the question, why? In response, Daesun said that he always knew that Chan was irresponsible, but he could not imagine that his son would deceive his own father, just to amuse his ego. Therefore, the head of the clan of the Essence of the Palm said that henceforth he did not have a son. These were the last words that Chan Ngol heard in his life, and the next moment he collapsed deadly to the ground. Ino, with tears in her eyes, watched her brother's death, and her father coldly suggested that Chan hid the pearls somewhere nearby. But before going to search for them, Daesun ordered his daughter to go into the house, as they were already expected inside. Meanwhile, Muyong and Jack also watched Khan and Golya, who asked his guard, did he report to the Supreme Family? In response, Muyong said that he sent them a card with a shelter and an anonymous letter. Then Lee Gyong looked at the house in which Daesun hid with his daughter, and said that everything was interested. Inside the house, Daesun and In Kwa, the captain of the White Tigers, Mak Hui, was waiting for the one inquired about what had happened outside. In response, the head of the Essence of the Palm explained that the traitor wound up in their clan, but they had already dealt with him. Then Mak Hui is a direct question. Does the clan of the Essence of the Palm want to join the alliance of the Southern Peak? Daesun replied that the Supreme Family turned away from them, and therefore he was ready to provide very valuable information. But the next moment, the front door opened sharply, and when Daesun turned around, the armed guard of the Supreme Family was already bursting into the house, and followed by the Chief Supreme Advisor of the Northern Heaven, Pan Wei. He looked directly at Daesun and stated that he had betrayed the Supreme Family and joined the Alliance of Southern Peak. Daesun was sincerely confused from these words, because they were the first to betray the clan of the Essence of the Palm. Therefore, he tried to explain himself, saying that there was misunderstanding, because the Supreme Family of the Northern Heaven helped the clan of the Righteous Sword. However, in response, the Supreme Advisor said that all this is nonsense. Then Daesun was seriously thinking, if this is not the Supreme Family of the Northern Heaven, then who? But suddenly he remembered the last words of Chan about Li Gun, that he was alone to get rid of the mercenaries. And then Daesun realized with horror that it was really the work of Li Gaian's hands. However, he no longer had time to tell about this, since the next moment the blade pierced his neck. Someone was able to sneak up completely imperceptibly to him, to the chapter of the clan of the Essence of the Palm. And therefore the last thought of Daesun was the question, does the Supreme Family really have someone so strong? And in the next moment, an unknown swordsman pulled out his sword, depriving Daesun of life. And when he collapsed onto the floor, In immediately rushed to the dead father, and even Mak Hui jumped up from the place of shock. But at the same second, Pan Nui approached him and urgently advised the commander of the White Tigers not to get involved in this matter. Mak Hui realized that this was a warning, as well as the fact that he was clamped in a corner. Meanwhile, an unknown swordsman put the blade to the throat of Inkva and asked the advisor what to do with her. In response, Pa Nui indifferently looked into the face of a frightened girl and calmly ordered her to kill her, and then burn this house to the ground. And soon, Mu Yong and Li Gyong watched as the refuge of the clan of the Essence of the Palm become their funeral bonfire. Mu Yong informed his master that he would hire 50 reliable people and ask them to control the estate of a new wind to take their eyes off. And immediately after that, he will deal with the affairs and clients of the clan of the Entity of the Palm. However, in response, whether Gyun did not utter a word, and therefore Mu Yong suggested that his master was not satisfied with how everything turned out. But Jack objected, because the crime always follows the punishment, so he is not even sorry for them. Then I eat Chun questions. Why in this case it looks so depressed? In response, Li Gaion nevertheless admitted that he sincerely believed that this was the same Zhang Hu, his father. On his first trip, Jack Li Gyong went at 10 years old. Then he still knew nothing at all and simply wandered around, without even suspecting that Mu Yong was following him. But then Li Gyun admitted that the past he just wanted to look good in the eyes of his parents, which Mu Yong was sincerely surprised. Then Jack asked him, was he really thinking that he liked it? After all, then Jack was only 10 years old. Li Gyun only followed the mother's advice to travel a lot and wanted to show his parents how he grew up. But Zhang Hu, who he discovered, was not the one that his father was talking about. It was then that Li Gyun realized that it was not a reality, but only his dream. What he really learned wandering on Zhang Hu is not justice or partnership. No. Jack Li Gaion learned not to be led to a lie, deceive others, and survive in all possible ways. Mu Yong understood that over the years his young gentleman survived a lot and received many wounds. Again and again, Zhang Hu answered only with new attacks, and can only hope that these wounds did not leave deep scars on his heart. Therefore, Mu Yong closed his eyes and tried to console his master, saying that he was young. In response, Gyong looked at his own hand and stated that maybe he was young, but now he had changed, became older. But Zhang Hu is the same. The righteous remains in fools, while the wicked flourishes. In this, Zhang Hu can only be merciless to survive, and he never change, neither now nor ever. Therefore did Gyun wondered, what kind of Zhang Hu saw his father? Did he really see what Jack could not see now? And then Li Gyun confidently declared his guard that he was not going to dream like a father, but would make his dream a reality. And when Jack fell silent, Mu Yong thought sadly that the young gentleman to hate his parent as much as he loved. And even when the young master robs the rich, he always tries to find an excuse, because perhaps this is the last particle of respect, which he still eats to the ideals of his father. The next day brought clear weather and a lot of news in the estate of the New Wind. The head of the righteous sword clan, Li Chu, has already recovered after the battle and now listened to shocking news from his older daughter, Varian. She said that the head of the clan of the Essence of the Palm was punished for the betrayal of the supreme family of the Northern Heaven, as well as for trying to join the alliance of the Southern Peak. Li Chu listened to his daughter and admitted that he did not suspect the strength of young Mr. Gaion, and he was also amazed at how Li Gun managed to build such an impressive estate. However, then whether Chu remembered Chegu and asked his wife, "Where is their daughter?" To which the En-Uz with a smile explained that she decided to support Li Gaion. The reason why Jack suddenly needed the support of the girl was that he took part in the Heavenly Dragon tournament. By the time Jack went to the arena, was already black among the crowd of spectators, from where she wished Li Gun to give up to the full, and in response, he turned to her and gave a cheerful smile as he had done before. This reassured Black, and therefore she thought that Jack to cope with the enemy half-heartedly. That's just the enemy of Li Gaion was a master of fist battle, Li Hyok, nicknamed Demon of the Fist of Wind. And when the tournament coordinator announced Jack as a 20-year-old newcomer, all the audience was in earnest. And one of them even asked, "What did this boy forget here?" To which the second suggested that the boy was not a life at all. But Jack Li Gyong was calm and emitting confidence, with a grin, beckoning the enemy to him. And the next moment Li Hyok answered the challenge, driving a fist to the place where Jack stood a second earlier. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, why Gaion barely managed to evade, and therefore he stared in surprise at his opponent. And after a second, he briskly rose to his feet and rushed from Li Hyok away, which made a crowd of spectators. And then he generally began to call to the rescue, which is why the audience, through laughter, wondered, why did he even come to the tournament with such skills? Meanwhile, Li Hyok caught up with his opponent and tried to get him with his foot. But Jack was able to evade the attack rolled over his back. However, from such a technique, even Black could not restrain her surprise. After all, did Gyun fulfill the donkey somersault, which is considered shameful among martial arts masters. And therefore, one of the viewers mockingly advised Jack to leave the arena until they crippled. However, Lee Hyuk was of a different opinion, because for all his clumsiness, Jack blurred his every attack with lightning speed. But the next moment, when Lee Hyuk hit once again, Jack again dodged and suddenly became close to the opponents. However, instead of the expected blow in full force, Lee Gyeon just put a fist to Lee Hyuk's forehead. And after he gave the enemy a mocking grin, making it clear that he had only played with him all this time. And the next moment, Lee Hyuk had a jigged and he crouched to the ground. The audience laughed again, but now they laughed at Lee Hyuk. However, their laughter is the poem at the same second when Lee Hyoka suddenly stuck with blood. The coordinators of the tournament immediately ran up to him in order to help, and after the inspection, they announced that Lee Hyuk was violated by a stream of QE, and therefore Jack Lee Gyong became the winner. And while the dissatisfied crowd of spectators booed out an unexpected winner, Cheer asked the question, what did Jack plan this time? Meanwhile, Mu Yong in the company of Snow Yoon, Lee Sana and Mueka visited the bookmaker. Mu Yong imprinted 100,000 Nianu on the bookmaker's table and stated that he wanted to put them on Jack Lee Gyeon. But just in case, the bookmaker clarified, does the man mean that the very Gyeon who miraculously won in the first round? Then, in response, Snow Yoon also expressed a desire to put 3,000 Nan on Jack Lee Gyeon. The bookmaker did not arise more questions, and he only said that if Jack wins, then the winnings increase by 59 times. Then Chong hid his hand under the kimono and clarified, can he put a bloody pearl? And then he presented the bookmaker his treasure, to which he joyfully agreed. And when the bookmaker was absorbed in order to check the authenticity of money and pearls, Duna asked Chon when he managed to hide it. However, then the old woman decided that this is not so important, because the more they can put on Lee Gyeon, the better. But then in response, Chon explained that he puts the pearl on Hyeon, and not a nameless traveler. But neither Mu Yong nor even San and Dean did not have a concept. Who is this at all? Then the sword of the demons, Chon Mu Ak, sternly looked at his comrades, hinting to them that he himself was himself. Well, after the end of the first round of the tournament, Lee Gyun gathered his allies in the estate of the New Wind, where at dinner, Divin Yong told about the new nickname Chon, and then the harsh sword of the demons blushed with shame, because Lee Gyeon called him a pseudonym badger. And then, Jack angrily hit the table with a cup and asked Duan Yong displeasedly, why didn't she dissuade Chon from participation? But in response, the old woman joked, promising that to make sure that Chon was buried in a good sunny place. However, then she looked very closely into the face of Black, which is why the girl instantly felt uneasy. And then the demoness with 2 sickles stated that Ren was very similar to her in her youth, why San and Chun were unanimously choked on tea. And when Dick Yoon asked Lee San whether he thought the same way, the old man had no choice but to dutifully agree. Meanwhile, Lee Gyeon admitted to Chon that all Ma was surprised by his desire to measure his strength. But in response, the demon sword grinned ominously and asked, how can you resist this chance? Soon, dinner was going to an end, and Lee Gyeon and Chin decided to retire under the starry sky by the pond. Jack was the first to break the silence, with a smile, saying that he had big troubles, which Cheer was reasonably clarified. Which ones? And then, in response, Hyung admitted with a guilty smile that he was not sure about his victory, but he has no other way out. He must win in order to provide his clan funding. Ren asked what his plan was then, to which Jack said that he was going to eat a lot of meat. And to the girl's question, whether it is normal to use such an amount daily, Lee Gyeon explained that he mastered martial art that allows you to turn part of the meat in the stomach into vegetables. And then he turned to the messenger in the hood that he watched them from the roof, and asked that, what brought him here? In response, the messenger called his hand Falcon and stated that the young master had crossed the line. Lee Gyong realized that he was ordered to return, just as he realized that his father sent a messenger. Therefore, Lee Gyeon ordered the messenger to convey a message for his father. The content of the message surprised the messenger, but he quickly wrote it on paper. And then he tied the letter to the paw of the falcon and released him into flight. And after days, the bird obediently sank into the hand of the owner of the fruit shop, which was called Floating Clouds and Current Waters. Chok Surin took a note from Sokol, hoping that his son had finally changed his mind. However, after reading the message, he crushed a note in his hand and said with restrained anger, Lee Gyeon still decided to win the world. From the depths of the shop, his wife, Yu Sola, who noticed a postal falcon. Surin did not conceal the truth from her, and retold the message of their son. But in response, Sola told her husband that Lee Gyeon deserves to have such a dream, because he is precisely that their son. However, Surin was adamant and stated that this should remain only a dream. But Sola did not intend to give in to her husband and hinted that for 20 years they have been isolated from the world. Surin knew what his wife wanted, and therefore turning to her, he offered to go to the Central Plains. Meanwhile, the rain collapsed on Ujan, and it was in such bad weather that Mu Yong informed his young master of strange rumors. In the black market, they say that someone toned 300 explosive thunder shells tonight. Just in case, did Gyong clarify. Is it about explosive weapons that he uses the clan of the Orthodox Path? Yi Chun confirmed the fears of the master, and added that even one such bolt has incredible power, which means something is charging. And at this time, a man broke through the pouring rain and forest. That was Bon Sechkan, the main coordinator of the Dragon and Phoenix tournament, which was something extremely scared. Until recently, he led the perfect double life, pretending to be the coordinator of the tournament, and at the same time, being a secret agent of the Tail of the Butterfly. However, with the failure of the Dragon and Phoenix tournament, the situation has changed dramatically. The Butterfly Tail took all the blame on him and gave the last chance. Now, Shkan must activate the explosive Thunderbolt during the tournament of the Heavenly Dragon, and if this time he makes a mistake, then the Tail of the Butterfly will no longer be needed. But how to lay bolts in the tournament, where the masters of their craft will gather? After all, even at the tournament of the Dragon and Phoenix, it was very difficult to crank everything alone. Moreover, the chief military advisor, Pan Nue, is already suspecting him of what happened at the tournament, so that he will be caught by the Supreme Family, or fail at the tournament. In any case, he cannot live. And as if in confirmation of the thoughts of Sechkan, at the same moment he was attacked by a killer of a butterfly tail. Only a miracle of Tom managed to avoid instant death, getting off the wound from the sword. And when Sechkan fell to the ground, the killer asked, did he think that the butterfly's tail did not know about his betrayal? That night, Sechkan was going to sell bolts and escape with money, for which the butterfly tail sentenced him to death. And therefore Shikan could only squint and prepare for pain when the killer waved his sword. However, there was no deadly blow, and when Sechkan opened his eyes, he saw a killer that was numb in front of him. Someone immobilized him, pressing the acupuncture points on the body. But just who? And as soon as Shkan was just asking this question, as the disguised Li Gyun and Mu Yong approached him the next moment, Sechkan scaredly asked who they were. Li Gyun introduced himself, like Jung Doman from the Orthodox Path. But this name was amazed not only for frightened Bangs, but also Mu Yong. Meanwhile, did Guyon go to the paralyzed killer and put his hand on his head, clarified, is he really from the tail of a butterfly? However, instead of an answer, the killer suddenly screamed from unbearable pain, and his whole body tensed to the limit. Li Gyun only managed to warn Mu Yon, and at that very moment the explosion thundered. And when the smoke scattered, all three watched the rain turned red from the blood of the killer. Mu Yong suggested that the technique of self-destruction was imposed on him. Li Gyun said that he no longer liked the butterfly tail. Then he asked the shocked Bacon, what is their organization? But expected, he replied that he knew nothing. Then Li Gyun showed him a poisonous pill and warned him that if Birching swallows it, he would suffer in agony. Sechkan wanted to say that the clan of the Orthodox Path did not do this, but Li Guyon immediately shut up his pills and said that because of such rats, they had nothing else to have left. And as soon as the bitch was swallowed by the pill, as unbearable pain spilled throughout his body at the same second, and the next moment, his screams and prayers for mercy were heard for the whole forest. Through the agony, Sechkan promised that he would tell them everything, and only then Li Guyon threw him a pill with an antidote. And then he explained that now Sechkan should take an antidote every month, otherwise the pain will return. Sechkan swallowed the antidote and said that 12 years ago he entered the tail of the butterfly, and having received the post of the elders of the Supreme Family of the Northern Heaven, he remained faithful to his first clan. However, for 12 years of fidelity, he knew only 2 who gave orders. Then Li Gyun concluded that this is a secret organization whose members do not know each other. Then Li Gyun turned to Shikhan and said that henceforth he would inform Hai about everything that he would receive from the Supreme Family of the Northern Heaven. And also now, Bodkun will report on each order received from the tail of the butterfly. But when Sechkan hinted about guarantees, Li Gyun immediately jumped to him and explained in a threatening tone that they would not be. From anger and powerlessness, Sechkan gritted his teeth, because now he will have to return to the Supreme Family of the Northern Heaven and play the role of 2 agents at once, the tail of a butterfly and an Orthodox Path. But he will die in any case if he does not explode the thunderbolt at the tournament of the Heavenly Dragon. However, Li Gyun assured him not to worry about it. Then Mu Young wondered, What is the goal of the tail of the butterfly? After all, laying bolts in the tournament only for the destruction of the Supreme Family is too much risk, which means that there is clearly something else. Surely they will definitely not be able to find out, and therefore Li Guiyan ordered Mu Yong for now to focus on their main task, which is the victory in the tournament of the Heavenly Dragon. None of the viewers knew whether there was just luck or his skills, but Li Guiyan won the victory. At first, the audience accused him of crooking, but when Li Guiyan reached the finals of the first round, the dissatisfied abruptly diminished. His opponent in a decisive duel was also a Chu Ch, also known as the Poisonous Sword, and since it was the final of the first round, he was visited by the offspring of the dominant clans, Jan Suchan with the Salt of Bekva, and his Hagi with Samasha. But while the battle has not yet begun, Cheer was excitedly asked Li Guiyan. It is not too dangerous that his opponent would fight with a poisoned blade. However, Jack reassured the girl, telling her that he no longer needed to pretend. Then he looked up and noticed Mumu Aka on the roof of the palace. The Sword of Demons with a grin and anticipation watched his future rival. Therefore, Li Guiyan also grinned and added that now everything will be real. Chu Ka, a poisonous sword, fully justified his nickname, as he saturated his own blade with poison, and rumors did not exaggerate the danger of this person. And therefore one of the spectators that stood nearby was Chidi, sympathetically shook his head and wondered, why did the boy go to the boy from all the rivals? Then Ren excitedly asked that, is this Chu so dangerous? To which the man told, that according to rumors, even touching this snake kills. Meanwhile Chu, with a crazy grin and gaze, Li Gonu said that he was a lucky one. In response, Jack also grinned and said that he was not very confident in his own skill and forces. Otherwise, why cover the blade with poison, except because of your own weakness? The grin of Chu became less crazy when he told Jack that everyone who provoked him died a terrible death. And at the same moment he quickly rushed into the attack, but Li Guiyan so rapidly ducked under the wave of his blade. And the next moment, he knocked out a poisoned weapon from the enemy's hands with one-point blow to the wrist. And then something happened that no one expected, whether Guiyan immediately intercepted the poisoned blade and stuck it into the shoulder of Chu on the hilt. And while he screamed in pain, Li Guiyan's face visited a very bloodthirsty smile. And the next moment, he abruptly pulled out the blade, extending it along the whole hand of Chu Sa. And when he knelt helplessly to his knees, Li Guiyan told him that he could no longer hold his sword. It is black. And with her all the spectators incorrectly looked at the crippled Chu Ka. And the next moment, the audience burst into outraged exclamations. After all, how can this be that this guy from one blow to get off the Chu himself, the heir to the Alliance of the Southern Peak, Jan Sushin, also could not hold back his surprise, jumping to his feet. Looking at Li Guiyan, he asked questions. Was he always so strong? And what kind of new wind clan? But his companion, Sol Bukwi, was much more restrained and simply silently watched Li Guiyan, not showing her thoughts. The same could be said about the heir to the Supreme Family of the Northern Heaven, Hagi. He mentally noticed that this was not a beginner level, and also asked questions, but different. Where did this Jack Li Guiyan come from? And is his goal really to win in the tournament? On this, the final of the first round ended, and Li Guiyan decided to celebrate his victory with Chayan, bringing the girl to a popular tavern. And as soon as they went inside, all visitors together began to praise the winner and wish for good luck in the next round. Meanwhile, did Guiyan take a place at the table, lounging in a chair, and with a smile wondered, so what is popularity? But Cheer was thinking, watching him, because most people are afraid to approach those who go to the final of the tournament. However, Li Guiyan was different. Even after what he showed in the arena, people did not shun him. But suddenly one of the visitors at the next table asked Jack what he would say about another participant who went to the finals. He is called a nameless traveler, but even the most experienced craftsman cannot tear his hat off him. Then the visitor turned to his friend that he was a spectator on the last round and asked, did he see that face of this nameless traveler? However, in response, the man turned pale and admitted that he could not consider anything. All that he saw, or rather heard, it was how the nameless traveler slightly exposed his sword, and the next moment, his enemy fell from the wound received. Sherry was horrified from what she heard and whispered that this was impossible. However, Li Guiyan did not agree with her. He immediately became serious and stated that the situation became extremely unpleasant. It was unusual to see Jack in this state, and therefore she asked, is he worried? However, in response, Li Guiyan guilty admitted that he did not take money with him. I really want to eat what Ren promised that he would buy him food. Jack immediately shone with happiness and suggested starting with a baked duck, fried beef, and chicken soup. However, cheerily cooled his appetites, warning that she had only 2 nannies with her. Then Li Gyun, with a crafty smile, offered to eat plenty, and instead of paying, wash the dishes. But the next moment, Salt Bukewa approached their table and asked to allow her to pay for food. And then she turned to Cheyenne with a smile and sincerely congratulated her on the adoption in the Phoenixes. But Li Gyun, for help at the tournament, she thanked much more serious and colder. But in response, he assured with a smile that the young Mr. Jan should thank. However, Bucha did not give up everything and asked Li Gaian not to hold her by the fool. The behavior of the girl sincerely surprised the Black, because she first spoke with someone first. But from thoughts, Ren suddenly pulled out Jack, saying that she should not worry, since his heart is already busy. Cheat immediately burst into a blush and asked why she suddenly worried her, why Gaian could not hold laughter. But Salt Bucha in parting told Jack that he really was a walking mystery. The next day, the final of the tournament of the Heavenly Dragon took place, in which Li Gyon and a nameless traveler will have to converge. And this time, among the audience, it was not only Black, but also a young man, which made the girl accompany. The demoness with 2 sickles asked Ren whether she was worried, about which the girl admitted that yes, because the enemy Li Gyan has outstanding skills. Then Dvan Yang admitted that she herself had not seen for a long time how the demonic swordsman was fighting, because he had not had worthy rivals for a long time. Even she, a demon with 2 sickles, could not know who would win, but she knew for sure that this battle would not end quickly. Meanwhile, both finalists have already climbed the arena and stood opposite each other. Chan was the first to violate the tense silence, saying with a grin that let Gaion and the native blood of the young lady. But there is a duel. Therefore he, the Sword of Demons, will not regret, even if he has to kill Jack. Then, in response, Hyung closed his eyes and with a smile admitted that he knew that Chon would say that. But then Jack exposed the hellish blade of the north, and with a grin added that this is why he also puts his own life today. And the next moment, both swordsmen at once rushed on the attack and crossed their blades. And it was at that moment that he noticed that the arena and the audience disappeared. And instead of them now, there was an endless desert and mountains. Then, Eun-young explained the surprised girl that it was the art of creation which affects the surrounding space. Those who do not own the art of creation see only the illusion. The battle is completely different from what is really happening. All because these combat techniques are not intended for the eyes of ordinary mortals. The only ones who sees a real battle are she with a black and Mu-young with Lee San. And then Ren realized that Li Gaian and Chan went to the finals, without even revealing their real skills. And therefore, Jenu Yang ordered her to watch carefully and not miss a single movement, for such a fight can only be seen once in her life. And as soon as she could tell her, the first blood spilled in the next moment. And then Cheed, Mu-young, and Snu-young with Li San. Everyone turned their eyes to the wound on Li Gyun's shoulder. And Chan explained that when he said that he would not regret Jack's murder, they were not empty threats. And after that, he raised his sword again and ordered Li Gun to use the same martial art, otherwise he says goodbye to life. And then, in response, the hellish blade let out a demonic aura, and Jack, with an ominous smile, said that now he would become serious. And the next moment, the earth around Li Gaian opened due to the tremendous amount of ki released. Chayan had a vague suspicion, but seeing his own aura of Chi-gyeon, she realized that it was demonic ki. But Chong only rejoiced from what he saw, because every follower of the demonic cult dreams of seeing, at least once in his life, the special martial art of the Heavenly Dragon. It is called 9 Forms of Demonic Disaster Blade, and the next moment, Li Gaian performed the first of 9 forms. Chan was able to block her with his sword, but Li Gaian's attack began to squeeze him, and the wind that rose from the first shape was so strong that it cut out the clothes and even the skin of Chan. However, despite this, he asked the question with a grin. Where does Li Gaian get such power? After all, he has much less ki. And when the wind is subsided, Jack used the second form and let out a lightning from the hellish blade. The second attack turned out to be more powerful than the previous one, which made a real sandstorm. And when she lay down, Li Gaian applied the technique of the step of the falling flower and soared over the ground. But the next moment, Chan burst from under the sand, that he immediately overtook Jack even in the air. Li Gyun blocked his blow with a blade and could not resist praise, admitting that Chan is really impressive. In response, he stated that he could say the same thing, and then the opponents began to exchange blows. It was not believed from such a spectacle that there are masters of a similar level, because in comparison with them its skills are just children's fun. And from how Li Gaian fights in the sky like a deity, a girl was swept by a trembling and awe. And then Li Gaian used the 5th form, and at the same second a real dragon materialized behind him. And the next moment, that expanded his mouth and rushed at Kron. And then the dragon crashed into the ground, causing a real earthquake. But when the dragon dispelled like dust, everyone saw the wounded, but still standing on the feet of Chan. However, despite the wounds, he suddenly threw up his head and burst into a loud laugh. And having mocking properly, he also loudly declared Gun that his mother was definitely flowing in that. And after Chan again raised his sword and offered to finish everything with one blow, Chi did not understand how it was possible, to which Devan Yang explained to her that this was a special martial art of a demonic swordsman. This is the strongest technique of owning a sword, for which its master, Chan Mu Ak, and received his nickname, a sword of demons. This can only be resisted if Li Gaian applies the seventh form of his hellish blade, but in this case, he will not be able to control his thirst for destruction. Meanwhile, Chok Surin, as promised, brought his wife, Yu Solhu, to the central plains. And there, among the whole field of flowers, he asked her, "Why did Gunun have such a pipe dream?" Then, in response, Solha said to her husband, "Their son needs such a dream because her blood flows in him, but you won't go against blood. Li Gaian is driven by instincts because he is her heir. Inside it trembles and absorbs everything around an uncontrolled thirst for destruction. And it was this thirst Li Gaian was going to quench, bringing down the full power of the hellish blade not only on Chan, but also on those who stood behind him. Not only on Mu Yan, Dian Yang, and Li San, but even on Qid. And at that very moment, meeting her gaze and seeing fear in her eyes, Li Gaian's hand trembled. But then Chan angrily asked Jack, "Where does it look?" And the next moment, he brought down his strongest technique on Li Gaian and he absorbed the purple flame. Mu Yang was trying to rush to the aid of his master. But at that very moment, the demonic flame was extinguished by streams of water. And then everyone saw Jack Li Gyong holds in his hand the sword of the noblest person of all times, his father, Chok Surin. And as for the hellish blade, now he rested struck into the ground. And then Cheer remembered Li Gaian's words, that he would never use his father's sword. She would only know that it was for her Gyeon who first violated the oath given to himself. And now he was going to win, using not the thirst for destruction of his mother, but the strength of his father, that he had despised for so long in himself. And the next moment, he brought down a decisive blow to the shoulder of Chan. Li Gaian barely touched his hand. But Chan had the feeling that all his chi was silently exhausted. And looking at Jack's concentrated face, he wondered, what kind of martial art is this? Meanwhile, the silence of Nari Yun announced that the duel was over. And as soon as she told this, the next moment the art of creation was dispelled. And at the same second, the audience in the stands burst out with dissatisfied cries, because of the dust storm they saw nothing. Qid asked if everything really returned to her original state, to which Jin Yun reassured the girl, saying that they were all in reality again. And then one of the viewers exclaimed in surprise louder than the rest and pointed to the arena. And there all the spectators saw a nameless traveler, without his bamboo hat, and fell on one knee because of the wounds. Li Gaian was the first to be able to remove his hat from him, and he returned it with a good smile. And then Chong Mu Ak, the sword of demons, realized that if Li Gun without hesitation used the seventh form of a demonic disaster blade, then he would be dead. Nevertheless, Chan accepted his hat from Jack's hands and admitted that he was sorry that he never had a chance to see the seventh shape. Indeed, for him, a member of a demonic cult, there would be no disgrace to die from a demonic blade. And therefore Chan put on his hat and said with a grin that he was surrendering. And this meant that Jack Li Gyong became the winner of the Heavenly Dragon tournament, which is why all the audience in the stands were amazed together. And not only ordinary spectators, but nobles, such as In Mun with Mak Hui, Mrs. Sol Bakwa, and even the head of the supreme family of the Northern Heaven, to them Yongs, with her grandson, and only his face was expressed by a joyful smile due to the victory of a friend. And then the curator of the tournament in the entire arena was announced by Jack Li Gayun, with the youngest winner in the history of the tournament and the new hero born in Jianghu. However, at the moment, Li Gaian was deaf to the curator's loud speech and the chanting of the audience, because now his father's sword, which he brought him victory, took possession of his attention. In the evening of the same day, a solemn banquet took place on the occasion of the end of the tournament of the Heavenly Dragon, and as soon as the culprit of the celebration appeared on him, all the young ladies burst into a blush from embarrassment. One of them timidly asked Li Gyun, "Do he often tell him that he was beautiful?" And then, in response, Jack with a charming smile said that he hears it all the time. And immediately fans burst into such an enthusiastic squeal that the people around them jumped from fright. And as well as Black, which awkwardly accompanied Li Gyun, she had to admit that he became very popular. However, as soon as she thought about it, Jack immediately remembered his companion and invited her to eat to the dump this evening. But in response, Ren asked worriedly if he wanted to relax, because Jack's wounds looked rather serious. Then Gyeon smiled slyly and clarified, "Is the girl not worried about him?" But unfortunately, before Ren managed to answer, it suddenly called out by the head of the supreme family of the Northern Heaven. To him, Chon. Cheed was respectfully greeted the chapter, to which he stated that he was waiting for a meeting with her. And when the girl reasonably asked why, Jongs grinned quite and stated that she was a beautiful couple for his grandson, Haga. And only after he asked Ren what she was thinking about this. But the girl was expected to be confused. After all, she never even talked to Hagi, so why is such an offer? Meanwhile, two nobles nearby began to actively whisper, hearing the words to Yongs about the possible union of the Northern Heaven with a righteous sword. Seeing doubts about the girl, Yongs assured them that he has long been watching the successes of the righteous sword, and therefore he is sure that Ren is an ideal couple for Haga. However, before cheer, she was able to somehow gather her thoughts. Instead of her, Lee Gyan answered with a smile, explaining that she liked some other. From such words, the girl was surprised even more and immediately turned to Jack. And then he looked into her eyes, and with a sly smile added that this someone, he himself. The nobles eavesdropping on the conversation cautiously glanced at Yong's quiet, thinking that Jack was definitely crazy. However, contrary to their fears, the head of the supreme family smiled condescendingly and said that he expected such self-confidence from the winner of the tournament. And then he added that he understands why Lee Gyun liked Mrs. Jung, which is why the latter looked down and burst into a light blush. But then Jack gazed into Chan's eyes and stated that he also liked Madame Young, and therefore he asks to leave her alone. However, the next moment, one of the noblemen was unceremoniously stuck in the conversation that he was indignant at such a disrespect for the head of the supreme family of the Northern Heaven. Then in response, did Gyeon ask if he offers him to give a woman to the head without question? The nobleman did not answer, but only reproached Jack for not respect for the elders. Then Lee Gyun said in a cold tone that with adults, it is always the case. If someone corresponds to their expectations, he is immediately encouraged. But you just have to say the word across, and the person instantly becomes an ungrateful bastard. And no one will flash thoughts, how much these primitive standards are obsolete. Cheed noticed how Lee Gyeon squeezed his hand into his fist and wondered, why was he so angry now? Meanwhile, the nobleman objected, saying that Lee Gyun did not understand much at his age. But then Lee Gyong said that he doubts this, because he is not going to become like a nobleman. And then he added that age does not make him a respected person by default. But the next moment, someone from the crowd strictly called to Lee Gyan, and when he turned around he saw his father, Chok Surin. The shouting nobleman immediately turned to him, demanding that he would engage in the upbringing of his son. However, instead of Serena, his wife answered that she ordered the nobleman to shut up. And when he was indignant, Yusola said that such an old man like him should sit in the corner of the room in a hug with his night pot. And then Yusola came out from behind her husband, and showing herself in all its glory, she asked the nobleman, how dare she poke a finger at someone else's son? All dissatisfied and offended in an instant bit of languages, and only to them Chonsei felt such an ominous chi from this woman that it was impossible to convey in words. But Chi did not feel anything, only surprised and thought, was it really Gyeon's parents? Meanwhile, the nobleman faded and awkwardly tried to explain himself to Lee Gyeon's mother. However, the next moment, the head of the supreme family gave him a murderous look and stated that to insult his parents, even if their child is wrong, the height of disrespect. And when the nobleman finally understood his place, Yongya looked at Solhu again, and thoughts in his thoughts that she was not an ordinary woman. Then he looked at her husband and let it not feel the powerful chi from that. But something did not give the head of peace, and therefore he decided to find out everything about them. The conflict was exhausted on this, Young's reporting that he did not want to interfere with the reunification of the family and retired. And as soon as he left, Surin immediately told his son that he behaved like a child. However, in response, Hyung objected, saying that he did not do anything correct. And then he told his father that he always asks for any nonsense that has no value. And in the end, Lee Gyan asked his father not to impose his beliefs, as well as his own mistakes. And then Cherry realized that Jack arranged this whole argument because he knew about the arrival of his parents. Meanwhile, Sola sighed heavily and closed her husband, stood in front of her son. And then she said with a loving smile how much he grew up and offered to go inside in order to make up a lot. Lee Gyan listened to his mother's words, but instead of the nearest tavern, he invited his parents to the estate of the New Wind. And there, at one table, there was the acquaintance of two families. The head of the righteous sword, Lee Chu, was the first to express gratitude to Lee Jin's parents for saving his family. In response to gratitude, Sola said with a smile that their daughter was very kind and beautiful. But at the moment she felt he was not at ease. Also, the silent behavior of Lee Guion was extremely alarming, because under ordinary circumstances he always jokes. But now he did not even look at his father, whom he had not seen for 10 years, and now to be very close. Sola noticed Ren's alarming look in the direction of her son, and therefore did not hold back a warm smile. And with this smile she asked the girl, how did she meet her son? However, instead of Ren, Lee Guion answered, calmly telling that they collided on the street, and therefore in the bar. But his words sounded somehow rudely and ambiguously. Then Surin said that certain boundaries should be present between a man and a woman, even if they are both masters of martial arts. And then he hintily looked at his son and advised him to observe decency. In response, Lee Guion pricked his father with a cold look, and nevertheless agreed with him. Well, after dinner, Lee Gyun decided to take a walk in the garden of the estates, and called Blagan with him. Watching how he walks on the water, the girl wondered, can she ever stay on the water with the same ease? However, soon Ren was distracted from thoughts of Lee Guion's displeased voice. He repeated his father's words about the observance of decency and the borders between a man and a woman. And then he asked himself, is it all that he can tell him? However, despite the fact that Jack was clearly upset, he was heavily touched by his behavior, because at such moments, he behaves as a child, and she is completely not against seeing this side of Jack Lee Gyun. Meanwhile, Jack said that his father would not just keep silent from the side of how he challenges this world. Then Cheer asked, what is he going to do in this case? In response, Hyung stirred his key water surface and stated that he was going to fight. And when he joined the blue on the bridge, she asked how strong his father is. The girl's question was forced to smile, and after he admitted that he was still a long way in comparison with his father. Then Ren asked how strong his mother was, to which Jack replied that his parents were equal in strength. But then he said that for the past 20 years, his mother hid his face. Rather, she not only hid, but disfigured her own beauty with the help of the technique of reverse transformation. After all, if she sold fruit, having such a beauty, then many would have questions, and, in addition, his parents were forced to hide. Cheed was amazed at what he heard, because for so many years his mother lived without loved ones nearby, and what was the reason? But then, Lee Gyun admitted that the technique that he used in the last battle of the tournament is this technique of his mother. And then he suddenly asked Chutin whether it was interesting for her to know where his mother knows the martial art of the heavenly demon. But before answering the answer, Ren thought, recalling how Guion looked when he was going to use the mother's technique. At that moment, it surprised her and even scared her. But now it was not important for Cheed what was in Jack's past. Therefore, she said with a smile that she would not be surprised at any of his stories. And then Lee Gyun gave her his former and such a familiar smile. Meanwhile, the palace of the heavenly demon was high, among the mountains. And that night the heavenly demon, Yu Jinchon, visited a messenger with an important report. The messenger said that the young mistress came out of the shadows, to which Jinchon specified, was she noticed with that lousy? And having heard confirmation, the heavenly demon suggested that apparently the news reached the Yu Solha, and after 20 years it still seemed to see her son. Then the messenger reported that according to the last rumors, Jack Lee Gyong intends to win the world. From the last words, the face of Yin Jinchon visited a mocking smile. And the next moment, the heavenly demon broke out with a loud laughter throughout the palace. And having laughed, Yu Jinchon propped his face with his fist and angrily muttered, that's an arrogant bastard. The morning of the next day pleased the estate of the New Wind and its residents with clear weather. This time was the most suitable for low cleaning in a small garden. Exploring the pulling, Jin Yoon with a smile admitted that this is the most beautiful pastime. But then Lee San reasonably asked why, in this case, she was destroying everything. To which the old woman explained that this was the whole essence of the beautiful. But then Devan Yang squinted at Chon that he was suspiciously silent with this thoroughly. Therefore, she told a friend that he should not lose heart. Whether Gyun is just at a completely different level, so that as a master of Chon did not lose. But in response, he asked, what kind of technique that Gyeon defeated him? Then Lee took the word and crossed his hands on his chest, explained that that technique is called the Sword of the Galactic Meteor. This is the martial art of a clan of the power of the wind, which is an analog of the technique of 9 disasters. From these words, Chan's stern face stretched out in surprise, because he had never heard about it before. Then Lee San explained that all because the clan of the wind power does not interfere in Jianghu's affairs, but all the families of the orthodox path in great duty to them. And then Lee San admitted that he served Lee Guion's father for 2 decades, and it was he who was the legal heir to the wind power clan. For him, a sword of thunder, a clan of the power of the wind. As for Chan, a sword of demons, a cult of a heavenly demon. However, the next moment, Lee Gaion joined them that he had heard the words of Lee San. He said with a smile that he was not so much new, but he later asked, did his parents visit them today? Then Lee Gyong looked at Chan and suggested that for that it was the first meeting with his father. Then Chan asked whether that last blow was really the martial art of Father Lee Gaion. Jack confirmed his words and himself asked, how long did Chan have to give all over the battle in the battle? He did not answer the question, but with a malicious grin stated that Chok Surin is much more beautiful than his son. In response, Lee Gaion gave Chan a promising look and said that he was definitely deprived of a good taste. Meanwhile, the Chok's Surin disgust examined the estate of the azure heaven from the window of his chambers. Yusolha hugged her husband from the back and clinging to him asked, what worries? In response, Surin admitted that he was worried about how much their son spent money on the construction of this estate. Then Sola reminded her husband that their son is not one of those who will take the property from innocent people. Surin gently covered his wife's hand and said that he had a request for her. And when Sola asked which one, her husband asked her to leave this business on him, because it is impossible to realize their son's dream. But then Sola pressed to Surin even more, and replied that this is why Gyeon makes sense in Lee Gyeon's dream. Surin turned to his wife, expecting from her the subsequent but, and then Solha told her husband that she loves and respects him, but she would not dare to put everything on his shoulders as for Lee Gaion. And if Surin tries to stop him, he will even lose their son forever. In response, Surin gently touched his beloved cheek and said that she was constantly worried about two of them. And then Solka clung to her husband's chest and whispered that she was worried because they both could suffer. But she would not allow this, even if she has to drown the whole Jonghu in the blood. At noon, the weather sharply deteriorated and now the rain poured from a bucket. But Lee Gun was lucky to visit one roadside tavern before the start of the rain and naturally invite Shine with you for the company. Ren first tried a heated sake and with a cheerful smile admitted that it was bitter. And from her question, why do people generally drink such muck, Lee Gyun did not restrain his tenderness and smiles. And after that he explained, even those who say that they love alcohol do not drink it because of taste, because only hopeless alcoholics can really enjoy this bitterness. Ren asked why then drink, or Gyung replied, for the company. Because to divide the drink with the interlocutor is part of the culture. But then Jack looked at his reflection in the glass and added that people were drunk in order to get drunk in order to plunge into a state of lightness when you have fun. And all your experiences dissolve in alcohol. And after these words, Lee Gyun devastated his glass, which is why Ren suggested that his father really excites. However, she asked aloud, can Jack be able to drink? Then, in response, Gayan put back his glass and hinted with a crafty grin that he could do a lot of things. It was impossible to deny this, and therefore Black chose awkwardly laughing out. However, then Lee Gyun warned with all his seriously that he would lead someone today. But before Ren managed to clarify, there were dissatisfied screams, and turning around the girl saw how the mistress of the tavern and her son surrounded 4 men. The main one angrily asked the hostess about the debt, and then Lee Gyun calmly explained Ren that these people were money rasters, and they belonged to a dirty group known as 3 Heads. Their leader is the name of Shim Yang, and he is so ruthless that he was nicknamed Heartless. They are not very famous in Jianghu, but they are supported by the Northern Heaven. Who would have thought that such an outstanding family would resort to such dirty divisions, just to make money? Meanwhile, the mistress of the Karchevny told the Moneylend that if she knew that there were 3 heads behind this, she would rather have died with hunger than would take money. Then Shimyangu said that she would die anyway, and by the end of the month this place will be them. But the next moment, someone left the kitchen. It was the owner of the tavern that he strictly asked in his hand, "What is happening here?" His wife admitted that recently the prices of food have jumped, and therefore she took money from her neighbors. Then the owner of the Karchevny became clear. The 3 heads monopolized the supply of products and set up a trap for them. In response, Shim Yang asked, "Was it not a business? This is not an eternal struggle," and invited the owner of the tavern to work for him. The leader of the 3 heads proposed 40 nannies per month, but in response, the owner of the institution squeezed the hilt of Tisak with all his might. Then Shim, with an evil smile, advised him to think about the family, because the man will not be able to kill everyone once. However, the next moment, Lee Gyun suddenly intervened in their confrontation, saying that 40 nannies were too little, and then he added that it is stupid to try to buy such a good fighter for just 40 nan. Shim Yang learned in Jack the winner of the tournament of the Heavenly Dragon, and nevertheless asked with a grin, "Is he who is behind them?" And then, without waiting for an answer, he ordered one of his thugs to deal with this place. the bandit immediately began to fulfill the order, dispersing the visitors and the skeleton of the tables. But suddenly the son of the owner of the shop grabbed him by the hand, and with tears began to beg not to break everything around. In response, the thug threw the boy, but the owner of the tavern managed to catch it. And then, the bandit bared the sword and said that he was not going to spare even small geeks, which was why Cheer immediately jumped up from the table. But the next moment, before the girl managed to do something, something pierced through the bandit's head. Everything happened so rapidly that for a moment, the thug surplusted. This time was enough for him in order to squint and see the bored Jack Lee Gion with an outstretched hand. And the next moment, the bandit was dead to the floor. In Karchevna, tense silence immediately reigned, and Lee Gion calmly stated that he would pay the debt. And then he took one of the wooden wands for food and added with a bloodthirsty smile that for a start they would chat now. Then Shim Yang. He realized that his man had just been killed by a regular wand for food. Meanwhile, Jack turned to the owner of the tavern and stated that instead of 40 nan, he would pay 1,000 nan monthly. And if this is not enough, then whether Gun will find the leader of the Little Dragon clan. From the last words, the owner of the tavern was dumbfounded and asked Jack, how did he find out? After all, earlier the name of the head of the clan of a small dragon horrified. However, it so happened that he did harm to the innocent and disappeared. Dream Sherion was one of those who, through the fault of a little dragon, lost his own family. Therefore, he was looking for the head of the clan in order to take revenge. But the searches were in vain. Then Chorong started a new family and again decided to live like an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Shim asked Choron, will he seriously believe that Gion will pay 1,000 nan monthly for the search for a person? Then Ren realized that Let Jack won the tournament, but many still perceive him as an unconscious boy who was just lucky. And as evidence, Shim Yang told Choron that he had only 2 options. Either he works for 3 heads or pays money. And in the event of a refusal, Choron and his family will have to leave this place and live the remaining years on the street. Then the dream Chorong thought, again squeezing the hilt of Taesak, because he could not lose people dear to him again. However, the next moment of his torment, Li Gian interrupted that he promised to take care of the 3 heads. And when Chorong looked at him, Jack, with a grin, asked, is his proposal not more profitable? Chorong thought again, because this boy was able to find him and even find out the truth about the head of a little dragon. And Let Gion seemed very strange to him, but for the sake of his family, he agreed with his proposal. And as soon as Corin to say good, at the same second, Jack's lips stretched out in a satisfied smile. But one of the thugs immediately stated that Hyong and Selene could. But behind them is a supreme family. However, the next moment Jack was behind him and stuck a wand for food exactly into the sleepy artery. And when the thug cut off to the floor, the rest of the bandits stood up at Li Gion. However, he simply jumped to the ceiling, but so swiftly that the thugs really did not understand anything. And after a second, everything was over for them. Jack pierced through their heads in the blink of an eye. And when all 3 collapsed together on the floor, the shocked Shim Yang realized that he was brutally mistaken. It seemed to him that Li Gion's victory was at the tournament, pure luck, but he killed his subordinates like ants. However, before Shim managed to do anything, Jack already drove his wand into his heart. And in parting, he looked into the eyes of the dying Shim, and stated that many met death precisely because of him. And then Jack pulled out a wand from the chest of Shim, and brought down a flurry of rapid blows on him. And having dealt with the leader of the 3 heads, Li Gyun threw into that bloodied stick, and said that he would miss the stage of the interview. Then Chorong was alert and asked what he meant, but Jack reassured the man, saying that he needed such a person, because with his skills, Chorong could easily deal with the bandits, but restrained himself because of the family. Then Chorong reasonably asked, what does Gion want from him? In response, Jack became serious and explained that he wanted to hire Choron as a coach for a new clan, because the best teacher does not exist. But then Li Gion grinned and added that this is what Mu Yong, himself, Jack himself in truth, did not even know Choroan. Then the dream thought again, because for a long time he tried to forget that it was best not to cook, but to teach martial arts. But perhaps it was precisely by this that his heart began to be furiously pounding immediately after the announced proposal. And therefore, Dream Koroan confidently agreed to him. Wai Gion smiled in a friendly way in response. And all this time, the observing from the side, Chutin, realized that Li Gyun really steps towards his dream, and let others call her unrealistic. But the most important thing is that he goes to her. And a few days later, the estate of the Supreme Family of the Northern Heaven visited unpleasant news. They were delivered by the main Supreme Advisor, Pan Nui, when Zhongs talked with his grandson. The head of the Supreme Family of the Northern Heaven asked displeasedly, "What is the problem?" And then, in response, Pan Nue said that the 3 heads disappeared in one night, and who is behind this is unknown. But a couple of days ago, Jack Lee Gyong argued with 3 heads. He was surprised at Chansa again hearing this name and stated that this guy is definitely not simple. It is strange not only that the tournament was won by a stranger, about whom no one had heard anything at all, so it also failed to find out anything about his parents. Then Hagi asked him, "Grandfather, perhaps this family is not worth their precious time?" And then he said that he invited Mrs. Jung to a meeting of the presenter of the youth, which would take place in a few days. And it is there that the heir to the supreme family of the Northern Heaven will demonstrate where one power ends and the other begins. A few days later, as Hagi was predicted by him, the same collection of the young people who visited the company at Li Yan visited. Having taken a place at the table, he explained to the girl that at this meeting, the children of powerful families Jianghu are building connections. So for everyone, it is a very important political event. Then Ren realized why all the gathered girls were dressed so elegant. But she was also a little bothering Li Gyun, because he said that he was not going to come, but in the end he came. However, the next moment, all the conversations subsided together, because Pek Sangi, deputy head of the inner hall of the Supreme Family of the Northern Heaven, ascended a small scene. He said with a smile that the time had come for the main event, and today they have 2 special guests. Namely, the winners of the Dragon and Phoenix tournament of this year, the young Mr. Jan Suchin from the Alliance of the South Peak, and also the young Madam Young is cut from the clan of the Righteous Sword. The hall immediately erupted in ovation in honor of the Dragon and Phoenix, and Pek asked them both to go on stage to begin a special event of this evening. Namely, the opportunity to chat with the Dragon and Phoenix of this year is played. Anyone who offers the largest amount will be able to spend an hour with special guests. From such a proposal, the fan of Yana shook embarrassedly, but now it was clearly not laughing. But at least she comforted her that half of the funds raised would go for a good matter. Pek prevailed to start with Phoenix, and at the same second the young men and the men began to throw up their hands and shout their bets. And looking at all of them, Cheer was sincerely surprised, because they offer so much Nian for a normal conversation with her. Meanwhile, Salt Bukewa approached what was happening to be obsessed with what was happening and asked, how can he just look at it? After all, it seemed to the girl that for the sake of Black, Jack would fight for her. However, before Li Gyung managed to answer, someone offered 1,000 Nan for Ren. And when Jack turned to his voice, he saw the heir to the Supreme Family, Hagi, to them. From such a bet, all the other participants instantly frowned, because they, by mere mortals, would not be killed by such an amount. Nevertheless, the Supreme Family of the Northern Heaven was at a completely different level. And looking at the faces of the participants of the auction of Haga smiled rather, because now they all felt the difference in statuses. Meanwhile, Pek Sangi began to count before the closing of the Hague rate was closed. But suddenly Hyong raised his hand and stated that he was offering 2,000 nannies. From such insolence, not only Black with Jan and Bukva, but even the heir to the Supreme Family were surprised. Pek Sanga also froze in surprise, but Li Gyun brought him a mocking voice. He asked the deputy, "Is he going to count?" Pike realized and awkwardly specified the crowd. "Will anyone offer more?" Then Hagi raised his bet to 2,500 Nan. In response, Jack offered $3,000. Hagi raised them to 4, but Li Gaian did not think to retreat. However, observing their confrontation, he was forced to admit that they went too far. Meanwhile, the bet has already reached 6,000, but Li Gyun calmly raised it to 7. Then Cheed turned to him with the help of mental technology and asked to stop. However, Jack remained adamant and stated that there was nothing wrong with this, because they would simply talk 1 hour. But while he was talking with Cheyenne, Pak suggested that Li Gun has nowhere else to raise a bet, because the prize fund is only 5,000 nannies. However, the next moment, Jack publicly proposed 10,000 nannies for the blue. And then Jan Suchin still could not stand it and asked Li Gaian in amazement, "Does he have that money?" The rest of the auction also began to ask questions, because 10,000 are too many. Even Peek mentally admitted that the young Mr. Haga would not be easy to get a similar amount, and therefore should retreat, even if it looked humiliating. However, contrary to his expectations and common sense, Haga asked him Jack, could he continue further? Then, in response, Hyong raised the bet to 12,000, and with a grin added that he would give up only if such an amount for Haga is too large. The heir to the Supreme Family said that a real man would sacrifice everyone for the sake of a woman who wants, and raised a bet to 15,000. And at a miter second, Li Gaian jumped up from the table and shouted with an ominous smile that he was surrendering. And at that moment Hagi realized what he had just done. And as if reading his thoughts, Lee Guyon with a sly grin said that spending 15,000 nan for 1 hour of conversation with a woman is simply crazy. Paek Sang-hee understood that if everything would end like that, then he would have problems, and therefore he had to help Hagi, even if he had to annul the entire auction. He went down from the stage and asked whether Lee Guyon had 10,000 nianu, to which he imprinted on the table and invited the deputy to check himself. And after getting acquainted with the check, Pak said that he was genuine and asked Jack, where did he get so much money from? In response, he said that he had earned them. But Pacey was not enough, and therefore he prevented the question. How did Jack manage to earn such a large amount at such a young age? Then Hyong looked at Paces from the bottom and answered the question with the question, why on earth did he have to report on his money? The deputy immediately froze and hastily asked Mrs. Jung to take a place next to the winner of the auction, Mr. Hagi. In response, Gion indifferently drank tea from a cup, and then Peck announced the beginning of the auction for the young Mr. January. And when the auction came to an end, the deputy head of the inner hall hastened to retire in his office. He needed to deal with all the affairs before the Dragon and Phoenix finished communicating with the winners of the auction. Picking up a check for 15,000 nan, Peek said that that girl from the Righteous Sword Clan was terribly lucky, and it was she who would have to give half of the 15,000. The second half that was supposed to go on donations, Pek was going to pick up. But then Lee Guyon, who suddenly appeared in his office, asked if Hagi would definitely be pleased with him, which frightened the deputy to half a target. Meanwhile, Jack continued the interrogation, specifying Pak. Isn't this money for those in need? After all, this is why she agreed to the auction. But as soon as Pak only hinted in response, Lee Guyon immediately shut up the deputy, imprinted his fist in his face. Peck collapsed from a chair to the floor, and rising, began to call for help guard. However, Jack, hanging over him with a smile, said that no one would come, because everyone was sleeping with an unstable dream. And then he stepped into Pak's hand and recalled that he was interested in how Jack earned so much money. Then Lee Guyon took away from the deputy check, and told that he got rich selecting everything from the same bastards as Peck Sangha. And then Jack asked, did Pak think that no one would know how he covered the atrocities of Haga? And the next moment, instead of an answer, the deputy screamed in pain to his entire office. The meeting ended, like this day, and under the light of the full moon, Cheer with Lee Guyon returned home through the forest. Jack did not conceal anything from the girl, and told how Peck Sengi tried to assign money to himself, and therefore Jack took it for the necessary purposes. Cheed awkwardly admitted that she did not think that Hagi would do so vilely. What Jack asked. What did they talk about together? In response, Ren said that the young master simply drank them and did not say a word for the whole hour. Then Jack told her that this was expected, because Hagi only wanted to amuse his pride, and therefore he could not stop in time. Ren guessed that Li Gun managed to provoke him before he changed his mind. However, the next moment, Jack suddenly stopped and turned to the girl, looked into her eyes. And then he quietly stated that if the auction was for the right to receive Ren forever, Lee Guyon would put on the end that she could not imagine. And having said these words, Lee Guyon silently turned and simply went on, leaving the puzzled girl behind. And looking after him, he was asking a blush on her cheeks with a blush. What kind of sudden recognition? The morning of the next day began with the pogrom in the chambers of Hagi, which the young gentleman himself arranged. Throwing a vase into the wall, he asked him a beaten pack. Could he return his money? In response, the deputy admitted that he was just doing this while the young master was talking with Mrs. Young. However, Jack Lee Gayong recognized everything from somewhere and appeared to pack. From the last words, they had a feeling that this Gayon was simply playing with him. Because of his trick, they fell in the eyes of people that even at the same level they could never stand with him. Then Pek Sungi conlectionally stated that they need to deal with this Jen. Hagi objected to them immediately, because his grandfather will never forgive him for the murder of the winner of the Heavenly Dragon. But then Pak recalled that in the eyes of ordinary people, Hagi had nowhere to fall below, and rumors about this had already spread. And then he said that Let Gion's skill is exceptional, but there is a way to deal with him so that no one suspected anything. And then, in response to Hagi, with an ominous smile, clarified, "Does Pak really know how to kill Gion?" In response, he explained that in Jianghu, there are people who are ready to do all the dirty work for others. Such a plan seemed to be unreliable, because Peck offered to get rid of the winner of the tournament with the hands of a regular mercenary. But he assured that this is the safest way, and there is no point in checking Gion's skills, because he would die as soon as he decides that he is safe. They thought about the proposal, because this year the tournament was really easy, so it may work. Then the deputy added that the mercenaries would die rather than to reveal their employer. and if the young master prepares the right amount, then the PEC will ensure that no one understands where the order came from. So only they will know about this idea together. In this case, Hagi promised them with a satisfied smile that he would get the money by tomorrow in the morning, and if everything went as it should, he would reward the deputy well. In fact, Hagi decided to them that it would be better if only one thing is known about the killers, and because only Jack Li Gyong will die, Pek Sanga will follow him. Meanwhile, the deputy respectfully bowed his head and assured that he would do everything possible. But in fact, Pek Sanga also built intrigues against his young master, because last night he turned away from the supreme family of tyrants. Last night, his office was visited by Elder Bon Sechkan, which Pak himself was very surprised. Sechkan said that the young Mr. Ima was very upset by what happened at today's event. From such news, the PEK was noticeably nervous, and said that he did not think that everything was so bad. But Sechkan calmly assured that everything would be so soon from the deputy to get rid of. Pek Sanga jumped up and indignantly asked, "What can they do with him because of such a little thing?" Then Sechkan asked in response, was he could not see the essence of Mr. Ima for so many years? Did Pek think about how many people usually die because of one wrong step? Soon the young master will begin to look for a scapegoat that he will accuse of today's shame, and no matter how much Pek denies. But at heart, he himself already knows this. In a trembling voice, the deputy asked the elder, will he really receive this in 11 years of the right service? In response, Sechkan said with sympathy that these are the unspoken rules of this world. But then he admitted that he himself was not in the best position, because they planned to blame him for what happened at the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. Such a revelation surprised Pak, and then, leaning on the table, Sechkan asked, did he want to take revenge? And then, in response, Pek Sanga without hesitation said that he wanted to live. The next day, Bon Sechkan met in the forest with Jack and Mu Yong. The elder reported to them that Pek Sangi convinced Mr. Ima so soon the mercenaries of the ghostly killer would go to business. In response, Hyong said that he, Bon Sechkan, was very useful, although he was the elder of the Northern Heaven. Then Sechkan added that Pek agreed only because he promised to provide him with money, which would be enough for the rest of his life. But Li Gyona said that this was no longer their problem, which is why the elder frowned with displeasure. Since he was caught on the theft of explosive thunderbolts, Sechkan did everything that he was ordered. But what Jack and Mun's had been madness. Therefore Shkan asked them, do they really want the scent killers to get rid of a completely different person? But in response, Li Gyong only threw him a pill with a monthly dose of antidote and said that he was free today. Shkan took the pill and decided that he did not care about the plan of these two because he would survive no matter what. And when the elder retired, Mu Yong told Jack that he had decided to provoke Hagi very on time. In response, Hyong said that he probably thinks that the goal of the killers will be the winner of the tournament. But what will happen when everything will open? And as for Pake, Jack ordered Shkan to take care of him a little later, although this may not be needed. And in the end, Gyun with a grin asked the question, how will the ghost killer be reacted when they will receive an order for such a special person? Meanwhile, the messenger has already delivered the chapter of the ghost killer to the order of the first class. He accepted the scroll from the hands of the messenger and said that they had not received such people for a long time. But when the chapter turned the scroll and looked at the portrait of the future victim, his face stretched out of shock. The messenger noticed how the heads of the chapter trembled, which was why he was worried. Is everything all right? And then the head of the ghostly murderer's ghost growled that he was ordered by the heir to the Southern Peak Alliance, Jian Sushin. When the sunset fell on Ujian, Li Gyon retired at the waterfall in order to protomate and put in order thoughts. However, Surin suddenly appeared to his plans that he asked his son, what is he achieving? The appearance of his father was surprised by Jack, but he did not give the species and calmly replied that he wanted to unite Jianghu. But then Surin looked at the sunset sky and again asked his son, why did he need this? Li Gaiyun still answered coldly that he wants so. But for Surin, such a reason was not enough, which he told his son about. Then Jack got to his feet and stated that he was not going to convince him of anything. And then he already asked his father, why can't he dream like ordinary people? Is it for a master of martial arts to want to win the world? Surin intended to object in his strict manner, but suddenly changed his mind and calmed down. Then Li Gaion told his father that he had many reasons to convince him. However, he is not going to agree with any of them. In response, Surin sighed heavily and said that it was like the truth. And then he asked his son, what is the true goal of Jianghu's unification? And then, in response, Li Gion said that he simply does not like to lose, which seriously puzzled his father. And then Jack asked him, who belongs to Jianghu in his opinion? Surin without hesitation replied that Jiang belongs to ordinary people, such as he and his son. Then Li Gyun disappointedly stated that this was the expected answer, but not true, because neither Jack Li Gyong nor Chok Surin are the owners of Jiang. At the moment, 4 Masters of Heaven behave as if Jiang belongs to him, but in fact they are only a pack of impudent foxes, pulling on each person ahead. The true rulers Jiang are those who started the Great War with the demons 20 years ago, or their descendants, in the event of the death of the former. Then Surin asked his son, knowing who is this pack of foxes, is Gaion going to take Jiang from them still? And in response, Hyung also said without hesitation that he was going to. Surin had nothing more to have left, except to come to terms with his son's aspirations. But in this case he asked, how then he was going to unite Jiang? Does Jack just kill everyone who will resist or will immediately plunge the world into impenetrable chaos? And then, in response, Gyeon stubbornly told his father what would do so if necessary. And as soon as he, so to say, in the next moment, Chok Surin let out the threatening aura of Qi. He could not remember that he was so furious someday. World domination is the dream as illusory as it is difficult. Number difficulty is only one of the problems. Does his son really understand how many he will have to sacrifice to fulfill this dream? Does this naive fool realize how much blood he will have to shed? Nevertheless, Surin curved anger and again asked his son, what would he do after united Jiang? And again, whether Gyun calmly replied that he would make Jiang better than now. Then Surin could not stand it and asked his son loudly, how much? And then he shouted that the best Jiang did not exist. And at the same moment he was horrified by his own words. Looking in the face of his son, Surin wondered, did he really think so always? Now he felt as if someone was whipping from the inside, which is already no longer that young and brave warrior. However, in this, Surin did not admit his son, but only said in response that no one could forcibly make Jiang better. Jiang changed step by step when everyone lives in fairness in it and engage in their intended affairs. But then Li Gyun calmly told his father that no one has been living for a long time. The words of his son were the truth that Surin knew, but denied, and therefore it hurt so painfully. On this, Jack decided to finish their conversation, and turning around, he said goodbye to his father that he was returning to the estate. But Chok Surin did not say anything in response, only raised his head and peered into a gray heaven because of the clouds. The next day, a dream of Kuroan arrived at the estate of the clan of the Azure Heaven. Watching his training, Muyong could not help but admit that he was working hard. Li Gyun agreed with his friend, because Chorin did not take his sword in his hands for a long time. So now the struggle with the inner I was raging in him for the return of himself, the former. Then Muyong reported that just in case he put people to his wife and child, Mr. Sun. In addition, Muyong hired 50 martial arts masters and all of them were made the best offer about the salary. In response to this news, Li Gyong said that the one who is paid 10 nanes is becoming a 10th warrior, while the paying 100, a warrior of 100th. Then Muyong admitted that he believes in the early return of Mr. Sun to the ranks of the elite. Jack agreed with his opinion and stated that while the North and South are trying to gnaw at each other's throats, they would take the Huan and start with the ghostly murderer. Meanwhile, the head of the very gate convened an urgent meeting at which he stuck a dagger into a portrait with Jian Suchen and asked everyone who gathered, what kind of idiot, he ordered him. If the ghostly killer's gates kill the heir to the Southern Peak Alliance, they are ended. After all, everything always pops up in Jianghu. Then one of the killers said that they had another problem. As it turned out, who exactly made the order. And having learned that the same idiot is Hagi from the Northern Heaven, the head could not restrain his shock. And then he realized that they were trying to draw them into a showdown of heirs, or just one of the heads of families' worsened senile insanity. However, the next moment, someone's approaching steps were heard outside the door. And then the door opened, and an old man with a sword entered the head of the head. The chapter did not know this man, but he could confidently declare that he was a true master, because the elder was able to go through protection completely silently. Then the head lifted him from his seat and greeted the invasion, asked where he was from. In response, the elder covered his eyelids and said that he was from the Alliance of the Southern Peak. From these words, everyone at the table started, and even the chapter wondered in surprise. Does the Southern Peak already know everything? And as if reading his thoughts, the elder said that he had heard about one order. In response, the head assured that recently they have a lot of orders, because everyone in this world wishes each other to death, so they do not have to starve. But the elder did not get into his speech and asked a threatening tone, "Who is the customer?" Then the killer closest to the old man tried to explain that they did not have the right to disclose such information. But the next moment, the killer lost his head. The elder cut it off with one wave of the sword, sprinkled the table with the blood, and the rest gathered at the table. and the man's head swept along the entire table and froze right in front of the head of the gate. And then the elder warned that he would kill 5 more, and then he would ask the question again. But despite the threat, the head said that it makes no sense to ask them to reveal the name of the customer. Then the elder restrained his word, and, in the blink of an eye, blessed the remaining 5 at the table. And then, as previously said, the elder repeated his question. And then the chapter was forced to admit that only a wet place would remain at such a pace from his organization. Therefore, he looked into the eyes of the old man and said that the customer was Hagi, from the supreme family of the northern heaven. Meanwhile, the same Hagi looked at the deeds of his hands. He killed Paeksangi, the only person who knew about the order, so this secret will now remain with him in the grave. And using his chi, Hagi made sure that this secret would never be found, falling asleep with the earth's body with earth. But as soon as he had a pavement of the crime, someone called him out the next moment, and sharply turning around Huga, whether Guyan saw that he was inquired, "Why is he alone without security?" They did not answer them and asked Jack, how did he find himself here and from what moment? However, Li Gyong did not answer. He only hintily glanced at Pak's grave. Then Hagi asked him a different question. Who is Jack at all? And then whether Guion said with a smile that if he was curious, he could tell. But then he looked intently into the eyes of Ima, and warned that in this case, he would have to die. And then Jack let out the aura key and specified, Ima, does he still want to know the answer to the question? Between the two masters immediately hung intense silence that Jack considered it for consent. Therefore, he told that he was the eldest son of floating clouds and fluid water. This is a fairly successful fruit store. Hagi expectedly did not believe the words of Li Guion, and asked with irritation what kind of nonsense he carries. Then Jack answered the question with a question, asking how many Hagi had already killed him, and how many were guilty among them. But instead of an answer, they calmly stated that he could never understand the nonsense breaking out of Jack's mouth, and added that those who did not have power are always below. Then Li Guion said that he decided to reflect on his father's words, and come to the conclusion that the path he had chosen is true. And then, he endowed the heir to the supreme family with a murderous look and with a terrible smile added that he decided so, because Zheng-Hu was full of such scoundrels as Hagi. From such a look and words, they immediately grabbed the hilt of the sword and prepared for battle. But as soon as he expelled the blade, at the same second Li Gyun simply disappeared, as if evaporated in the air. And having returned the sword to the scabbard, Hagi reassured himself to think that it doesn't matter who Jack Li Gyong is. In any case, he would not live soon. The next day I met visitors to the market of Yugen with sunny weather, and it was on this sunny day that Li Guion and Qin decided to take a walk around the market with Suren. The younger sister Ren enthusiastically stated that she had not been on the market square for many years, and then she thanked Li Guion, because all this became possible thanks to him. After all, if he had not brought the healer, she would have had to live locked up by the end of days. In response to gratitude, Jack only with a good smile asked the girl to work hard and eat well. This is what she will pay him off. Qin also smiled, watching her sister, and thought that at times Li Guion was very caring. But the next moment, Jack noticed the girl's gaze and asked, "Why is she looking at him like that?" Ren immediately turned away and burst into a blush, reminded Jack that he was about to buy something. Li Gyun in an instant realized and asked Ren and Suren to wait on the spot. He excommunicated to the nearest counter. And while Jack asked the seller about the place of purchase, he was not ahead of her eyes all this time. Then Suren pulled her older sister with a malicious smile and advised him not to miss such a guy. From such a counsel, Cheat was stunned with a new blush on her cheeks, asked her sister what she had in mind. In response, Suren explained that Jack is cute, funny, and strong. Where else to find this? Then Ren thought, because so far she was concentrated only on training and did not even think in that way. But what is she about him of opinion? A very controversial feeling took possession of the girl, because it seems she really liked Gyun, like a man. However, before Ren managed to decide in his feelings, a noise suddenly rose on the market square, and when the sisters turned around, they saw the horse detachment passes through the Ujan market. Meanwhile, Li Gyong finished with the purchase, and joining Chagan, said that he was just thinking when they would come out. Ren asked what Jack was talking about, and then he admitted with a grin that he called here these big cones. And then did Gyun change the subject, saying that he bought medical herbs for CERN, and therefore they can return home? Meanwhile, the leader of the Southern Peak Alliance, John In-mun, accompanied by Makhui and the entire White Tiger detachment, drove into the central square of Ujin. A detachment of the Great Heavenly Union, led by him and the main supreme advisor, Pan Nui, came out to meet them all towards them. Two of the 4 powerful forces in Zheng-Hu stopped opposite each other, which gave rise to excitement among ordinary inhabitants. And then the head of the supreme family of the Northern Heaven stated that Yan In Mayon was disappointing such behavior. In response, the leader of the Alliance of the Southern Peak admitted that he himself was not enthusiastic about all this, and he even sorry that they have no other way out. Hagi also admitted to them, but only to himself, that the matter is bad, because Yan In Myong himself brought a detachment of the White Tiger to their territory. However, he should not show in the public that the head of the supreme family was not in the know, and therefore he asked, "What's the matter?" And then, in response, the leader of the Southern Peak Alliance told that someone from the supreme family of the Northern Heaven ordered his grandson, Sushin's head. From these words, a wave of shock and horror swept through the crowd of gathered passers-by, and the head of the supreme family himself became darker than a thunderstorm. But Chance immediately pulled himself together and swore that if it really was someone from his clan, then this person is a traitor, and everything that happened is definitely a conspiracy. However, out of respect for a long friendship, In Myong asked the chapter not to make premature promises, because the traitor could be too close to a person. From these words, Yongs visited a very nasty guess. Is In Mon really hinting that the customer is Hagi? Such a problem should have dealt with as quieter as possible, and therefore Yongs suggested that In Mon to talk elsewhere so as not to violate the peace of the civilians, Ujan. The leader of the Southern Peak Alliance agreed with such a proposal and hinted that it would be nice to soak the throat. The conflict was exhausted on this, and all this time was watching him Li Gaian, who was sitting on the roof of the house. Belia himself with the grains of corn, he with a grin listened to discussions of ordinary passers-by, which witnessed the confrontation of the two families. But suddenly his attention attracted the voice of one old man who turned to the warrior from the Alliance of the Southern Peak for help. The old man asked if he had his son who entered the Alliance and disappeared, but in response the warrior rudely ordered him to get out of the road. Then the old man asked the warrior to at least look at the portrait of his son, but he did not care about the troubles of his father, who lost his only child. With his prayers, the old man angered a warrior, which is why he raised his hand to a defenseless hand. But at the same moment Li Gaian, without looking, was pulled into a warrior corn granny, intending to break his finger. However, the next moment, a granny, like a pool, returned to its master. Only thanks to his honed reflexes and instincts, Jack managed to catch a shell. And turning around, he saw an old man with a sword in his hand, which was the best warrior of the Alliance of the Southern Peak. Looking at Li Gaian from the bottom up, the elder suggested that it was the winner of the tournament of the Heavenly Demon. Ordinary people were not allowed to the final of the tournament, so it is not surprising that the commoner did not recognize him. And moreover, despite his young age, the elder felt incredible energy emanating from Jack. You will not meet such a person often, and therefore the old man with a satisfied smile exposed the sword. But then, in response, Li Gaian, with a mocking grin, admitted that he was surprised by the decision of the old man, because he had a sword in broad daylight. However, then he stared into the eyes of the old man and added that such zeal is quite clear. But suddenly the words of two passers-by reached the ears of the old man, which actively spoke of a possible war between the Alliance and the Supreme Family. And therefore the elder did not dare to create for Mr. Inmon new problems, and prudently returned the sword to the scabbard. But in parting, he gave Li Gaian an unkind look and said that today is the wrong day. And when the elder retired, Jack said with a cheerful smile, "Why be so upset? Because soon everything will be resolved by itself." Meanwhile, Hagi received honored slags from his angry grandfather. And after the flogging, Yongs asked his grandson, what did he think about? Not only did the heir to the supreme family of the Northern Heaven decided to hire the killer, but he also chose the goal of the heir to the Southern Peak Alliance. And while Chong made this instructive speech, Hagi calmly wiped blood from his face. And after listening to his grandfather, he also calmly stated that Jack Li Gaian wanted to kill. From these words, the face of the head of the supreme family stretched out in surprise. Then Hagi reminded him of his grandfather's words, to melt everyone who will stand in the way of the supreme family of the Northern Heaven. But then Zhang's reasonably asked why he changed the goal. Hagi suggested that it was the work of Pak Sangha, and therefore replied that he had done what the deputy head of the inner hall advised. However, a few days ago he disappeared, and perhaps this cowardly Peke just fled after the realization of what he had done. Then Yongs explained to his grandson that now Pak Sangha is the only clue that could help them get to the bottom of the truth. Hagi realized that his grandfather was suspecting him, and therefore replied that Pak Sangha could well have been a traitor, and perhaps he was connected with those who staged a plot during the tournament. However, Yongs did not like such an answer, because from the words of their grandson it turns out that their whole family is teeming with traitors. Therefore, Hagi suggested that they find all the rats as soon as possible and cut their throats. After these words, the head of the supreme family nevertheless agreed with the grandson, and in parting he told them Hagi that so far he would believe his words. And when Yongs left, Hagi thought gloomily that this old Grish would definitely chop off his head, just to appease his neighbor. It is a pity that the truth is not to reveal, because the Peak Sangi is already the light. But it is better than telling everyone about the miss at the auction. However, for some reason, Hagi did not leave the feeling that he was pulled by the strings. The next day, in the estate of the Côte d'Azur clan, Jack invited Mu Yan to his office. The guard reported to his young master that he had already distributed rumors along the streets of Ugun, as was ordered. Li Gyun praised his friend for excellent work and said that if the Ujan's trade alliance unites forces from the supreme family of Northern Heaven, then the Southern Peak will have problems. Rumors that Mu Yong distributed will definitely deliver headache traders, and therefore today they will gather for discussion. At first, this plan was shocked by Mu Yan, because so far the whole trading area of Ujan has been in the hands of the supreme family of the Northern Heaven. They directly controlled 30% of all merchants, and the remaining 70% were associated with contracts with the clan of the Entity of the Palm, representing the interests of the supreme family. But the essence of the palm fell, so most of the trade business is left to itself, and therefore Mu Yong with a smile said that everything was going according to plan. Li Gyun agreed with him and recalled that according to their plan, they will bring 70% of the market to their hands, while the two main clans Jianghu are versed in each other. However, it is difficult to predict how the trade alliance of Juna will behave, because they are only concerned about the benefit. In addition, these people have learned to defend their fortune from martial arts for years, and therefore the trade alliance has an exorbitantly huge cohesion. Then Mu Yong suggested that his master has another plan, since Li Gaian is unlikely to force them to sign a contract by force. And that is why Jack, with a grin, offered his guard to begin to meet with the trade alliance Ujan. And when the day was replaced by at night, Li Gian and Munz visited the Hall of Collections of a trade alliance, and one of the guards blocked the path to them. And while he explained to Jack that there was no entry without invitations, Mu Yong looked around the rest of the guards, and from what he saw, he thought that it was easier for a trade alliance to hire trained martial artists from the outside than to conclude a long-term contract with mercenaries. Meanwhile, Li Gyun introduced himself and asked the guard to transfer to the heads of the trade alliance that he wants to take part in today's meeting. However, the guard told him that he knew nothing about the estate of the New Wind, nor about Jack Li Gaian, and Jack did not look like a simple merchant, so the guard ordered him to get out. Then Li Gaian reminded the guide of his duties, to report on the arrival of guests. But in response, the guard only sighed tiredly and called Jack a persistent boy, which made Mu Yong angrily creaked his teeth. And then the guard at all with a grin stated that if it weren't for the service, he would have instructed a skinny ass to a young man. Then, in response, Jack curled that he came here for a fight, and ordered the guard to pass his message. From these words, the guard squeezed the hilt of the sword to trembling and called Jack with a small bastard. And the next moment he growled that he was not a servant, and immediately brought down a sword on Li Gaian. But at the same moment, Mu Yong easily intercepted his hand, and then he muttered that the guard was too arrogant with the young master. And then the guard to his surprise realized that he could no longer move his hand, and the next moment, Mu Yong knocked the guard with one swift hook. Li Gyun, on the other hand, did not take the eyebrow on the audacity of the guards and, crossing his body, headed for the meeting room, and the rest of the guards rushed to meet him. However, Li Gyun did not stop even when the first of them waved his sword at him. All because Jack had Mu Yong, which would not allow anyone to get closer to his master. He threw the first guard into the pond, but the second already entered from the back. Nevertheless, the attack stealthily did not save the guard from the fist of Mu Yan, and Jack continued to go slowly, while the guards around him fell to the ground one after another. And then he said with a grin that he just wanted to talk, and asked Mu Yan to be softer with the guards. And soon, only two remained on his feet, Mu Yong and his young gentleman. However, behind the door in front, Li Gyun felt the ominous chi of another person. And therefore, with a smile, he warned Mu Yan that they would be a little late for the meeting. Then Mu Yong volunteered to go the door first and offered his young master to rest. But as soon as he touched the door, the last guard with a huge axe chopped it at the same second. Mu Yan had to admit that for his heavy complexion the guard was too fast. However, before he managed to do anything, Li Gyun kicked the guard directly in the face. From the blow, he crashed into the wall and crawled along it to the floor, no longer lifted. The battle ended, not having time to really begin, which sincerely struck Mu Yan. And then Li Gyun turned to him and admitted with a mischievous smile that he had not crushed for a long time. However, before heading further, Jack called out two guards that pretended to be defeated. Mu Yong practically did not beat them, and therefore Jack ordered them to raise them to their feet. And when he finally retired, one of the guards incorrectly asked the second, "Is this guy so strong?" Meanwhile, the heads of the Ujan's commercial alliance were already discussing the problem over their whole, because the conclusion of a deal with the Supreme Family will lead to a conflict with the Southern Peak. Then one of the merchants dared to declare that even if these rumors were true, Ujan is still under the rule of the Supreme Family, so betrayal is not an option. But in response, the second merchant with a mustache jumped up from his place and angrily advised the first to go to the Supreme Family and repent to them. However, before the meeting grew into a scandal, the head of the trade alliance, Yu Sind, with a smile called everyone to calm, and then he asked the merchant with a mustache, "Does not it seem to him that it was somehow noisy outside?" And when Sind found out that the merchant brought the mercenaries with them, he was sincerely worried, because innocent people could suffer. But the next moment someone outside the door asked, could he enter? A mustache merchant was surprised at an unexpected guest, because outside his mercenaries guard the hall. But Yu Sind swallowed a lump in his throat, and only after he ordered the unknown to go in. And then Li Gyun entered the hall, that he was respectfully greeted the head and introduced himself. And unlike mercenaries outside, Yu Sind and the rest of the merchants immediately recognized the winner of the tournament of the Heavenly Dragon. And therefore, Yu Sind, with a warm smile, greeted the young master and apologized for the guards outside. In response, Jack also apologized to everyone for the troubles, while Mu Yong dutifully pushed his chair for his master. Then Yu Sind reasonably asked, what led Gion to the place where the merchants gather? In response, he took a place at the table and said with a smile that he had arrived with the business. Then Jack took out a document from his pocket and put it in front of him on the table. And then he stated that it would be about all the contracts concluded earlier with the clan of the Entity of the Palm, because the clan of the New Wind wants to protect the business of the Alliance. Then he transferred the document with the terms of the contract to the chapter, and after getting acquainted with him, Yu Sind said that the conditions are good, but they still could not do this. Then Guion specified, the whole thing is in the Supreme Family of the Northern Heaven? Yu Sind confirmed his guess and explained that let them sign an agreement with the clan of the Essence of the Palm, but those only intermediaries, and the Supreme Family controls everything. Then Li Gyun told all the merchants at the table that he was the winner of the tournament organized by the Supreme Family and was already founded in June, so he has enough grounds for participating in the affairs of the Northern Heaven. And if someone is interested in details, merchants can simply say that Jack Li Gyong made them sign a contract. From the last words, Yu Sind was agitated and asked Jack, what is he talking about? But in response, whether Gion only got up from the table and asked to think about this proposal, and then report his decision. On this, Jack was going to finish the meeting, but before he managed to go out the door, Yu Sind called him. The head of the Trade Alliance was obliged to ask Li Gyun, what did he want to get from the union with them? However, in response, he did not say anything, only stared at Yu Sind. And the next moment, the face of the head of the Trade Alliance stretched out of the shock. And when Li Gyong left, the rest of the merchants wondered, what's wrong with him? And only Yu Sind did not utter a word because of excitement, because he had heard Guion in his head before. In parting, he told the chapter that he was going to expel the Supreme Family from Ugun, and therefore he will be able to protect the Trade Alliance. From the last words, Yu Sind could not restrain a slight smile and thought, what kind of Gyun is an unusual young man? The next day there was no business, and therefore Jack decided to spend time in the garden of the estates in the company Cheyenne. The girl admitted that from idleness in such good weather she was driving her sleep, with which Jack completely agreed, because they had not relaxed so for a long time. Then Cheer asked, did Jack solve a question with a trade alliance? In response, he admitted that he was not there yet, but the trade alliance will definitely accept his offer, because it is as natural as the birds that fly, the fish that swim, and the people who trade. Then Ren realized that the trade alliance would choose what would bring them the greatest profit. But is the Supreme Family really, in case of consent, will simply observe everything from the outside? Li Guion reassured the girl, saying that they would not immediately find out about it, because now they are concerned about the resolution of affairs with the alliance of the Southern Peak, and by the time of awareness, they will all remain with the nose. And then Jack admitted with a smile that all this became possible thanks to Mu Yan, and if he had 3 people like him, he would never have had to worry about anything. Sharon sincerely admired how Les Jian trusts her friend. Then Jack said that she also has the one to whom she trusts the same way as he is Mu Yan. And when Ren asked who this man, Li Gyun, with a smile, pointed to himself and declared that he was he. From such a statement, Cheer was immediately confused and was about to object, but still changed her mind. Flapping with a blush, the girl thought, because she could not even think before meeting with Lee Guyon that she would trust someone the same as her family. Meanwhile, Jack closed his eyes and suddenly told that when he had just begun his journey, he could only protect himself. From such a revelation, Ren awkwardly thought that at that time Lee Guyon was only 10 years old. But then he admitted that he was often betrayed, and if not for Mu Yong, he would have died several times. Then Cheat asked, "Does this mean that Jack trusts Mu Yong more than anyone else?" In response, Hyung looked at the sunny sky and stated that Mu Yong always defended him, and therefore he was like a family member for him. A little later, Jack returned to his office and invited Mu Yan to him. And having come, the guard with a pleased smile asked, "Did the young gentleman spend time with Lady Chon?" Jack realized that Mu Yong saw everything, but in his defense the guard said that he witnessed that scene by accident. And then, Mu Yong caught himself and said that someone from the tail of a butterfly contacted Bon Sechkin, and today they had a meeting. But in response, Jack suddenly spoiled his friend, reminding him of his own words of arrogant behavior with a young master. And then through the laughter, he said that he couldn't forget this in any way, why Mu Yong blushed. However, then Jack became serious and asked his friend, "Is he sure that he wants to go alone?" And then with an alarming look admitted that he had a bad foreboding. In response, Mu Yong smiled condescendingly and stated that maybe he was inferior to Jack in force, but he was not so easy to overcome. Then Lee Guyon nevertheless admitted that he may already be aging, and therefore has recently worried more than usual. Nevertheless, he looked into the face of a friend and asked him to be careful. And in response, Mu Yong also smiled and asked his young master not to worry. And when a sunny day over the forest was replaced by a deep night, Bon Sechkan met with an agent of the tail of the butterfly as Mu Yong foresaw. Unknown in the hood, in displeasure, asked Sechkan, "Why were there no explosions during the Heavenly Dragon tournament?" After all, the tail of the butterfly even made Badkhan the elder of the Northern Heaven. But for some reason he continues to tear off all their plans, as it was with the tournament of the Dragon and Phoenix. However, in response to accusations, Sechkan only calmly stated that he had reasons. The Orthodox Union learned that he was a spy of the Supreme Family, and moreover, they were already aware of the association of the tail of the butterfly, so they poisoned Sechkan. Then the agent in a hood grabbed him by the wrist and angrily asked, "Does he really think that the association will believe it?" However, the next moment, the agent felt the weakened pulse of Sechkan, which means he was really poisoned. Then the alerted agent again asked the elder, "What does an Orthodox Union want?" In response, Sechkan admitted that the Alliance wants to know about all the actions of the Supreme Family and the tail of the butterfly. Then the agent threateningly clarified in Sechkan, "Are such words that such words sound too carelessly?" After all, he spied both the Supreme Family and the Association. However, in response, Sechkan firmly stated that he trusts more associations of the tail of the butterfly than the Orthodox Union. The agent believed his words and said that he would think about what to do with the elder. At this, the meeting ended, and while Sechkan and the agent diverged in different directions, Mu Yong watched them from the tree. If it weren't for him, Bon Sechkan would have killed his butterfly tail, but this bastard was still useful, so that the guard could not allow him to die. And when Sechkan safely disappeared behind the trees, Mu Yong decided to return to the estate in order to report to the whole young master. However, as soon as he thought so much as in the same second, an agent of the tail of the butterfly struck the back. But, fortunately, his sword did not overtake Mu Yan, which could not be said about the tree. The blow was so strong, and the blade is so sharp that the tree cut down with one wave. Meanwhile, the association agent has already swung for the next blow, but Mu Yong immediately became close to the opponents. And the next moment, he inflicted 3-point strokes into the pain points on his chest. But at the same moment he felt under the agent's cloak what in his form reminded Mu Yona bloody poisonous bombs. If the core of such a bomb is under pressure, it will immediately tear, and therefore Mu Yong instantly bounced away from the enemy. However, contrary to his expectations, the explosion of the bomb did not happen, and the agent continued to curse in pain. And then a hood flew off his head and was sincerely surprised from the leading Mu Yong, because all this time a girl was hiding under the hood, that it was the 14th butterfly of the association. She grumbled displeasedly that she was lucky, since the body was paralyzed only on the right, and with her left hand she took out a signal firecracker from under the cloak. And the next moment, the 14th launched it, illuminating the night sky with a bright flash. Then Mu Yong asked who she calls, and why did not use the technique of self-destruction. But at the same moment he realized that he had miscalculated. And the next moment, Mu Yong barely managed to evade the steel claws of the new enemy. However, his terrible weapon nevertheless touched Muyang's shoulder, depriving him of the opportunity to use his right hand. And then Muyang guessed who exactly his knew against. It was a peer, also known as a Black Claw, and now an association of the 7th butterfly. He was not backward, so he immediately appeared. But Pyun said the 14th that since she sent a signal, the 3rd was also probably already in a hurry here. Muyang heard about the 3rd butterfly of the association for the first time, but he knew one thing for sure. He could not cope with the Black Claw. Therefore, he also launched a signal firewood into the sky. The 14th realized that Muyang called for help, and informed the 7th that he was eavesdropping on her conversation with Bon Sechkan. Then the Pyun's Poon growled that it was necessary to kill the spy, and immediately rushed to the attack, but Muyang was able to block his claws with a sword. Muyang was not afraid of death, but he was afraid that if he died, then the young master would blame himself until the end of his life. Therefore, he is obliged to survive, and with this zeal, Muyang pushed the Black Claw away from himself. But in response, he immediately slashed his claws on the left hand of Muyang. It became doubly more difficult to fight with wounds. But Muyang was not intended to give up and threw himself on the attack through the pain. And soon the night forest, Ujan, was filled with the ringing sounds of the battle. But also soon, the sounds of the struggle smoothly verses, and the forest again plunged into silence. And the wounded Muyang rolled his back to the tree and crawled to the ground. Nevertheless, he did not let out the broken sword from his hands. The Black Claw approached the defeated enemy and said with a grin that he was holding for a long time. However, in response to such praise, Muyang gave the 7th gloomy gaze from the late, and he mockingly noticed that no one had come to the rescue. Then Muyang suggested that the young gentleman did not notice the signal, because this place was too far from the estate of the New Wind, and it had long been dark. Meanwhile, the 7th had already swung his claws for a decisive blow, but at the same second he was stopped by the 14th. The girl said that Muyang knew too much, and therefore she offered to take him captive and patch out as much information as possible. The 7th liked this idea, which is why he lowered his claws. But Muyang was horrified from what he heard. He will withstand any torture, but if the association takes advantage of the techniques connecting the soul or drugs, then in the end, they will learn everything. And then everything that the young gentleman was so carefully prepared is to collapse in the blink of an eye. And if Muyang simply had no other choice, the 7th too late noticed how he raised his sword out of her last strength, and the next moment, Muyang fixed the blade to his throat, and the last thing he thought was, "Sorry, young master." But at the same moment, all three felt the rapidly approximation of a colossal number of ki, and the next moment, the trees in front of Muhan scattered into chips, and only miraculously the 7th managed to jump to the side along with the 14th. And then Muyang removed the blade from his throat, since now there was no need for him. And then he closed his eyes, and with a smile told his young master that he had the appearance that he was going to demolish the mountain. And then, in response, Jack Gyeon calmly stated that he would do this if necessary. The appearance of Cheokli Gyeon stunned everyone. He stood silently over the battered Muyang, as if he had descended from heaven. Looking down, he immediately noticed that Muyang was badly injured, and there was no doubt about it. Blood was streaming down Muyang's face, but he obstinately insisted that he was all right. The enemies instantly understood that the newcomer did not belong to the Orthodox Alliance. Bokfen was shocked because the boy came unarmed, and Chachioli said calmly that he had already returned his weapon to its real owner. Then he slowly reached for his belt. Pulling something out of the middle pocket, he showed a small dagger and calmly said that this was quite enough to fight them. Muyang was struck with shock as soon as he saw the familiar blade. It was the same frozen jade dagger he had once bought while searching for the armor of the Wind God with Lady Cheon. Undoubtedly, it was a divine artifact. Bokfen, known as the Black Claws, was not to be underestimated. This dagger alone might not be enough to defeat such an opponent. A small jade dagger began to spin in Cheokli Gyeon's hand like a top. His gaze was calm and confident, without any doubt, but Bokfen could no longer wait. He was eager to join the fight. He yearned to see if the dagger had enough power to defeat him, and fiercely swiped his claws at the boy. At the moment of impact, the dagger stopped the attack, despite its small form. Bokfen was caught in shock, stunned by the unexpected strength of the blade. His hands jerked and he was thrown back slightly. But he didn't give up. On the contrary, it fueled him. Now he attacked with both hands to destroy the opponent. At the same moment, Chok Lee Keon didn't get flustered and vanished from the spot as if he had dissolved into the air. He made a leap upwards, spinning in the air, flying over the enemy. Focused, he flew down, preparing a strike to prove that this dagger was not ordinary at all. But Bokfen noticed him just in time above himself. He reacted instantly, pushing the boy back with a blow and disgustingly called him a conceited bastard. But Cha Yok Lee Hyun was not going to give up. He knew well that his bodyguard never acted without a serious reason. and it seemed he had already begun to understand why he had been summoned at this very moment. Looking simply at the enemy, he said that before him was an experienced fighter. That's why he was called. Feeling that Mu-yeon was his bodyguard, Bok-fen burst out laughing, finding it amusing that such a weakling was supposed to protect him. At these words, a spark of anger flashed in Chokli-kyon's gaze, but Bok-fen didn't stop. He continued to mock and gleefully stated that it was a real spectacle to watch the boy desperately launch an attack. Unable to withstand the tension, Chokli-kyon rapidly rushed forward, slashing the enemy's face with a dagger. Blood burst out in a fountain in all directions. Fayen's side was twisted with pain and anger, and on the line of his eyes there remained a deep mark from the blow, from which blood was flowing. The girl who was next to him stood in stupor. What was happening shocked her. Mu-yeon, sitting aside, calmly observed. There was no doubt in his eyes about his master. Blinded by rage, Bok-fen charged, but Chokli-kyon moved with confidence, easily anticipating every strike. The enemy's face contorted with hatred. He no longer restrained his emotions, and Cho Cheol-yong remained calm, his gaze radiating cold confidence. Blood suddenly gushed from Bok-fen's eyes again. He was already starting to lose his sight. The enemy's body was covered in new wounds. This time, Chokli-kyon had struck him in the back. Blood gushed everywhere, spouting from each new gash. The will of Bok-fena was disappearing. Blood was flowing from his eyes, and he could no longer see anything. He tried to strike blindly, yelling and threatening to gouge the boy's eyes out, but at that moment, Chokli-kyon was already falling from above with a new attack. He gripped the dagger tightly, enraged that he had almost lost his guard because of this worthless scum. Bok-fen heard these words, but he could no longer see anything. He just listened, blinded. In the next moment, Chokli-kyon struck a blow from above straight to the head. The air became heavy, and the blood gushed out like a fountain. Ruthlessly, he thrust the dagger with his hand straight into the enemy's skull. Everything around was splattered with blood. His gaze was cold and unyielding. That Bok-fen wanted to kill Mu-yeon only fueled his anger, and in an instant Chokli-kyon stood over his fallen enemy, and the girl couldn't believe her own eyes, because it was the seventh butterfly. The head of Bok-fen lay smashed on the grass, drenched in blood. He was the seventh master of the Flying Swallow Association. Chokli-kyon shifted his gaze to the girl standing next to him. He looked at her warily, as if considering what to do with her next. The girl felt frightened by this gaze and realized she could be killed. She sounded the alarm, calling her mom. "We are taken to the home of the leader of the Butterflies Association, the mother of the girl. A man known as the fourth butterfly enters her. She asks what brought him." Anxiously, he reported that the 14th butterfly, her daughter, had sent a distress signal, but her mother calmly replied that she wasn't worried, since the 7th was supposed to be with her daughter, and he had always protected her. She didn't know yet that he had already been killed. The 4th butterfly was shocked, as he was usually the one to utter these words, and even more it shocked him how calmly she took the alarm signal from her only daughter. However, he accepted her reaction, understanding that a leader has their own reasons for it, and yet she admitted that lately she has been troubled by the feeling that something is not quite right, and maybe this signal is somehow connected to it. The 4th butterfly agreed and said that he also suspects evil, because the 14th butterfly may be in real danger. At that moment, the expression on the leader's face changed sharply. Anxiety broke through the cold mask, and she restrained herself by an effort of will and said that everything was all right. She recalled that the 3rd butterfly was supposed to appear nearby this evening, and at that very moment, in the forest where the battle had just taken place, an old man appeared. He was the 3rd. The girl looked at his figure with hope in her eyes. Mu-yeon looked up and didn't understand who it was, and Chokli-kyon looked at him warily as he was hovering right above him. The 3rd butterfly hung in the air and coldly said that Chokli-kyon was too arrogant a boy. The silhouette of the old man began to slowly descend, approaching the ground. He set his foot on the ground, and the air around seemed to hush. In a cold voice, he said that Jo Cheol-yong had very bravely appeared here, but Chokli-kyon replied that he came with only one purpose: to destroy the members of the Flying Swallows Association. He had no time for reflection, so he decided to act immediately, and at that very moment, he noticed how the enemy's hand jerked sharply towards him. In response, he touched the palm of his opponent's hand, and a burst of energy crackled between them. The 3rd butterfly widened his eyes. He hadn't expected such direct opposition. Chokli-kyon's gaze became anxious, as if everything had not gone according to plan. At the place of their collision, a powerful explosion of energy occurred. Mu-yeon covered his face with his hand. What he saw shocked him. This power was equal to Cheon Mu-ak's sword, or perhaps even surpassed it. And what happened next shocked him even more. Chokli Kion couldn't withstand the blow. His body was thrown backward by a wave of force, and he was able to stand, landing on his feet, clutching the sword with both hands. The third butterfly looked at him with disgust and obvious superiority. But Choi Ryonghae had no intention of tolerating this, and did not intend to retreat. Mu Yong watched the match with anxiety, his gaze revealing deep concern for the host. The enemy's blow enraged Choi Ryonghae. No one had ever been able to push him back before, and now it had become a personal challenge. After a fierce skirmish over the forest, an oppressive silence hung in the air. Chukli Gyun stood facing his enemy, as if time had stopped. The enemy was ablaze with fury, and his gaze caught. The boy's breathing became ragged. He realized that he had already lost most of his inner energy. And yet, even in such a state, Chokli Gyun was not going to retreat. His gaze remained confident. His posture was manly and unshakable, full of strength. The air between them grew thick with tension, like before a storm. The third butterfly sharply grabbed his dagger. In an instant, a battle flared up between them. They collided with frantic speed. Their collision caused an energy explosion that disturbed the space around. Having seen the boy's weapon, the enemy snorted and said that this was a toy dagger. But Chokli Gyun replied with a smile that this thing is very valuable. Despite these words, the third butterfly attacked again, and the boy managed to dodge his sword. A fury flashed in the boy's eyes. He swung his small dagger. The blade sliced through the air around the enemy, creating a cutting splash. The enemy froze. He couldn't believe the boy was capable of that. He didn't take that dagger seriously, and didn't understand how the boy had the audacity to go on the attack. But the reality was obvious. He was wrong. Chokli Gyun stood unshaken. His gaze burned with determination. The third butterfly swung again, and for the first time thought that the boy was skillfully handling this fragile blade. He concentrated all his strength, applied a lightning-fast technique, and again pushed the boy back. And even flying in the air, Chokli Gyun did not lose his composure. In his eyes burned confidence. The enemy's blow ripped through everything around. Trees shattered like splinters. But now Chokli Gyun knew what to do. In flight, he activated his energy, and he struck with a dagger from a distance. Space exploded from the incredible force of the blow, and suddenly behind his back he felt a threat. The enemy was already behind him with a raised dagger. The blow came down from above like thunder, but the boy managed to dodge. The third butterfly grasped his sword again and swung it, but Chokli Gyun skillfully parried his attack with his dagger. He realized that the opponent was much stronger than he seemed, and did not let fear take over. His movements were precise. He dodged every blow, and above the forest, explosive energy flared in bright flashes, evidence of the fierce battle that raged between them. The full moon hung over the forest, and the air swirled with tension along with the fallen leaves. Mu Yeon gripped his sword, and realized that the enemy was intentionally drawing Choi Li Gyun away from him. With a downcast gaze, Mu Yong anxiously realized that instead of protecting his master, he was only creating extra troubles for him. And suddenly his gaze met a girl from the Butterflies Association, who was also in the forest. She coldly said that his master had gone too far in this battle. Laughing, she threw out the phrase that Mu Yun could just run away. He just sadly sighed and thought that maybe she was right. But he didn't know that the 14th butterfly was just an instrument connected to the third, who was now fighting the boy. At that moment, the girl received a message from the third butterfly with an order to use something against Chokli Gyun. She froze, guessing what he had in mind. The third butterfly knew that the leader had empowered her, and had already decided to kill the boy, leaving no chance. Chokli Gyun was still holding on in the fight, though he looked exhausted. The girl stood in the forest and realized that she had never taken advantage of this opportunity before. But this moment had arrived. From its place in the sky, a thick green smoke suddenly rose with a dreadful tint. Against the backdrop of smoke, a little further, Cho Kunli Kyon continued the battle, not surrendering. Breathless but unbroken, he asked the old man what he had in mind. The old man noticed that the boy was breathing harder than before. But even in this state, his blows were accurate and strong. Every attack by the boy was sharp, like an icy knife. And the old man understood that Cho Gung-yong wouldn't last long. And suddenly he asked the boy why he was interfering in their affairs. With just one glance at Cho Gaeon, Lee Hyun understood. He wanted to take control of Jianghu. If this is true, then the boy's enemies won't end with the third butterfly. From now on, everything will only get complicated. Morning has arrived. The events moved to one of the palaces. The young master asked the patriarch if he really intended to continue. He had in mind a marriage of convenience with Lady Cheon, as he had heard that the patriarch had transferred some of the profit rights of the Southern Peak Alliance in the Phantom Battle Sect affair. And having banged the bottle on the table, the patriarch said that it was just a few profitable rights and nothing more. He was certain that it would not hinder their plan to capture the Central Plains. The Righteous Blade sect may be small, but it has a good reputation. Moreover, their daughter has become a phoenix. This is a very auspicious event. The young master understood that the patriarch craved fame and expressed concerns that the relationship between the sect and Chokli Gyom could complicate the situation, as the latter had recently attacked someone from the Justice Sword. But the patriarch replied confidently that even if Chokli Gyeon had handled the Palm Union, he would not be able to handle their family. With a cold gaze, he said that if the Righteous Sword sect refused the marriage, they would have to answer for it. The young master wondered how strong Chogung Lee Gyeon was, and whether he could defeat that old man. For if that happens, the supreme family of the Northern Heaven will come under his control. And the boy agreed to the patriarch's adventure. He stated that since the Dragon and Phoenix tournament was over, he would return to his family. The patriarch replied that he understood his anxiety as his father had passed away, and the clan was left without a pillar. The patriarch raised the cup to his lips and took a sip. Then he asked if the estate was really called Novi Viter, and the boy confirmed it. Then the patriarch said that Junghu does not need a new wind. All those who tried to bring that new breath either perished or disappeared, because it was a naive dream. We are again returning to the battle in the forest, where Chogyeon continued to confidently hold the defense. The enemy attacked with frantic speed, not giving the boy a chance to rest. The sword barely cut him, but Chokli Gyeon managed to dodge. The opponent watched him and mentally sneered at his determination. After all, the guy risked his life for the sake of one subordinate. And it was then that the enemy's sword left a wound on Chokli Gyeon's face. His eyes clouded with fear for a moment. The enemy was approaching, aiming his sword, and stated that the boy had no chance. He swung, preparing to strike the decisive blow. But something unexpected happened. Chokli Gyeon grabbed the blade with his bare hand, and blood flowed from his fingers. The enemy was stunned, unable to believe that this was possible. And Jo Cheol-yong, holding a sword, calmly said that it was worth standing up for his subordinate. In his other hand, he gripped his dagger, ready to strike. The enraged enemy activated fiery energy in his hand, his body literally smoldering. He threatened to blow Choi Ryong-hae's head to pieces, and then shock appeared in his eyes. He didn't understand why the boy continued to resist when death was already near. But Chokli Gyeon's gaze remained calm and unbroken. He was not going to give up. And then the enemy started screaming in pain. Blood splashed all around. Blood gushed from the enemy's mouth. He clearly did not expect such a blow. And Chokli Gyeon quietly replied that if he was already aiming for the head, he should have finished it off to the end. But the boy could no longer be stopped. His eyes burned with fury and a burning desire for revenge. Chokli Gyeon attacks swiftly. His strike is precise, sharp, and merciless. Bloodied, he looks at his enemy and calmly says that he only got a slap. A threat glints in Lee Gyeom's eyes. The enemy's sword blazes with heat, activating a hidden power. With a fierce swing, he cuts through the air, trying to hit Lee Gyeon. But he manages to dodge. The enemy clenches his sword in anger, and Chokli Gyeon confidently moves forward with a shining dagger in his hand. Burning in his own aura, the enemy looks at the blood on his hand. His excitement grows. A dark force seethes inside. With a barely noticeable smile, Chokli Gyeon prepares for the next blow, a warning readable in his gaze. This is not the end yet. He had already swung, preparing a new blow, but he stopped suddenly, remembering the high-ranking woman in the Swallow Association, and asked if the enemy was going to leave her unattended. Lee Hyeon admitted that his ally and the woman were unable to fight, but that also worried him. That's why he suggested parting ways, leaving everything as it is. The enemy laughed, calling the boy a fool, and he asked what would happen if he refused. An awkward silence hung in the air. Chokli Gyeon calmly replied that then one of them would die. The enemy thought that if Lee Gyeon dies, no one will be left with the 14th butterfly, and recalled how he ordered her to use the forbidden technique. Understanding that both would still perish on this mountain, the enemy agreed to release the boy. The fight was over. Chokli Gyeon drags the wounded Mu Yeon, rushing through the forest. Every step is heavy, but he can't stop. There is no panic on his face, only calculation and quiet, restrained anger. He won't abandon his comrade. Mu Yeon tries to say something, but is barely breathing. Lee Gyeom realizes urgent treatment is needed. In Mu Yeon's gaze, a sharp realization suddenly appears. He noticed something in the forest. Lee Hyun instantly turns around. His gaze is tense. Mu Yeon wasn't wrong. Something is moving behind them. From behind the bushes emerge figures in the dark. There are more and more of them. Lee Hyun is preparing for a new battle. The pursuers are already close. They are moving in sync. Their goal is to not let them escape. One of the enemies gives a signal. A piercing whistle cuts through the forest. Chokli Gyeon's eyes narrow. He realizes they've been led into a trap. The opponent activates the technique. Energy forms a grid, enclosing them in a deadly circle. The sword of the young swordswoman cuts through the air with cold precision. In every move, anger and fear. Her sword leaves a blue glow behind. The movements are clear, the posture confident, the technique perfect. Memories flash in consciousness. They with Chokli Gyeon sat together on the stairs by the house. He asked her if she knew who the easiest enemy in Jianghu was. She looked at him in surprise and asked with interest who that was. Chokli Gyeon replied that the easiest enemy in Jianghu is the noble warrior. They are predictable, honest, kind, and act according to strict principles. That's why you rarely meet them in Jianghu. The girl asked cautiously if it's because they all die young. They sat under the moonlight, and Cho Jeon-li said that the noble are prey for thieves. His father always said that Jianghu is held together by honor and brotherhood. But at the same time, he understood that all these conversations about nobility were just an escape from reality, because Jianghu is driven by power and money. He recalled Im Haigi, who ruled like a king. Looking sternly ahead, Lee Gyun said that he would never forgive people like him. The concerned girl asked if he really wanted to kill the young master Ima. Lee Hyeon calmly replied that only if he did something deserving of death. He asked the girl if she didn't think that Im had already crossed the line, and with a sum in her voice, she admitted that she didn't even know. She said that probably until the very end. Chokli Gyeon silently agreed. They sat side by side, gazing at the full moon. The boy said he would do everything not to lose himself. Chon Charon sheathed his sword after finishing his training. A sadness appeared on her face. She realized that Chokli Gyeon lived in a completely different Jianghu, and maybe he was the real one. But for her, Jianghu without honor and brotherhood is too tragic, and she sincerely believed that the day would come when Lee Gyun would no longer have to think in such categories. And her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by her younger sister, who appeared out of nowhere. She reported that the supreme family of the Northern Heaven had sent matchmakers with a proposal of marriage between her and the young master Im. Upon hearing this, Cheon Cheryon froze. Her eyes widened and her mind stopped for a moment. Meanwhile, we return to the forest. Chukli Kion's enemies have caught up with him again. A downpour is pouring over the trees, and the air is filled with an ominous foreboding. On the branches of the trees hang bloodied bodies, lifelessly frozen in the fog. Death has enveloped the forest, leaving only the shadows of the dead. There are even more dead on the ground, smashed, blood-soaked, and discarded amidst the grass. Every patch of space screams of a brutal massacre. Chokli Kyon, together with Mu Yan, continued to move without stopping, not giving the enemies even a chance to live. The wounded Mu Yan realizes that despite dozens of kills, the pursuers do not disappear. There are more of them. And Choi Lee-gyun notices how they transmit signals with whistles, and it's at this very moment that new enemies descend from the sky. One is already flying down with a sword, and right behind him is another one. In another part of the forest, another warrior gives a signal. The whistle is clutched in his fingers. The enemy's face is tense. Their system works like clockwork. And Cha Yok Lee-gyum reacts lightning fast, a determined glint igniting in his eyes. It releases a powerful projectile of purple energy. It slices through the air and flies with unrelenting accuracy. The blow strikes the enemy's head. Blood and debris fly everywhere. Everything is consumed by a flash of purple flame. Another attacker tries to strike, but in an instant he is left without a hand. The battlefield is covered in blood and corpses. The wounded enemy tries to grab Choke Lee-gyeon with his last hand, but all is in vain. In a second, a dagger is already sticking out of his skull. Another enemy falls dead. Lee-gyun is exhausted but doesn't retreat. Continues to support the wounded Mu Yun. Mu Yong can barely stand on his feet. He doesn't understand who these madmen are and what the hell is going on. Looking at one of the fallen enemies, he said that even with broken bones and mortal wounds, they do not cry out, but simply move forward. Lee Hyun says that these weeds are intoxicating. It's like a paralytic poison that numbs pain and fear. Upon hearing this, Mu Yeon realizes that those freaks won't stop appearing, and his strength is at its limit. Now he's just a burden to Chok Lee Gyeon. Tom asks him to leave him here. Chok Lee Gyeon asks in surprise if he really wants to stay, to win him time to escape. Mu Yeon responds with a question. Can't they do it that way? But Chok Lee Gyeon said confidently that if Mu Yun had a hard time walking, he would carry him on his back. But Mu Yeon refused this offer, and then Chok Lee Kyung realized he was still alive and holding on. In any case, they needed to get to the New Wind estate, and in such a state, Mu Yeon couldn't move on his own. And Cho Gyok Leong assured him that he had brought him to Jianghu, not just to force him to take this path. Mu Yong said with sadness that he would not survive if something happened to his master. These words caught Chok Lee Kyeon off guard. Turning away and moving forward, he replied that then Mu Yeon could die at any moment. Not knowing where else enemies might appear, he urged Mu Yong to leave immediately. There was no choice left. Mu Yeon followed him, muttering that even Bon Su-chan should understand. They are not from the Orthodox Alliance. But Jo Chil-gyung replied that since they had already pumped him up, there was no going back. But now that his identity has been revealed, it was interesting to see how the Swallowtail Association would react to this. Li Gyom anxiously said that they would think about it after they return, and at that very moment he struck with a dagger. He lifted it straight up into the sky. Before them, as if a gate had opened, a path to another space. Majestic mountains appeared before their eyes. This mountain rose in splendor, like a portal to a new world. A woman's hand holding a fan appeared in the frame. She swung it, deflecting all the debris and shrapnel flying straight at her. Having slowly stepped onto the ground, she recognized someone among those present. Holding an umbrella over her head, she asked if he was the same Chok Li Gyeon, as she only knew one boy with the surname Chok. And at that moment, Li Hyun's gaze became even more tense. He felt a new threat was in front of them. The man and woman stood at the top of the mountain in the rain. He quietly said that the unfolded bloody net for butterflies is really something unusual. Under the downpour that drummed against their straw hats, the old man gazed at his companion in wonder. He had not expected the leader to come in person. The woman with flowers in her hair replied that she had become interested. Raising her fan to her lips, she thoughtfully said, "Who could have forced the third butterfly to retreat?" This question raises a whole chain of disturbing thoughts. Meanwhile, the water was slapping at their feet. But despite everything, they managed to save the 14th snowflake, though she was furious over Bonsu-chan's betrayal. The leader denied. Bonsu-chan was probably deceived too. Her gaze focused on looking into the distance through the rain and anxiety. The old man acknowledged that when a bloody net unfolds, it always leads to death. But the woman, without looking back, suggested leaving this place. She recalled the name of Chok Li Gyeom, the winner of the Heavenly Dragon tournament. At the time, she didn't believe it because it seemed impossible. But now, before her eyes stood the face of a young man. He looked exactly like that same guy. The resemblance was striking and eerie at the same time. Meanwhile, Chook, Li Gyom, and Muyeon stood on the mountain, looking at the place where the mysterious woman had just stood. Gyom confessed that he had never seen her before. He gazed up at the summit, where the woman had just disappeared. His gaze remained vigilant. In his chest, a premonition was clenching. The next morning, a clear sky shone over the estate, sharply contrasting with the disturbing feelings of the evening. On the bridge stood Cheon Charon. She pondered how crazy the marriage proposal from the northern heavenly clan seemed. She was surprised where Cho Gyeon had gone at that moment, and why she was looking for him at all when it came to her own wedding. Her eyes widened when someone asked if something was bothering her. A figure stood in burgundy attire. Though it was turned away, its aura seemed familiar and authoritative. Holding her breath, Charon looked around and saw a woman at the top. In front of her sat an elegant woman, calm and majestic, as if the mistress of the world. This was Li Gyom's mother. Smiling, she asked why Charon was sighing since early morning. The girl looked from the top of the bridge as Yu Solha descended through the sunbeams. Gently touching the ground, Yu Sola approached her. Blushing with a smile, Charin admitted that she had been thinking about martial arts, finding it hard to tell the truth. Yu Solha replied that she had long noticed how she practiced every day from morning till night. She directly asked why she worked so persistently on herself. With determination in her voice, Charon confessed that she wanted her family to be happy, and for that, she needed strength. That's why she's training so hard. Though it's just a simple dream, she smiled slightly. But Yu Sola responded seriously. It's not an easy dream at all. And then with trembling hands, Cheon Charon added, a determination flashed in her eyes. She wants to become strong to prove to Li Gyom what she's capable of. Her dream is Jianghu, where brave warriors do not die first. A world where virtue prevails. This is the kind of Murim she strives to create. Yu Solha was taken aback, impressed by her confidence and persistence. In response, a quiet but warm smile appeared. And then Yu Sola remembered that she had heard about the marriage proposal, which surprised Jung Cheryong. Among the lotus flowers and quiet water, Yu Solha confessed that although she doesn't know him well, she thinks that marriage should only be with the one you truly love. She asked if this family would be the one that Sharon dreams of. Yu Solha knew that the girl was returning to the sect of the righteous sword today, and this farewell was bitter for her. At her words, a tender, sincere smile appeared on Cheon Charon's face. Standing on the balcony, Yu Solha said that if she ever needed help, she should come at any time without hesitation. The night was quiet. Under the half-moon, the ancient estate shone. Everything seemed calm, but a threat was already hovering in the air. The respected man reported on the course of the negotiations. In response, a cold voice sounded. Had the sect of the righteous sword already responded? The messenger, visibly nervous, replied that the final decision depends on the daughter herself. In anger, the patriarch couldn't contain his indignation. How dare they consider a woman's opinion? Her choice means nothing. His gaze filled with dark fury. He suspected that Chok Li Gyeon was to blame for everything, and if he dared to refuse the main family, then soon everyone would know the price of this audacity. The messenger cautiously suggested continuing the preparations as planned. The patriarch agreed, and he gave his final order to inform the leader of the sect of the Righteous Sword that they would meet for a talk tomorrow. A confident smile appeared on his face. He was ready to personally explain who the real chosen one of Lady Cheon was. Meanwhile, a real horror was unfolding in the forest. Chokli Gaion was fending off enemies, and their bodies were flying apart, with their heads falling off their shoulders. Exhausted and battered, they finally defeated the last attacker. The battlefield was littered with corpses. Mu Yong was exhausted, and the enemies didn't give him a break. The young master spent even more inner energy to heal him. Mu Yong felt like an egoist. He was ashamed, because if at least the master had gotten angry, he wouldn't have felt so guilty. Lost in thought, he didn't immediately notice as Choi Li-gyeon approached him. With a smile, he threw a joke, mocking the enemy, as if to say, "How sad it is to die at the hands of such a wimp." Mu Yong agreed, though he felt uneasy inside. He still felt like a burden, and Cha Chio-li tried to cheer him up, saying that when he had children, he would definitely tell them in detail about their father. Mu Yong was taken aback by such words. He asked the host if he would be the first to have a child. Lee Hyun smiled and replied that time would tell, and maybe they would even become relatives. But suddenly his gaze sharpened. He noticed something in the forest. Looking around, they realized these are the same enemies again. They sat in the trees, camouflaged in leaves. In the darkness, only their eyes shone. And at that very moment, the enemies swiftly descend from the trees, like shadows come to life. They take Chokli Gaion and Mu Yon in a ring again, not letting them escape. Panic appeared on Mu Yon's face. There were too many of them. But Cho Jaeon stayed calm. His strength was at the limit, but he knew. He had to act without hesitation. When the enemies approached with fierce looks, Mu Yong suggested retreating in order to save their lives, and Cho Chio-li-gyeom, raising with his foot the blood-stained sword of the enemy, firmly rejected this thought. Having swung and directed the sword with energy forward, he was confident they would break through. He soared into the air at a frantic speed, cutting down enemies one by one. As he flew by, his leg hung just above the face of one of the enemies, and the next moment he delivered a kick. The enemy's face exploded in blood. Chok Li-gyeon rushed forward with an unstoppable determination, not leaving his opponents any chance, cutting through their bodies, and at the same time ordered Mu Yun to hold on to him. Mu Yum rushed after him with a bewildered face. He didn't understand at all what his master had planned. He was following orders, but had no idea where Choke Li-gyeon was headed. And suddenly his legs stopped sharply, as if instinct had warned of danger. Before his eyes appeared the same place that had evoked horror in him. Right in front of them was an abyss. Jumping there was the same as signing their own sentence. Mu Yong's gaze was frozen in shock and incomprehension. What his master had done struck him to the depths of his soul. Choke Li-gyeon, without hesitation, jumped into the abyss. For him, there was simply no other way out. Mu Yong was stunned. He couldn't understand what the master had in mind. Meanwhile, Choi Ryong-hae was rolling in the air, and couldn't understand why his subordinate still hadn't followed him. Sweat drops appeared on Mu Yon's forehead, and finally he gathered his courage and jumped off the cliff after his master, with enemies closing in from behind. They didn't hesitate and immediately chased after Mu Yon. But the guy was horrified to see that they were no longer just two, but a whole horde. Their faces were distorted with rage. They rushed, trying to get to the boys first. Mu Yong realized that something was wrong with them. They were acting like madmen. As he was distracted by his pursuers, a rock suddenly appeared before his eyes. One more second and he would simply crash. But at this moment, someone grabbed him by the collar, saving him from an inevitable blow. It was Chok Li-gyeon. He reacted instantly, not letting Mu Yon die, and a new threat arose before the guy. His face was filled with horror. Chok Li-gyeon saw the same thing but knew. There was no choice. They both plunged into the river at a run. The water rose in a high splash. The fall was from a great height, so they were pulled almost to the very bottom. They struggled to swim out faster. Finally surfacing, they breathed heavily. They were only seconds away from drowning. Mu Yong looked back and noticed. Those who were chasing them belonged to the Swallowtail Association, but all these enemies crashed against the rocks, trying to repeat their jump. Chuk Li-gyeon watched everything with cold confidence. He knew that although there were many of them, their skills were worthless. Mu Yon said with pride that Choi Liang jumped without any hesitation, and he replied with a smile that he just thought it was time to gather together. As soon as they came to, the sun had already risen in the sky. It was time to move on. That evening in the courtyard of the estate there was a quiet and peaceful atmosphere. People were walking, bustling about. Chon Charon, walking through the courtyard, looked around, hoping that her father had already returned. She was going to invite him to dinner until he showed up. In the morning, a messenger from the family of the Northern Sky visited him. Then the father told the girl that she was not obliged to accept a marriage she did not want. and promised to inform Patriarch Imu about this. Now she stood in the yard, lost in thought. She believed her father, but the excitement wouldn't leave her. Suddenly, the passers-by recognized her as the daughter of the sect of the Righteous Sword. They were surprised that the girl still had not heard the news about her father. She didn't know anything yet, but she felt that something was wrong. The atmosphere had changed, although no one said anything directly. As she passed by the traders, she heard them roughly chasing her away. One of them said that he wouldn't sell anything to the daughter of a murderer. She didn't understand what they were talking about. The merchant with anger added that she should be ashamed to appear here after what her father had done, and she was frozen in shock, hearing that the leader of the sect, Jung, had allegedly ruthlessly destroyed the entire family of Li Hanjiang that morning. The merchant said he heard it from the martial arts masters of the supreme family of the Northern Sky who were passing by, and in the courtyard, people began to spread rumors and looked at the girl with contempt. Cheon Charon stood with wide eyes as she learned that the supreme family of the Northern Sky had captured her father, the leader of the Cheon sect. She realized it was a trap. At that very moment, she jumped up from her seat, realizing that this was revenge for her refusal to marry. Without hesitation, she headed straight to the estate of the supreme family of the Northern Sky. Passing by the streets, she prayed that everything would be fine with her father. Their estate was just nearby around the corner, and she suddenly stopped when she saw a familiar figure. Before her stood Yu Sol-ha, who, looking around, said that she had been waiting for her for a long time. And it was only then that Jeon Chaerin realized that the woman in front of her was Jok Li-gyun's mother. This stunned her. The sun has already hidden behind the horizon, and the action moves to the Patriarch's estate. The Patriarch warmly welcomed Lady Chun, expressing his joy at the new meeting. "Ha!" Yu Sol-ha asked with a sigh. Wasn't this world cruel? She was afraid to let her child wander alone. The Patriarch listened attentively, and couldn't believe that such a charming woman could be the mother of that scamp. They started a conversation, and the Patriarch quickly realized that they had come to meet with the leader of Chong's sect. But he reported that it was currently impossible due to a serious incident. The words of accusation shocked Yu Sol-ha. She did not believe that the leader of the sect, Jung, could commit a crime. Her gaze pierced the Patriarch. She stated that someone else was involved here. The Patriarch's face changed a bit, but he said they have witnesses. A thorough investigation will be conducted within 5 days. Having heard this, Cheon Chaerin felt relieved, but she didn't understand what they were planning. She said nervously that it was a misunderstanding, since her father was not capable of such a thing. The Patriarch promised that everything would be clarified, and his next words shocked her. He stated that his family would make an effort to clear her father's name, in exchange for her consent to marriage. Moreover, he used marriage as a lever of pressure, offering in exchange the clearing of his father's name for consent. With a smile, the Patriarch wished Yu Sol-ha to meet again on the next occasion. She smiled in response, but her eyes remained wary. The sky was ablaze with a bloody sunset. From the top of the rock, dust and debris rose, a harbinger of a new battle. Muyong clenched his teeth in anger. His gaze was filled with hatred for the ruthless enemies. Chok Li-gyeon stood by with icy determination, a fire of struggle burning in his eyes. Behind, like shadows, the opponents were coming one after another. They were becoming more and more, and it was impossible to stop this wave. And here the black boot of Chok Li-gyeon crashed into the ground with a dull sound. It was the beginning of an explosion of strength. Flaming bursts surrounded him. Magical energy swirled in the air. He decided to destroy them all at once. The sudden sound made him twitch. For a moment, his heart stopped, anticipating something strange and disturbing. The wind brought with it a new sound, a subtle, tense whistle that differed from all the previous ones. Having sensed him, the enemies abruptly began to deploy. They retreated, and it looked strange and sudden. Finally, Cho Kyu-hyun has been waiting for this moment. He suspected that maybe they were afraid of him, or it was time to take the next dose of medication. But even so, it's highly likely that someone gave them the order to retreat, and the image of the leader of their association flashed through his mind. As soon as the enemies disappeared, the guys decided to return as quickly as possible, because they knew that Cheon Chaerin was already waiting for them. Mu-yeon suddenly asked if Chok Li-gyeon had ever held Lady Cheon's hand. He smiled awkwardly and confessed that nothing like that had happened between them yet. This question brought up warm memories of the girl in Chok Li-gyeon. A sly smile appeared on his face. The atmosphere became light and carefree, and in an instant Cho Ji-yeon's face lit up with a confident smile. He was convinced that the main strength lay in attention, but Mu-yong hesitated. He was tormented by the question of whether the woman really wanted such attention. Chok Li-gyeon looked at him with a smile and spoke with a slight joke. Continuing on his path, he acknowledged that in Mu-yeon's theory he was indeed unsurpassed. Against the backdrop of a pink sky, anxiety arose in his soul again. He mentally returned to the New Wind estate, hoping that everything was fine there. But the subsequent words are filled with a special meaning, because the conversation was already about his mother. Under the moonlight in the courtyard of the old mansion, Yu Solha and Jong Charon were talking. Cheon Charon sincerely thanked Yu Solsi for going with her, but Yu Solha explained that she did it to bring back the leader of Chon's sect. She was sorry that she couldn't find him, didn't even feel his energy. However, there was still time. She asked Jong Charin not to worry, and promised that she would also deal with he. She was struck by how much Chokli Gyun resembled his mother. Both of them exuded confidence, and their presence gave strength. As they finished their conversation, Yu Sola advised the girl to go home and rest. They said their goodbyes. The night wrapped the estate in silence. Yu Solha came out into the courtyard, illuminated by the cold light of the moon. She stood straight and waited. Her voice rang out like a command, demanding the immediate appearance of the one she had summoned. From the darkness, from the eaves of the roof, a leg of a familiar man appeared. Yu Solha was still standing in the courtyard, not taking her eyes off him. She looked at him with irony, her lips barely smiling. She felt that her opponent was not as worthless as he seemed, even though he was disgusting. At this time, far away, under the full moon, Mu Yon and Chokli Gyeon were heading through the night forest. The wind rustled in the crowns, and in the silence, the words of the prophecy sounded. Mu Yon still did not know the main thing. Chokli Gyeon stopped and gazed into the misty distance, once again thinking about his mother. Meanwhile, Yu Solhe's hand slowly removed the hairpins from her hair. Her movements were calm but filled with determination. Her hair softly cascaded down her shoulders. She stood, surrounded by a bloody aura, holding a pin in her hand like a dagger. And no one suspected how ruthless his mother could be. Yu Solhu in the courtyard of the estate is surrounded by armed men. The looks are tense. The atmosphere is threatening. One of them impudently claims that the elder wants to see her secretly, and it's better for her not to make a scene. Sola calmly parries. She has long known about Im Cheonseok's lust for women, and is certain that this weakness will be the cause of his downfall. She coldly promises to spare only one of them, and with a smile asks who wants to live. Her words pierce the messengers with anxiety, and instead of fear, they burst out laughing, saying that they wouldn't mind dying at the hands of such a beauty. Without saying another word, Yu Solha directs his spikes straight at one of the thick messengers. With a smile, she says that he reminds her of a dog she raised in her childhood. Rough, foolish, and disobedient. Lashing out with her heels, she laughs defiantly, and this laughter sounds like a harbinger of bloody chaos. The next moment, the needles are driven into the eyes of the messenger. Blood splashes everywhere. The fat messenger is no longer laughing. He is in shocked horror. One of the messengers, bloodied and disfigured, looks at her impudently, and even now does not lose his smile. Yu Solha darts forward like lightning and pierces the head of the next messenger with a needle, blood splashing through the air in a red splash. She strides forward confidently, as if death itself had taken on a female form, and they still don't understand who they're dealing with. Her body twists in a whirlwind, leaving bloody trails in its wake. Enemies falling one by one in a merciless, cold slaughter. The fat messenger stands entirely in drops of blood, his eyes frozen in horror. He does not believe what he sees. Another merely raises his weapon, but is already sliced, with pieces of clothing and blood splatters flying through the air. Yu Solha stands in the center amidst the fallen bodies, one calm amidst the bloody chaos, with only one left alive. Two pins, still covered in blood, fly through the air, carrying with them the smell of death and punishment. She calmly gathers her hair with hairpins, as if these same decorations had just not killed several people. She turns to the survivor and gently tells him not to worry, her voice calm and quiet, almost gentle. Extending her hand to him, she repeats her previous words so that he remembers them well. Her finger touches the man's forehead. She reminds that she will spare only one, and it was him. A drop of blood trickles down his forehead. Fear and amazement grip him, and she says she has neither a brush nor ink, so she leaves a mark on his skin. He stands on his knees with his head bowed, a dark seal on his forehead, fear, shame, and anxiety in his eyes. He is the only one who returned. He bows low before the Lord, who inquires in surprise why it took 3 days to return. Another subordinate briefly reports, all were killed, only this one returned alive. The patriarch is shocked. He realizes that the woman possesses exceptional combat skills. A sparkle appears in his gaze, mixed with curiosity and fascination. The more he hears about her, the more interesting she becomes. Another subordinate warns that the situation is complicated, since Zhang's sect is already branded as a murderer, and even if he is acquitted, the stain will remain. The question of marriage arises. The man doubts whether it is worth concluding it, but in response he hears the cold voice of the patriarch, who assures that he is not touching him. The Lord explodes with anger. Refusal of their proposal is an unforgivable impertinence for him. He craves humiliation, not mercy. Enjoying his tea, he imagines the girl crawling and begging for marriage to save her father. This scene will be the sweetest for him. The subordinate in a low bow awaits new instructions, silently asking what to do with the victim. The victim begs for mercy, but the verdict has already been passed. With one strike, everything ends, and the cry drowns in blood. His eyes were bulging with horror. The bowl had pierced him right through. The subordinate calmly bows his head, no emotion after the murder. The girl turns away, closes her eyes, doesn't let emotions break through, though inside her soul is screaming. There is a bloody corpse lying on the floor, and the master says disdainfully that he doesn't need such pitiful people in the house. A triumphant smile appears on his face. The girl has 3 days to find Chan, and he is confident that she won't be able to, but he is eagerly awaiting her despair. In the silence of a spring night, when the petals of the cherry blossoms fall onto the roof, behind the bars in the room sits a girl, motionless and lonely. Her brush glides across the paper, leaving ink lines, but there are no answers in these rows. Not even a shadow remains after her searches. Cheon Cheryong doubts she can find her father just by searching the Northern Heavens estate. It all seems too simple and hopeless to her, and yet a spark of hope still burns in her heart. She decides not to stop until at least something moves forward. The next target is Li Han-chan. Suddenly her eyes open wide. Something familiar, strong and ancient appears in the air. A light flashes on her palm, where a strange symbol appears, echoing like a call. The armor of the wind, God has awakened. At that very moment, the window dissolves. The silence of the night is disturbed by an invisible call. Cherry runs up to the window and sees a figure. Li Gon stands under her window, as if he came out of a dream. His face is lit up with a gentle smile. The gaze is warm, but something deeper can be guessed in it. Cherry looks at him in wonder and asks when he returned. Li Gon says it was very recently. Respectfully gazing into the night, he confesses that he received news from his mother. He asks not to worry about his father. She asks about Uncle Moon, her voice trembling like a candle in the wind, full of anxiety and hope. Li Gon assures that he is fine. His wounds have already been treated. He adds that he has been watching the Northern Sky family the whole time, and her gaze stops on him. She notices a deep scratch on his cheek, a sign of danger. Li Gon smiles, saying it's just a trifle. Everything will heal. But her anxiety grows. If even he was hurt, the situation is worse than it seems. He jokes that only he could return in such a state, but then quietly adds that he came because he is worried. About her and about the leader. His voice becomes more serious. He says straightforwardly that Charon's efforts may not be enough. There is another way, less pleasant but more reliable. She ponders. He is right. But her heart resists this method. It doesn't accept easy solutions. A fire reappears in her eyes. She wants to clear her father's name not through roundabout ways, but through a fair trial, because she knows that this is exactly what her father himself had been striving for. Li Gon sighs, a gentle smile appearing on his lips. Under the stars, he says that her words remind him of someone important. She asks in surprise who exactly he has in mind. He doesn't answer directly, only hints that it's a person he will never forget. Her shadow lives in his memory. The picture changes. A stern warrior with a vigilant gaze, resolute and silent, appears in the memories. Before him 2 swords, wrapped in cloth, lay by the wall, like beasts sleeping before battle. He looks at them silently, as if waiting for a sign that the time has come. We return to the estate of Im Chong-sek. In the dark hall, he is furious. His voice rings with anger. He swears to avenge the attempt to steal his profitable business. A look of surprise appears on Im Chong-sek's face, as he sees an unfamiliar figure right in front of him. In the semi-darkness, in the dim light of the lamp, a figure in the shadow coldly asks whether it's worth eliminating the enemy. The tense silence lasts, like a stretched string, but the answer comes unexpectedly. The order is simple and clear: to leave the newcomer in peace. The leader of the criminal clan sinisterly smiles. Before him stands a fearless opponent, but he still doesn't realize who he's dealing with. A sudden gust of wind bursts into the room. The flames of the candles die out in an instant. The doors creaked open with a long screech, as if the estate itself had shuddered. Sheets with important records fly into the air, as if even paper is afraid of the approaching force. Among the chaos and the shadows, Li Gon appears. His steps are even, his gaze calm and focused. When the light breaks through the dust and flying sheets, he appears fully. In his gaze, an undisguised challenge can be read. Im Jong-seok, watching him, notices something familiar in Li Gon's eyes, the same firmness that lived in Madame Yu's gaze. As he gets closer, Li Gon says he heard some interesting news from his mother. Lim Chong-sek acknowledges that he has been given 3 days. He is amazed by the boy's stubbornness. The same audacity that once flashed in his mother's eyes gleams in the boy's gaze. Scattered sheets of paper lie around. and Im Chung-sek confesses that he has been thinking about all this for a long time. He says he lived in luxury, didn't strive for more. Even the most naive woman wouldn't have refused his proposal. But suddenly his voice changes, anger ringing in it. He is outraged that the alliance with the Wuhan coalition has been abruptly broken off, and he demands an explanation. In response, Li Gan merely smiles. He calmly places his hand on the table, and from his palm the mysterious light flashes again. He says that this time he came not with words but with heavy weaponry. The opponent initially sneers, but Li Gan warns that 3 days is very little, and if one doesn't prepare, life can be cut short. He puts a strange thing on the table and with a smile says that it is a signature product of floating clouds and flowing water, famous for its flavor and sweetness. Suddenly, Im Chung-sek's eyes widen in amazement, for in Li Gan's hand is not just a fruit, but a legendary peach that prolongs life. With a slight smile, he asks if the other wants to buy it. Im Chung-sek just smiles as the boy's proposal seems funny to him. He perfectly understands that everything that prolongs life has a high price. But Li Gan calmly says that this time he is taking on the loss-making business and asks only to release the leader of Cheon's sect. Im Chung-seok frowns and calls the agreement absurd, as it could make them enemies of Murim, and the allies would simply disappear, leaving them in complete isolation. And Li Gan responds that life is more important. If the price for it is that low, then it's even a generous offer. One single peach, and someone's life will be saved. But suddenly, Im Cheon-sok pushes the fruit away and confesses that this thing is more needed by Li Gan than by himself. Li Gan smiles slightly. Such a reaction was expected, but the answer brings him even more than he had hoped. As he leaves, he throws out a joke that the man doesn't understand real treasures, and suggests meeting again in 2 days. A silence falls in the hall. Im Chung-sek's face grows heavy. He looks devastated, stunned, and at the same time deeply thoughtful. The next morning the room fills with the soft sunlight. A young man gazes intently at the swords, his eyes filled with deep silence and unspoken thoughts. Behind someone speaks up. He noticed how that one is standing in front of the weapon again. Yu Sol-ha, sitting on the throne, coldly asks if he's not worried that Li Gan brought them back. The young man responds restrainedly. He is simply curious why Li Gan acted that way. She advises not to get hung up on it. They just returned what belonged to them from the very beginning. He agrees and changes the subject, asking what she will do after the 3 days promised to the supreme family of the northern sky. Yu Sol-ha slyly smiles. To her, it's a trifle. She's sure that Li Gan will take care of everything sooner. She touches him with her hand and hints that he was afraid that she would destroy their family. The young man denies it. In fact, he was only thinking about how to prove the innocence of the leader of Cheon's sect. In a quiet corner of the room, he recalls how the Supreme Family has already committed evil more than once, and he hopes that no more innocent people will suffer. Yu Sol-ha agrees. She's certain that Li Gan feels the same way, but the young man thinks that maybe he believes there's no need for it, and with a resolute gaze, he declares that he is heading to the alliance of the orthodox path. To clear the leader's name, it is necessary to involve a third party. Yu Sol-ha smiles warmly, not taking her eyes off him. Having put her hand on his heart, she says that it is very much like him. The morning air above Li Hanzhang's house barely stirs the leaves of the trees. Nothing hints at the recent storm. Li Gan and Zhong Tae-seok enter a house flooded with bloodstains. There are signs of a struggle everywhere, but nothing has been touched. The bodies have been cleaned up and vanished. Chan Charon, looking around the house, draws a conclusion. No one was going to investigate anything. It's profitable for them to erase everything from the face of the earth. For safety, Li Zhong put the guards to sleep. The guards are unconscious, and the building is completely open for inspection. Li Gan says he gave Im Cheon-su a chance to atone for his guilt, but he refused, ultimately choosing his own fate. In Cheon Charon's gaze, gratitude flashes. She remembers how he heard her words that night and immediately set out to the Supreme Family. Now Chuek Li Gan has a clear goal. Having found the leader of the sect, he will personally punish Im Cheon-sok. He doesn't care what his mother thinks. A murderer should not live. Blood and dirt by the doors indicate that there were several attackers, but none of them possessed true mastery. However, for the humble abode of Li Hanzhang, their preparation was quite sufficient. Chok Li Gan looks around. Something alarms him. He reports to John Cheon-rai that something is clearly wrong here. Having looked over the nest, Chok Li Gan notices something strange. In the far corner of the straw, there are no eggs at all. His gaze freezes. Behind Cheon Charon is stunned to look ahead. She sees something unexpected. In the straw where the eggs should have been, they find a baby. Nobody understands how it got there. The sun dips to the horizon. The sky calms down after a troubled day. We are transported to the Novi Vider estate. A little boy is sleeping on the bed. Cheon Charon gently touches his forehead, checking the temperature. She breathes a sigh of relief. He has finally fallen asleep, but the anxiety in her eyes doesn't disappear. This child has seen too much. As soon as the child came to, she burst into tears, fell into her arms, trembling and calling for her mom. The kid snivels and tells that Li Han was attacked 2 days ago. Fear and pain don't let him speak calmly. 2 days ago, a scream echoed through the estate. Panic gripped the yard, and a real nightmare began. The baby is hidden under the hay. The mother whispers to him not to come out, no matter what happens, and tightly closes his eyes. She promises to return in 3 days. But in her eyes, pain and farewell. Footsteps are pounding outside. The invaders are rummaging through every corner. The woman watches with anxiety as they approach. She deliberately runs in the other direction, distracting the attention. She chooses death to give her son a chance. In the kitchen, she comes across the attacker, freezes, realizing there's no chance anymore. Through the cracks in the hay, the frightened child sees everything with their own eyes. Horror freezes in their gaze. There is blood in the kitchen. The woman falls, exhausted and wounded. The killer heads to the backyard. Even before death, she tries to cover her tracks. She gives all her strength to save the child. The attacker notices that she is still breathing and raises his sword. He's got a plate of hot soup flying at him. The woman is desperately trying not to let him reach the shelter. She throws herself with her last strength, but the enemy has already swung his sword, thinking she is dead. A helpless movement of the hand, scattered fragments, a pool of blood. She sacrificed herself for the sake of the child. The boy loses consciousness. Maybe it's even better that way. His soul is not yet ready for such truth. Chon Charon could not even imagine that the child was hidden in the straw. The mother protected her blood to the last. On the table stands a bowl with a dark liquid and a few sweets. A modest dinner silently speaks of weekdays amidst anxiety. Mu Yeon sighs with his shoulder bandaged. The loss of his only family is a tragedy that cannot help but be touching. Chokligon decides to temporarily leave the child in the possession of New Wind. He asks about the condition of Mu Yeon, who is unwell again after overexertion. Mu Yeon admits with frustration that lying in bed at the crucial moment is a shame. Chokligon jokes that if it's already embarrassing, then it's worth getting better faster, because dragging everything yourself is difficult. And he can't shake the thought of his mother, who lacked combat skills, yet fought to the very end. She might have left a clue. Chokligon's gaze is serious. The world is full of mysteries. Maybe not everything happened because of her, but he entrusted reconnaissance in the regions associated with the clan of the Northern Sky. And here, someone with awakened eyes appeared in an unexpected place. Chokligon goes to check everything himself. Mu Yeon, despite his weakness, wants to tell him something important. Mu Yeon asks to be careful. He can't shake the feeling that what they're seeing is only part of the truth. Chokligon agrees with a slight smile. He also feels that this trip will not be calm. Against the background of the night sky, a dry branch sways. Li Gon says that one of Im Hyejun's relatives renounced worldly life and secluded himself in the mountains. But such a person should have had extremely tight security. At this moment, the guy was already surrounded on all sides by armed people. A young man with a confident face introduces himself. He is Li Gon from the New Wind Estate and wants to see Im Munso, but the guards do not display hospitality. Their hostile smiles and bared swords speak for themselves. One of them suddenly rushes into an attack. His order is clear: to kill. Li Gon reacts instantly. He knew it would be so, and forms energy in the palm of his hand. A powerful blow pierces the attacker. An explosion of pink energy soars into the air. His hand grasps the enemy's sword, completely stopping the attack. The other guards are racing towards him at a frantic speed, and it's worth him swinging. And their bodies scatter in all directions. Their confidence vanished in an instant. Li Gon's face is insolent and calm. Blood droplets are flying around. The air is charged with tension. The fight is over. But the silence hums louder than a scream. Li Gon blows the blood off his sword, thinking it's unacceptable to treat a polite guest this way. Turning around, he asks if this doesn't seem excessive to anyone. He looks intently into the eyes of one of those present and says that he must agree with him. A figure of a man emerges from the shadow. He indignantly asks if Li Gon knows how much those guards cost. Li Gon, without even turning around, says that this is too extravagant security for a scholar's home. Hiring such guards, it's hard to believe that it's just about protecting a few books. He gazes at the building. His look becomes focused and distrustful. With an alert and confident glance, he asks if there is something there that he should not see. In the very heart of the forest, among dead trees and fog, stands a lonely temple that hides dangerous secrets. Li Gon says with a sneer that he's been looking for this place for a long time. But a voice is already coming from the roof. Coming without an invitation is impudence. The master slowly compresses the metal cylinders, preparing for the strike. There is coldness and determination in his gaze. He intends to teach the stranger manners. A flash of light, and the pen in his hands turns into a blade burning with red energy. Li Gon recognizes the artifact. It's the legendary judge's feather, which always hits the mark. Li Gon is joking. Even scholars can get their hands dirty if it's for the sake of the cause. The host responds calmly, possibly. He declares that before starting the trial, the case must be completed. His strike tears the air with a red lightning. The blast of force scatters the remains of the guards. The impact from the roof splits the earth. The air hums. One of the attackers screams in horror as lightning pierces his body. Panic and death envelop everything instantly. Li Gon soars upwards, trying to attack from the air. Their forces clash. The blow explodes in a bright flash, the weapon scattering sparks. The host instantly lunges forward, moving with frantic speed. But Li Gon firmly sets his foot on the stairs. Stones fly in all directions. Two warriors stand over the abyss. Li Gon realizes that the opponent is not ordinary. He is even more interested in what this man is guarding. And the enemy with a defiant look says, let him wonder as much as he wants. Launching an arrow, he warns, you still won't see anything. Space is torn apart, and Li Gon is shocked. The blow hits exactly in the center of the chest. The warrior's eyes narrow. He is confident in himself. His gaze pierces the enemy through. In a flash of red energy, the sword cuts through the air. The target is the spiritual platform and the point of 100 encounters. Li Gon reads the enemy's intentions. An ominous smile appears on his face. His tense body bursts into a sudden counterattack. A powerful blow of dark energy breaks through the walls, debris flying into the air. The opponent with frantic speed breaks through Li Gon's defense with several accurate strikes. His face is tense. He rushes forward, his eyes blazing, his weapon gleaming. He attempts to strike, their blades clash, sparks fly. Li Gon stretches out his hand to the sword, trying to intercept the attack. In the next moment, he cuts the enemy in half. Behind him stretches a bloody trail, as if the night itself has become a slaughter. The witch's body, wounded and weakened, falls from the roof, leaving bloody stains behind. Despite severe wounds, the enemy lands on his feet, but every move he makes is pain and effort. Li Gon stands at the top, clenching a blood-stained sword. His gaze is cold, like that of one who has already passed judgment. With a mad grin, he recalls how the enemy wanted to teach him to run, but instead he learned to kill. Master Ima's gaze is filled with fury. He understands that the force didn't work, and all attempts to restrain the boy were in vain. He tears himself away and rushes forward. He has no choice anymore. Chuck League smiles defiantly, seeing all the provocations and understanding how brazenly he was lured inside. Master Im rushes into the house, trying to break free and disappear. But Chok Li Gon doesn't waste time and rushes after him. Inside the building, a green glow spreads. Chok Li Gon found himself in a magical room opposite the master. He had finally managed to get to where the latter did not want to let him in. He was curious anyway about what the walls concealed. With sarcasm, he thanks the master for the invitation. Master Yi, with a malicious gaze, wants to see if Li Gon will remain so calm in his world of formations. He raises the bloody rod and says that Li Gon will feel one moment like eternity, and will be tormented by endless hallucinations and pain. He himself fell into the trap and died instantly. The master is already swinging his wand, but at this moment Li Gon also swings his sword, his gaze filled with malice and irritation. He looks straight into the eyes of the opponent and says that such formations will not work on him. The master is overcome with horror. His eyes are filled with panic. A powerful explosion resounds in the room. Stones scatter in all directions. Master Im flies through the air. He did not expect such strength and determination from the boy, but Li Gon makes it clear. He attacked the wrong person, and now he will pay for it in full. Night is falling over the Righteous Alliance. Roofs are twinkling in the starlight. Inside, the light of the lanterns illuminates a picture with mountains, full of tranquility and beauty. The man in the light clothing stops beside her. Something changes in his eyes, as if memories have awoken. His gaze becomes serious. He sees in the picture something more than just paints. The Alliance representative is convinced that the investigation should be conducted by them, since they have connections with influential clans. The man listens silently and just sighs. Sitting in the room, he suddenly feels someone's presence. It seems familiar. At the threshold appears Mu Yong. He bows respectfully. Determination is visible in his eyes. The man notices that Mu Yong looks better and asks what brought him here. The man replies that he recently spoke with his son, which surprises Mu Yong and causes concern. The man with a sad smile confesses that it wasn't a conversation. He just pinned his son against the wall, leaving no choice. Now it haunts him. Then he saw in the young man only a threat. The boy seemed to be the beginning of a new bloody storm that could again plunge Jianghu into chaos. But the words thrown in his face did not leave his head. The young man said that virtue and justice no longer mean anything. He realized that even at a young age, Cho Lik Wan had already gone through the pain and experience that only a true Jianghu would leave. From that time on, he decided to wait. As a father and mentor, He just had to be around until his son opened up on his own. And now he feels that the moment is lost. Even if he asked, Choke Ligon might never say anything again. He calls Mu Yong, trying to talk his way out, with bitter self-irony in his words. Does he really look like a pitiful father? Mu Yong silently watched, only slightly raising his eyebrows. And the father still doesn't understand what exactly made his son so changed. Meanwhile, the cracked stone floor leads to a deep chasm, a trace of a recent fierce battle. Through the hole in the ceiling, a ray of light breaks through. Amidst the debris stands Choke Ligon, and behind him lies the wounded Master Im. The enemy was barely breathing, but Choke Ligon had left him alive not out of pity, but because he might still be useful. In his gaze, a cold curiosity. He scans the space, not missing a single detail, even the smell of blood. And this smell has been hanging in the air for a long time. The bloody trail on the floor tells everything without words. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to another room. Silence. The glow of the lantern is unable to dispel the anxious tension. Muyun admits that he himself does not understand what is going on in Choke Ligon's head. His actions remain a mystery, but something was troubling him. He asks his father to take it as a warning, even if it sounded casual. Choke Ligon's leg steps into a puddle of blood. The silence around becomes oppressive. His gaze is cold and focused. There is no fear in it, only a deep determination. In the warm hall, the father raises his gaze. His heart feels that something irreversible has already happened. Before him stands the image of his grown-up son. He wants to know what horrors he had to go through in Jianghu, and what trials left invisible scars on this bright boy, hidden behind a smile. Once, while still a young man, Choke Ligon encountered the noble and vivacious company, the knightly society of the Azure Sea. Their laughter filled the tavern with warmth and trust. Having arrived in the city of Jinagu, he was shocked by the cruelty of the locals. The world turned out to be much darker than his father had taught him, and after getting to know these people, he again began to believe in kindness, and realized that his father was right. Their sincerity and actions revealed to him another Jianghu, one where honor, dignity, and justice still lived. One of the warriors said a simple but important phrase: a true participant of Jianghu must live with honor. These words were forever remembered by the boy. He began to deeply respect this man, who became not only a mentor, but also an older brother. Together they traveled to the lake of the Azure Sea. Time passed, and their friendship grew stronger. They trained, helped people, and defeated enemies side by side. They joked and laughed. It was a true friendship, forged in battles and sincere moments of joy. But one day everything broke off. The moment came that wiped the smile off his face. Beneath a facade of righteousness, they played their game. Gon had stumbled upon the truth. Those he respected were part of a dark conspiracy. The victim was apparently a trade association, but it was a show for Lord Zhang. The alliance covered the truth with a political farce. Han silently watches as the scapegoat is publicly shamed, accused of stealing from someone else's house, and before him appears his master, who is called a criminal and accused of a shameful act. Unforgivable for Master Murim. The court delivers the verdict. The execution will be tomorrow at noon. Ligon is shocked. His gaze is frozen, because the condemned man is his best friend. That evening, the moon was breaking through the bars. In the dark room, Ligon sat alone. The world seemed unfair to him. The master says that even if his accusations are false, there was no need to attack. They were just doing their job. But Ligon admits that he only put them to sleep for a few minutes, without causing harm. In the end, he decides to ask why they didn't tell the truth earlier, as the guilty ones were others, 3 masters. The master acknowledges they just wanted to return what was stolen. Their people were deceived by Lord Zhang. There was no other way. Choke Ligon tries to convince him that the righteous would not set up a comrade. It's a political game, not justice. And the master refuses to flee, saying that escape would only put his innocent students in danger. His last will to protect comrades, even if it means to die. But the thought that this choice breaks the heart of his young friend hurts him the most. The master's words deeply wound Ligon. He lowers his head, unable to restrain the pain. The master asks not to cry. All he needs is a little wine. Without goodbyes, without emotions. The next morning, under the snow and icy wind, under a lonely tree lies a bloodied body. Its fate has already been decided. Choke Ligon stands amidst the crowd. The world no longer seems the same to him. In his eyes, there is only sadness and despair. Looking around, he can't believe how the people present are behaving. He sees indifference and hypocrisy. Instead of mourning, there's a show. People laugh, drink, and celebrate. On his face, there was only pain, deep and inexpressible. Next to the dead body on the snow, men were laughing and having a good time, as if nothing had happened. Choke Ligon walked through the snow, leaving bloody footprints behind. His heart clenched, for with his friend, The last hope had faded. His father realized that Cheek Ligon had tried to believe in the righteousness of Jianghu until the very end, despite everything. But it was Jianghu who broke him in the most brutal way. Perhaps that's why the anger and betrayal he felt towards his father were so deep. Mu Yeon carefully interrupts his father's thoughts, saying that although it's none of his business, the young master would occasionally say similar things. He recalled a phrase he heard from Choke Ligon, who said that Jianghu's parents were too boring. These words hurt his father. He felt that he had lost much more than he thought. And it was at this moment that it dawned on him that the one who had decided to create a new Jianghu was none other than Chuck Liddell. The scene changes. The camera glides over bloody instruments and torture chambers. In the dark cell lies a bloodied body, motionless among the stones. Choke Ligon enters a secret room filled with dim light, ready to finish everything here and now. Behind him, weakened and covered in blood, Master tries to stop the boy, but it's too late. In shocked anger, Choke Ligon asks what the hell he was doing in this place. The Master, stuttering and trembling, replies that he carried out the order. Patriarch Im was dissatisfied with the simple destruction of enemies. He excuses himself, saying he didn't do it of his own free will. But Choke Ligon grabs his hand with icy determination. With sword raised, he is ready to mete out punishment. The Master in a panic begs for mercy, but in Choke Ligon's eyes, there is not a trace of pity. The next moment, the blade cuts off his hand. The Master freezes in shock and pain. Everything around is in blood. His severed limb is flying in the air. Choke Ligon coldly says that now he has only one hand left. The Master understands that everything has gone too far. There is no chance of survival anymore. A cry sounds out. Both hands are already on the floor. Choke Ligon says that he will no longer be able to write and will become a useless scholar. But he won't kill him, because he has found another purpose for him. Illuminated by a red aura, Ligon looks at the enemy with fury, and he himself does not know if it is good or bad for him. At this time, the scene changes. We move to the New Wind Pavilion. Chon Charon leaned over the found boy and, touching his forehead, felt that the fever had passed. He was sleeping peacefully. This was a relief for her. And suddenly her eyes widen because she hears a familiar voice. Before her stands her father. Chon Charon rushes into his arms. She did not expect to see him in such a difficult state, and the father assured that everything was fine with him. When the others saw his return, they were shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. Chon Charon asked in horror what had happened and where he had been all this time. The father replied that Choke Ligon had saved him, and before that, he had been locked in an underground prison. Hearing this, Cheon Cheryong was stunned. She didn't even want to think about what could have happened if it weren't for Ligon. Her father calmed her down, saying that nothing serious had happened. Then he asked who this child was that she was taking care of. They explained that Ani and Ligon's brother had saved the boy, and that he panics when he's away from Ani, so they brought him here. The father pondered. He couldn't recall how many people the young Master Choke had already saved and how many owed him their lives. Chon Charon began to ask how Choke Ligon was doing, and if there was a way to thank him for everything he had done. But her father replied that it was not the time to talk about it here. However, they could visit him and thank him in person. Finally, he added that the young Master Choke probably needed rest the most and asked not to disturb him today. Meanwhile, Choke Ligon was walking through the dim, gloomy forest with his father. His steps were confident but heavy. The father walked ahead and felt something strange in the air. Having stopped for a moment, he gazed into the distance. It seemed as though the space around him was saturated with the smell of blood. Choke Ligon calmly stated that he had simply forced the guilty to pay for their sins. Father tried to persuade him, believing that killing at one's own will, relying solely on strength, was unfair, and that such a path would once again fill Jianghu with blood. His words surprised the boy, and he asked if his father really valued the blood of the Jianghu residents so much. The father fell silent, stopping. Dozens of moments flashed through his memory. He stated that for him the blood of the innocent is what matters, and Choke Ligon interrupted him. His eyes burned with anger. He said that for his father, the blood of the defenseless is more valuable than anything. These words struck the father to the depths of his soul. But Choke Ligon continued. If it means creating Jianghu where no one has to shed blood anymore, then he will kill anyone who stands in his way, even if it's someone like Im Chong-sok or anyone else. They stood facing each other, with tense silence hanging between them. The father looked at his son with pain and tried to understand, whether it was rage or whether it was sorrow. He could not tell which dominated in the eyes of Choke Ligon, and when he finally dared to speak, Mu Yong joined them. He apologized for interrupting the conversation and reported important news. Someone from the supreme family of the Northern Sky came for him to hold him accountable for the attack on Im Munso. Something changed in Choke Ligon's eyes. He realized that a new trial awaited him. Looking back at his father, he said that he was going to the supreme family of the Northern Heaven, but before he left, he wanted to ask one more question. His father is still trying to stop him. The father's gaze changed. His eyes filled with emotions, and he didn't know how to respond at that moment. Father said that this problem will not be solved just because Chokligon killed Im Chongse. In the silence of the forest, serious words resound. Father reminds that even if the rituals seem empty, it's not for him to decide someone else's fate. The world won't accept the truth without confirmation from the Alliance. But Chokligon asks cautiously, does his father still believe in the Orthodox Alliance, if he himself saw that they were just afraid of the supreme family of the Northern Sky? And the father replies that even if they go for a compromise, he won't believe in Im Cheonse's submission. But if Zhou Jiolin kills them all of his own free will, this will no longer be justice, but ordinary revenge. However, Ligon closes his eyes and does not want to listen to him. Moving forward, he says that he is not asking to be trusted, to walk past Father, not paying attention to his words. Ask for just one thing, don't disturb. His steps are confident. He knows what he's doing. Mu Yan looks surprised as the young master simply walks away. But Li Gan says he was going that way anyway and asks him not to say anything to Jung Taiyul so she won't worry. After these words, the father stands in a stupor. He can't come to his senses, although there's something he'd like to show his son. Mu Young is perplexed and silent. He doesn't understand what the boy's father has in mind. Meanwhile, we are transported to the estate of the supreme family of the Northern Sky. Inside, there are bloodied bodies lying on the floor. On the throne sits Im Cheonse, and in front of him stands a confident Chokligon. Im Cheonse says he knew these good-for-nothings wouldn't be able to handle him. But he drops the pretense of courtesy, and menacingly asks if stealing the leader of the Cheon sect wasn't enough. And now he's also raising his hand against his family. And if he's ready for the consequences. But Chokligon confidently replies that Im Mensio, his loyal dog, has already given testimony. After everything was destroyed, betrayal became his only chance to avoid death at the hands of his own master. Ligon gathered all the dirty orders that Im Cheonse had sent over the years. Lim Chongsi did not expect the young man to learn such details. But Chuck Liddell doesn't stop. Im Chongsi raises his hand and orders to kill the boy. He's already tired of listening to this nonsense. His subordinates proceed to carry out the order. Before Ligon appears the best martial arts master Im Cheongse, but the guy wasn't scared. He says that if even such a person is under his command, then the money is obviously huge. Before him stands a former Orthodox master, now a member of the non-Orthodox faction of Cheon Cho. Im Chongsi with a scornful smile says that this subordinate can destroy the entire room. So let him show what he's capable of. At this moment, Cheon Cho activates his power and swings a heavy sword, but Chokligon doesn't hesitate. His dagger flashes instantly in his hand. A fierce battle begins between them. Everything around is ablaze with power and fury. Cheon Cho, directing his sword, sees how the young man puts inner energy into his weapon, aiming at defense. At this moment, Chokligon easily parries a powerful blow from a stronger master. With a sneer, he says that one cannot block the Grandmaster's attack with cheap weapons. But Chuncho doesn't fall for such mundane tricks and is preparing to strike the next blow. And Chokligon jumps aside in time. He remains confident and still hasn't received any injuries. Somehow the dagger ends up in his hand. Chuncho is perplexed. He didn't understand how it happened. One strike from Chuck Liddell is enough to knock out an opponent. A stream of blood gushes from Chuncho's mouth. He doesn't understand how he lost his vigilance, but he is not going to give up. An even fiercer fury breaks out between them. But on the other hand, another enemy attacks Ligon. He is forced to defend himself from two fronts at once. In the commotion, he loses his weapon. The dagger falls out of his hand. Looking ahead, he freezes in amazement. Before him stands Dan Wol, the shadow of Im Chongse, whom he had seen 2 days ago. And now Chokligon understands that everything will last longer than he expected. He bursts from the spot. His energy explodes around, like a flash of power. At this moment, we are transported to another place. One of the masters yells at his subordinates, calling on them not to be self-assured. They continue training, and he says that the title of the best should not be worn but earned. Above all this, Chokligon's father watches together with Mu Yon. This is exactly what he wanted to show him. He says the man is a good instructor. Ligon recognizes him. He once saved him when he couldn't pay back a debt. His wife and child are now safe. They live peacefully in the New Wind estate. But Mu Yon adds with a smile that they are not the only ones saved. Even Hua Mu Chiol, the owner of the Steel Phantom Villa, who was broken after losing his family. After being saved by Chokligon, he returned to life and resumed his affairs. The child who was left alone, and even the leader of the Chon sect. All these people were saved by the young master, and nobody knows what would have happened to them if Chokligon hadn't intervened. The father was amazed, realizing how much his son had accomplished. Having looked at his actions, it becomes clear that he is much deeper than he seems, with sadness in his eyes. But still, the father agrees with Mu Yon. He is indeed absolutely unpredictable. At this time, Chokligon firmly grips his sword. leading a fierce battle. He couldn't imagine that two grandmasters of the supreme family of the Northern Heaven would join forces against him alone. And it's hard for him to believe that they're not ashamed. Lim Chong-suk watched the battle and understood that although Chok Li-gon was trying to remain calm, it was getting harder for him, especially with Dan Wool's shadow attacks. The boy was fending off blows from all sides, and the entire battlefield was already drenched in blood. He skillfully wielded the sword in his hand, trying not to lose it in the heat of battle. At that moment, from the height, Cheon Cho attacked from behind, but the boy reacted and put out his sword for protection. Lim Chong-sek understood that even if Li-gon defeats one, he will still have problems over time. A powerful blow from Cheon Cho shattered the boy's sword into pieces. Among the ruins and blood stood Chok Li-gon. His clothes were torn, his entire body covered in bloodstains. The blade in his hand cracked. Sharp fragments scattered in all directions. The air was saturated with metal dust mixed with blood, but he didn't give up. He clenched his fist as if gathering the fragments of the sword in his will, and then the fragments swirled in a dance of blue energy. His sword came alive in a magical flash. His face remained stony, though in the shadow of his hair a thin line of despair was hiding. He stood alone in the battle, and the enemies were again preparing to strike from both sides. Im Chong-sek watched from the throne. He did not expect him to last that long. But why did the boy come here in the first place? Does he want to be a hero? The blood-soaked Chok Li-gon was smiling. There was no honor or heroism in his eyes, only madness and determination. In the crumbling hall, the voice of Im Chon-seok resounded. He sneered, saying that heroes always die first. He stood on the bones of those who dreamed of justice. It was this that made him the highest, and Li-gon just smiled. He promised to pull him out of the throne, and not just pull out, but send to the grave. His gaze was burning. The aura around was boiling. Lim Chong-seok was enraged. His mask of calmness was cracking. He ordered to tear Li-gon's tendons, and in the next moment, the attackers rushed to carry out the order of their master. But Li-gon activated his inner power. His eyes flashed purple, and a deadly energy formed around him. And suddenly from the sky descended an explosion of light. Resembling an arrow, it stopped the enemies, as if separating them from the boy. Im Chong-seok's face contorted in shock. He didn't understand anything. His eyes were wide and his skin had paled. The attackers froze. Before them stood a sword wrapped in a white cloth. Li-gon was no less impressed. He also hadn't expected to see this. The sword fell from the sky right in front of him. Silence hung in the air. It was not just a sword. Li-gon slowly turned around. He knew this sword. The gaze rose to the sky, to the source of light. His eyes were wide open. There was no anger in them, only shock and something more. The cloak rose in the air. Someone was approaching. The air was pressing, and the ruins seemed miserable before this moment. And then from the heavenly radiance his father appeared. He did not believe what he saw. His son had gone through this path just for this.